Hello. I cannot see the chat. I have to find it. I want a video. Oh god. Oh. Huh? What do I do? Sorry, what? I'm sorry, what do I do? Oh. Whatever. How is everyone? How many people are there here? 3. Not many. Could use 2 more zeros, but we'll do, I'm not gonna complain. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I'm just gonna do this. Why haven't I thought of that? There you go. I'm smart, right? Am I? No, I'm not. Wait. Oh, this is annoying. Technical problems. Can I move? Can I move this? Okay, now we did it. We have done it. Thank goodness, finally. We did it. Doing a lot of loading. What's doing a lot of loading? Wait, sorry, what's doing a lot of loading? What's doing a lot of loading? Okay, I wasn't even muted. Echo. We're not gonna be using this today. Hopefully ever. Well, maybe when we do a next book thing, it'll be done. Phew. 2 people. The topics have scared the people away from watching. Capital. Huh. this. Hidush. Failure of solidarity. The place after the Great Synagogue. Revenge. The forgotten uprisings in the death camps. Smells pretty good. It's even about some prison guards that wanted to rebel as well. Some photos. I've been here. I've been here. The Meaning of Death. This book series with an infinity symbol. Oh, wait. I might as well. Might as well link us up. Why not? Holy moly. Wait, that was last night. Is this the right thing? There we go. I'm getting better. I think I'm getting better. Why am I even wearing this? I don't need this right now. Not sure if I'm gonna need this at all today. We just might not. Meaning of Death. Gonna showcase some books as warm up because you all come here for the books. Author John Bowker, I think. Religious thought and scientific thought agree that there is that if life is to exist at all, the responsibility for death are God and entropy. And of course, does not mean that watching and experiencing death becomes easy. The truth remains that the situation of death too often gives an opportunity to horrible evil, and that religious and secular taboos, not taboos, more like not taboos. There must be things forbidden. Okay, there must be things forbidden by religion and secular sort of life. For those who live beyond the borders of morality, for them not to make death into a very convenient tool. Interesting. So I've had this here for a bit. What's next on the agenda? The book agenda. Oh, that's one's good. That one I have to. Vietnamese. Vietnamese for beginners. Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Tales of Agony. Slava Ukraini. What? A magazine. Slava Ukraina. It was. Oh! 30th November of 2022. Let's take a look. Oh my goodness. Uh, damn. So many stories in this magazine. Boom. I'm gonna put it away. It's like, I can't believe this is basically 1 year old now. It's been a year. God. It's so hard to believe, isn't it? We will do some um, fast news. Wait, it's Monday. I'm nervous. This, yes, wait. Okay, that's better. Oh. Huh? Oh, okay. I just saw something really strange. I just. Oh. Hmm. Maybe I should include this to the response, the email. Every time, someone leaves, a party of you leaves with them. How sad. How many people are here in the audience anyway? The audience has been quiet. Quiet and unresponsive. Blech. Is today one of those days when no one's gonna tune in at all? Is today one of those days? That's okay. It leaves me some room to introspect. I do have a few topics, because I'm just gonna do them to an empty room, to a non-audience. Still gonna become interesting segments. Hmm. I have to calculate something. Oh my god. That's, oh no. It's impossible. Hold on. How, oh my goodness. Wait. Okay. Okay, I guess that makes sense. $90-something. She didn't remember anything anymore, did she? Hmm. Okay, might as well start off with something more easy on the brain. Something simple to get the audience sort of gathered. OGS here. Plus something that's gonna be a easy thing. Hunter Avalon. Jubilee debates more. How many subs does this person? Oh my god. Like 500,000. That's. What the hell? Most inbred countries. The most inbred countries. I don't wanna watch that. Make me red pill women decluttering gets dunked on. That's happening now. Why so many Russians want the USSR back? There you go.
If
I'm
you
gonna
guys
watch this person. I've actually never fully watched before, but we might as well. We might as well. Hold on. We're about to see why so many Russian people want the USSR back by a Russian creator who criticizes his government. From what I've gathered, at least. From what I've gathered from this creator, who has suddenly started popping up on my recommend.
know a thing or two about Russia, then you might know that a lot of Russians, and especially
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry, I have to do a sound leveling thing.
if you guys know a thing or two about Russia, then you might know that a lot of Russians, and especially Russian boomers, really love the Soviet Union and have a ton of Soviet nostalgia. If you go
Soviet boomers. Russian boomers, sorry. Oh boy. I mean, that's sort of true. I used to know a Russian girl online. We were pen pals. We talked through a camera. And it's incredible just how far Russian propaganda goes. When I discussed with her, like, the Japanese Russian war, and I mentioned that Russia lost that war, and her immediate response was, "No, we didn't. We never lost that war. We just didn't. We didn't win it, but we didn't lose it," or something. So I guess maybe potentially the same thing will be said about Ukraine in the future. We didn't win, but we didn't lose, or something.
online, it's pretty easy to see countless videos in which Russians on the streets are being asked whether life was better in the Soviet Union or in Russia of today.
Ну, понятно.
СССР лучше.
При СССР лучше?
Почему было лучше?
Почему?
Все дружнее были, сплоченнее и интереснее.
Everyone was friends, and it was more interesting and fun. Everyone was friends. Okay. Sure. Everyone was friends in the Soviet Union.
Веселее.
And pretty much most of the time, anybody that is over the age of 45 or 50 would tell you that the Soviet Union was much better to live in. In fact, it seems like a lot of Russian boomers are not only very in love with the Soviet Union, but are also usually rejecting such terms as democracy or freedom.
Oh my god! In your opinion, what is democracy?
Демократия, по вашему мнению, что это такое?
Ну, власть народа.
Обман людей,
Демократия, по вашему мнению, что это такое?
Ну, власть
The power of the people.
народа.
обман людей,
It's a lie. Democracy is a fake manufactured term. Okay.
демократия это придуманное понятие, кто американское это понятие, которое.
Oh yeah, by the Americans. It's the term that that Americans have introduced. Oh, I see.
Я считаю то, что это обман, ЛГБТЕ поведение.
Of course, LGBTE behavior. All this is this democracy? LGBTE. YouTube is loading way too much. Really? Maybe that's why nobody's watching me. We have to check. It says my connection is perfect. It says it's perfect on my end. I have no idea. Okay. Is it okay on the side chat? It just means that you should just be here all the time. If it loads here, if the side chat is okay, then it means that you should just be in the side chat all the time, and you should subscribe and donate. You understand me, my feelings on the matter. Uh, 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 uh. Okay, we continue then.
Это разве это
LGBTE behavior, all this. Is this democracy? Is this democracy that we fought for?
демократия? Мне кажется,
Ooh, yes guys, we've met propaganda brain right here. This is him. So, what's up guys, it is your boy Roman, your favorite neighborhood Russian, and in today's video guys, we are going to be getting to the bottom of why a lot of Russian boomers love the Soviet Union so much. Now to be fair, I have to point out one thing, and that is that Soviet nostalgia is actually not only limited to Russia. In fact,
I mean, it's definitely not part of the satellite states, that's for sure.
a lot of people in different post-Soviet countries,
Where is this map?
especially those post-Soviet countries that
I'm not sure if the nostalgia for the USSR is that strong in Ukraine.
did not really have a very successful story after the fall of the Soviet Union and ended up being pretty poor. A lot of the people from these countries will tell you that the Soviet Union was actually better.
Я при СССР. Мне хватило все, вот эту зарплату. Я работал в предприятии простым инженером. Но все равно вот это и хватило мне и мою семью.
That's totally not true for the satellite states, by the way. There is zero USSR nostalgia in Poland. I'm just gonna say it.
Сейчас что, куда, что? Все расплатили, цены дешевле. Работа нету, того нет.
So yes, Soviet nostalgia is actually far more widespread than you might think it is. However, only in Russia is the Soviet nostalgia essentially weaponized and is basically used as a tool of propaganda, which makes the current government fit in very, very well with the beliefs of these people that are longing for the Soviet Union. So, when we talk about Soviet nostalgia, we have to understand that the period that people are usually being nostalgic about is usually starting somewhere from the late 50s, which was already a time of Stalin's death, and when the Soviet Union was already slowly getting over the Second World War, and that period usually ends somewhere in the mid
Oh, it's like one of those palaces that Poland has the small version of.
or early 80s.
Palace of Culture. At least in Poland, that's what it's called.
So pretty much before the perestroika, before Gorbachev, and before the fall of the Soviet Union. That is in general the time that people have the most nostalgia for. Specifically, I would say the 70s, because that's where the majority of the greatest Soviet movies ever were filmed. Ирония судьбы или с легким паром, Служебный роман, Москва слезам не верит, Мимино, etc. I would say probably the 70s is the quintessential Soviet nostalgia period. So, let's get into the reason number one, and that reason is that the Soviet boomers just think that life was pretty good. Here's the thing, when you talk about the Soviet Union,
The 70s, huh? I'm gonna compare it to Poland. I'm not so sure if the life was so great in the 70s in Poland.
most people basically just see a terrible regime that killed its own people and obviously didn't allow for any flourishing of normal life. Well, actually that was not really the case. A lot of people, especially people living in large cities, basically lived a pretty normal, pretty comfortable life, especially around the 70s.
The big cities.
And yes, a lot of the people that are being nostalgic for the Soviet Union tend to kind of forget the Afghanistan war that happened in this decade. But that is basically the thing about nostalgia, because a lot of people just forget about everything bad that existed during that time and only remember the good things.
That's why nostalgia is overrated and sucks. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for the trap of nostalgia.
But this is kind of how human psychology works. And the main things that the Soviet boomers usually would tell you when they describe this time is that we had free housing, free education, free healthcare, and the greatest food and groceries of all time. and this is actually kind of a meme at this point, but yes, every single Soviet boomer loves to tell how the food in the Soviet Union was incredible, that every single product that you could get back in the Soviet Union was
boy.
just so infinitely better in its quality compared to what you get today in Russia and
I
capitalism.
mean, that sort of is a thing in Poland as well, when people will say, oh, the quality of the products used to be so much better because it was not so... mass produced with lower quality, I guess. That's a common thing that is said.
And freedom and democracy. Soviet boomers always go on about how great the kolbasa was back in the day, how great Soviet ice
Kielbasa. Okay, in Poland, people don't really complain about kielbasa, but they do complain about szynka, that it used to be less watery. And that's tomatoes used to taste better. That's a big thing.
ice cream was, how great Soviet soft drinks were, how great Soviet beer was. Essentially, any type of food that the Soviet Union had was just the greatest, and it was just of the greatest quality. The Soviet boomers might forget that the amounts of these particular, delicacies that they could consume back in the day was way smaller compared to what you could get today. However, once again, people tend to forget the bad and only remember the good. And
in Poland, it's pretty much remembered non-stop. In Poland, in fact, everything just bad is remembered and nothing good is. So it's like it's the opposite. It's the reverse nostalgia. It's the minus nostalgia of everybody just remembering all that was bad all the time.
Also, let's be completely fair, the majority of Russian boomers today are just completely broke because their pensions are completely laughable. So they cannot even afford good products in the first place under capitalism, so that's why they think that everything that existed in the Soviet Union was basically definitely of better quality. And that is kind of the logic of a lot of the arguments you're gonna hear from these people. People in Russia, especially the elderly, are just very poor, and they just can't afford to do anything anymore. For example, a vacation is just not affordable for a lot of people. However, back in the Soviet Union, if you worked at a factory and you worked well, then you would be able to get a special ticket and actually get to travel somewhere. This could be basically anything. This could range from, taking a trip to Baza Отдыха, somewhere at a nearby lake in a
I see. I thought as much.
region where you live, or it could be like a trip somewhere in the Soviet Union. You could even possibly get like a ticket to Yugoslavia and visit that. In fact, my grandma, for example, she's worked at the Chelyabinsk tractor plants, and somewhere in the 70s or the 80s, I'm not exactly sure, she actually got to visit Yugoslavia via a trip she got from her job. So not bad, right? Yugoslavia is pretty cool. Certainly much cooler than what you have today, where you basically, have absolute pennies and you can't even afford to go on a vacation to Moscow even. I'm pretty sure that you must see the logic of these people, right?
А вы помните прекрасный советский власть, наверное, когда были прессы за Сербию? Да. Да? А что вы думаете про это время?
I guess as things become miserable enough, even the misery of the past becomes sort of amazing compared to a worse misery of today, huh?
Была жизнь лучше?
В брежневское время вот такое было.
Да? Брежнев, да?
Отлично было время. Люди радостные, свободные были, катались, отдыхали.
Damn.
In the Soviet Union, you had your healthcare, you had your school, you had your job, and you had your nice little amenities that you wouldn't get very often, however, you would get them. In a capitalist system though, if you just don't have money, you will never go on vacation, So obviously in the eyes of the Soviet boomer, that is 1.0 to the Soviet Union versus Russia. Now let's talk about reason number 2, and that reason is that everything just got severely worse after the fall of the Soviet Union. The 1990s in Russia and other post-Soviet countries as well was a very unhappy, very scary time. First of all, Russia and actually a ton of other post-Soviet states as well were plagued by endless crime, lawlessness, and just an overall feeling of disrepair and disarrangements in pretty much everything. And to some degree, Russia during the 90s was basically kind of a failed state as well. Once again, terrible crime rates, a lot of gangs.
I guess the Russian mafia became super famous, at least in the broader,
inflation and poverty, constant political crisis, for example, what happened in 1994 in Russia with Yeltsin. And of course, like I already said, there were a ton of regional conflicts propping up everywhere. Thankfully, of course, to the very brilliant borders that the Soviet Union has come up with. There were conflicts on the territory of Russia as well, for example, in Chechnya. Basically, if you live somewhere in the ex-Soviet Union in the 90s, you'll...
I mean, Chechnya, territory of it's a bit reductive, isn't it? Just called Chechnya the territory of Russia.
life was pretty much not very fun, and yes, a lot of people's lives basically got ruined as a result of the USSR falling apart. And I know it's kind of a joke at this point to even mention this, but yes, Vladimir Putin once said that the fall of the Soviet Union was the biggest geopolitical catastrophe of the 20th century, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of people will agree with it. Basically, for a lot of people who lived through the 90s and also lived in the Soviet Union, the 90s have left an impression that essentially it was a terrible time, and the reason
The 90s in Poland. Hello, boy meets Mini. The 90s in Poland was this. He is correct, as it was remaining part of Russian Federation. That was the whole the whole Chechen about. Yes, but I still think it's a bit reductive. I mean, yes, it is. I mean, hello. The 90s in Poland was this wild time of transformation. It's some call it the time of the Wild West. The Wild West period of Poland, where you could just... Right now, if you want to put on if you want to build even a bus shelter, you need like 15 documents, permits. You need to, you need to do your best. And back then in the 90s, you would just point to a place I want to build, and through the magic of maybe a little bit of bribery, a little bit of stuff like that, you could just get it. You could just build it. The Russia was worse in the 90s, right? I can imagine.
reason why it was a terrible time is because it was the time of freedom under the rule of liberals. And a lot of people's view on this is basically, yeah, we know what all this freedom and liberalism stands for. When we had freedom and liberalism, our life was terrible. And yes, I'm not really defending the 90s, however, what's missed a lot of the time is that the usual conclusion, the usual sort of opinion here is that Vladimir Putin, who came into power after the 90s, was the strong leader that actually...
Oh, it's one of my messages. Wait, what did you write? What did you write?
sort of helped to revive Russia's economy and actually lead Russia to become a functioning country, right? And actually what's really interesting is that it could be argued that a lot of the inflation and the poverty of the 1990s in Russia obviously was there because they just transitioned from communism to capitalism. And actually there's a view that a lot of the economic reforms that were done in the 90s actually laid the groundwork for Russia's economic success in the early 2000s.
I mean,
so this economic upsurge was actually not the work of Vladimir Putin. However,
makes sense to me. So in Hungary in the 90s you had gang fights, exterminations and bomb linking with politics. There was some even worse. There was same or even worse in Slovakia and way worse in Russia. You had also mafia in Poland. There was this big crackdown on mafia at some point in Poland. And as a cute trivia, I can tell you that I'm not gonna specify, but a family member of mine was like in one of the mafia booklets. Was like the name of one of my family members was just sort of written down in one of the mafia notebooks when there was. the big crackdown on mafias going on. I think the most famous, or at least well-known publicly, mafia in Poland was the Mafia Pruszkowska. Mafia Pruszkowska. We might even see. Gang Pruszkowski. The Pruszków Mafia was a Polish criminal organization from Pruszków in the 1990s as one of the most infamous in the country's modern history. It was active in the vicinity of the city of Warsaw. The group is known for being involved in large car theft rings, drug trafficking, including cocaine, heroin, hashish, and amphetamine, kidnapping, extortion, weapon trafficking, including AK-47s, and murder. Even though law enforcement dealt a severe blow to the organization in 2000 with Jarosław Masa Sokołowski taking the stance of crown witness, it is alleged that Pruszków-based gangs, with or without notice from their former leaders, have regained their strength in recent years and have begun restoring their car theft rings and connections with Colombian drug cartels. Oh, I see. Well, maybe I've spoken too fast about the crackdown. Well, damn. I spoke too soon. I might have spoke too soon.
In people's heads, the 90s was a terrible time led by freedom and liberals, and then Vladimir Putin came and brought with himself a sort of a new order to Russia, and we can actually live like a decent life now, whatever. Because essentially what Russian propaganda does is that it juxtaposes the liberal free years of the 90s, which were poor, full of crime and just terrible things, war, etc. They compare that to the, 2000s and 2010s and the rest, whatever, under Vladimir Putin, who finally, grabbed the country into firm hands, shook off.
We're discussing this video, and then we're discussing the first meeting of the Polish parliament, Sejm. And then we are discussing, what's it called? What's it called? Well, then we're discussing the refugee crisis.
Off all the liberal traitors and everybody who's talking about freedom and democracy, whatever, those made up terms by the West, of course. And essentially by doing this propaganda, they solidify the belief that the reason why Russia was failing in the 90s is because of the so-called freedom and democracy. And essentially these terms such as freedom and democracy became derogatory for some people in Russia.
Yeah.
Screw this so-called American freedom. It's already turned into permissiveness. This is what they drove their people to with their freedom. May God protect us from this nightmare. And actually, if you go online and if you read some arguments, when suggested that Russia needs to be more liberal and free, a lot of these Putin fans usually respond with, "Oh yeah, we've seen your freedom and democracy. Do you want us to live like in the 90s again? I am never going back to that. I know what your freedom and democracy truly means." And now let's get into the reason number 3.
And therefore we must invade Ukraine, I guess.
And the reason is that a lot of old people, pretty much everywhere, just tend to be nostalgic for their youth and the so-called good old times.
I don't. You need to have good old times to be nostalgic for them, and thank goodness I don't. Okay, that actually sounded so sad what I just said. But silver lining, I don't have the nostalgia. Okay. Russia under Putin have one of the world's biggest wealth gaps.
when their penis works, basically, you know. That's pretty much what it is. This is
Oh, speaking of penis not working, I have to get hormone replacement therapy. 1 moment, I'm gonna go grab estrogen. Speaking of the unfunctioning penis, 1 moment. Okay, we're gonna take HRT, hormone replacement therapy. That's what it stands for, and that's exactly what we're gonna do on full screen. Lucy, full screen. Boom. I take this pill. Zip. Boom. I take that pill. Boom. And now I am prepared for everything. I drink the juice. To be fair, my grandfather was never nostalgic for the good old times either. And by grandfather, I mean my father's father. No, not my father's. My father's father, he died when I was very small, 10 years old. My mother's father, he was never nostalgic for the good old days. He always lived in the now. His good old days were always now. So I don't think I've ever heard him say anything like "in my days" or "in the good old times" or something. Then again, speaking of good old times, like when the Second World War started, he was 14, and when it ended, he was 20. So, uh, talk about living your youth. Hmm? Talk about living through your youth. When war begins, you're 14. War ends, you're 20. My dad wants us to go back to the Reagan era. Don't go back to the Reagan era. Just make the current era good. Don't just focus on the now. You don't need to go back to some magical era. Just work on the now. It's so sad to just pine about the past. Sad.
pretty common in many countries of the world, you know, for example, America or Europe, etc. I feel like boomers and old people just tend to always kind of want to go back to when they were young, when things were great, when the grass was greener and, you know, the birds were singing.
My grandfather never did it. Never ever. He was always busy, always working, always doing something. I remember him saying once that I mean, I don't have to he told it to me. I think I asked him about it at some point. And he said that he feels that if he would ever stop working, he would rot. He would rot away. So basically his main drive was his work. in life.
Singing louder or whatever. I think being reactionary is kind of like a basic feature of any boomer at this point, so that's why pretty much, you know, in Europe, you get these boomers that have these, you know, racist opinions, a lot of them saying that we need to go back to the things they were before. In Europe, you know, we need to bring old Europe back. Or in America, for example, you have, you know, whatever, any other movements that would be, you know, trying to vaguely bring back the old days. For example, MAGA, Make America Great Again, Trump, that's pretty much in the fucking name. But yes, that's really just the thing.
It's really stupid as well.
The majority of boomers that are nostalgic for the Soviet Union, most of these people, they're not even like devout communists or Marxists or something, because the majority of people in pretty much every country don't know shit about politics and don't know what anything means, right?
True. I mean, isn't that one true?
So yes, for a lot of these Soviet people, it's not even just so that they think that, you know, communism or like Marxism, Leninism is great. Leninism.
Lemonism. Lucy Camera. Sorry. Don't be mean to me. You like my face, don't you? You like me.
I'm literally having a brain aneurysm right now, guys. I'm sorry. But no, it's not even that. For the majority of these people, they just think, oh, I remember my youth, you know, life was great, and that was the time back in the day when girls liked me.
I wish I could say that. Oh, my youth, my life was great. No.
And when my penis works, I want to go back to the Soviet Union. Having said that though, I do have to say that in Russia these days, there's definitely a resurgence of a new sort of leftist movement that is fond of the Soviet Union, but in a different way. And this movement, I would say, is pretty like adjacent to the tankies. And in Russia these days, there's definitely a sort of a new leftist pro-Soviet movement being brewed as well. And there are a bunch of very popular Russian YouTubers now, for example, that actually, you know, describe themselves as Marxist-Leninists and provide an analysis of current events from a sort of a Marxist point of view. So yes, I'm not trying to say that every single Soviet supporter, you know, is just, you know, a stupid boomer that just wants to go back there because that was the time where his face didn't look like a like a tree or whatever. But also there's some people.
That is so mean. That is so mean.
People that genuinely, you know, have nostalgia and support the Soviet Union based on ideological reasons, and young people in particular. So yes, essentially Russia has all sorts of geniuses. So yes, those are, in my opinion, some of the main reasons why some Russians, especially Russian boomers, tend to sort of idolize and actually be very nostalgic about the Soviet Union.
I think it's you... What? I'm sorry, what?
Once again, I'm not pretending this is like a full list. I may be saying complete nonsense, but this is just pretty much just based on what I think is true. So hopefully you guys did enjoy today's video. If you guys did, then please make sure to slap the like on it. Also, if you guys do want to support me additionally, then you could go to a link down in the description and become a YouTube member. It's basically like a Patreon type thing, like a monthly donation. It helps me out a lot. It's the best way to support me.
I'm not going to become a member. But you should subscribe to this page thing. That's a thing that you should probably do. Will you do it for me? Will you... Wait, hold on. Something's wrong. Wait, hold on the phone. Hold on to your butts.
Or if you want to do a one-time donation, you can also use super...
Okay, thank you. If you've enjoyed this, you know what to do. You know what to do always. Always know what to do. To do. Like button. Subscribe button. Button. All the buttons. Do them. And now we're looking for something else. Vosh has failed you. You can do better.
Hold on.
It sounds boring. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. That sounds like a horrible idea. For some reason. I am back. Aiko rules is back. I didn't know even that she was gone. We need to nuke Siberia, says the Z lady, which means that she is a Russian. Indeed. The left YouTube pipeline, the good, the bad, and the hot. Okay, let's watch this. The good, the bad, and the hot. The triangle, what video? I have no idea. If you want me to watch a specific video, you're gonna have to donate. Donate money to me. Give me your cash. I deserve. Oh, well, I was already about to watch it anyway, so I guess you'll save some money. Let's see who's good, let's see who's bad, and let's see who's hot. Hot. I already know who's hot.
Abi, more like Hassan a billionaire.
How old is this? Him being a quote-unquote rich is like the... I think at this point that's like the least of the critiques levied against him. No. Coconut Island citizen. No, that's a lie. And you know it. You've lied to me. Okay, let's go. Hello, vodka.
Thought, more like second.
Also, I bet I'm not gonna be in here, am I? I'm not gonna be in this. So no, I don't even count. I don't even know. I'm gonna lose this game pretty miserably. How strong is my opponent? Oh, okay, that explains it. 3K. Okay, okay.
Hank.
Thoughts on this guy being a tanky? I hope he fucking drives a tank to your house, okay?
Contra points, more like pro status quo points. Who is the dirty lib, godforsaken tanky, or the worst?
What the hell? Of course I know him. He's me.
Of them all a dirty shill. These eternal callouts thrown around in the gladiatorial arena, which is online.
It's bad empanada, isn't it? I'm not being called out. Plus, okay, some criticism is just warranted. Okay. It's not all just gladiatorial, whatever, majing. It's not. Come on.
Left-wing propaganda, or as us kids call it,
LEJ good empanadas. True.
left-wing YouTube content, have left so many confused on who the hell they should even listen to. But before we
listen to me. Does that answer satisfy you? Satisfy.
Begin answering that question, what even is a left YouTube?
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk, have at you. Isn't that right? Miserable little pile of secrets.
Or whatever you want to call it. Depending on who you ask, they will give you different definitions. But as an unwilling member of this so-called community, and to avoid infighting before this video even starts, let me give you a definition which we'll use as a baseline for this entire conversation. They're simply a loose cluster of channels advocating progressive ideas based on culture, race, and most importantly, class, characterized by infighting and a constant disagreement on what
Hey, that's copyrighted, isn't it? Am I not gonna get in trouble for the Dragon Ball thing?
Is to be done. Noah Samson had made a fantastic guide to the
Bleh.
basics of leftists on YouTube. Go ahead.
Bleh, Noah Samson. Bleh, bleh. I don't like this.
Head and check out his work, especially if you're still confused about what any of these words coming out of my mouth even mean. Good. Now that we have that out of the way, let's get to what we're actually here for. Me telling you which channels are good and which you should avoid like the plague because of my very specific niche political disagreements with them. No, what are you telling me? Hundreds of those have already been made? So now I can't just score easy YouTube infighting algorithm points by calling other channels stupid and wrong. Well, shit.
I can. I will. It's okay. I can still do it.
I really want to do a video on this eclectic group of annoying and petty, but also funny, passionate, creative, and smart creators who are in it for a better world for themselves and most commonly for both. So instead of looking at them individually, let's look at this.
Hey, I'm not even here. That's not fair. Boop. That's not fair. Who is this again? Yugopnik.
LeftTube pipeline in general by exploring how it works, if it works, is it cringe, is it not, and most importantly, what can be done to maybe, I don't know, improve it. A funnel or a pipeline, as it's more commonly known in this context, is not much more than marketing terminology. When you want to sell a product or a service to people who don't know anything about your business, you need to put them through a few steps before they're ready to buy. All these steps combined are simply called a funnel. At first, you need to inform them about the existence of your product, then tell them how it can solve some of their problems, give them some data on how it helped others in the past, some stats about how it works, and finally, a deal you're willing to propose. Political funnels work in a very similar manner, albeit a bit more complicated, because you see, these different steps in a business funnel are managed by a tight group of professionals, while political ones are managed by a wide range of disconnected individuals and organizations from all over the world. Instead of selling a product, they're pitching an idea. Instead of leading you to a sale, they're leading you to, in this case of the left, an elevated class-conscious perception of the world, while hopefully entertaining you in the process. Now, while this funnel is much bigger than a bunch of people on YouTube or Twitch, it would be foolish to ignore a little thing called the internet, hence why we'll concentrate on just that, specifically the big red button website, YouTube. The current lack of organization and structure among these free-floating radicals simply leads all of them to naturally kind of fall into different...
Let's see what creators do we have here. Destiny, Vaush. But why Bad Empanada is here? What a strange choice. What a strange choice.
Parts of the funnel. Some contribute to people going down the pipeline, while others, well, not so much. And this is exactly what I would like to explore with you today. Building a grander schematic while using examples of what this funnel looks like now, how different creators impact it, but also more importantly, how with a simple shift, we could be far more productive while also doing what we love, making a living off of internet shitposting.
What? No, that's not what's happening. Isn't this copyright?
Be making people blame all their ills on everything.
We're not gonna. No.
Except the capitalist system, be that minority groups, gay frogs, vaccines, or lizards. An example of such a right-wing funnel would be, hooking them with messed up transphobic propaganda. Then you spoon-feed them a bit of xenophobia, and you top that off with some heavier conspiracies
woman?
once they're deep enough in the rabbit hole, and you've done it. Perfect drones. For the left, the end point of any online funnel, when you bring it back to the basics, would be getting people to actually apply their beliefs in the real world. Do shit,
Oh.
organize, unionize, protest, and other things I cannot
Interesting. Very interesting.
say if I want to keep this video up on YouTube. So, okay, I think this is a wide enough, fair goal, which doesn't get too entangled with whatever Marxism, Leninism, anarcho-feminist, Judo-Bolshevik, democratic, POC,
Anarcho-feminism?
cracker liberal communist school of thought you all belong to. The funnel should build socialists and anarchists who act on their ideas, because without that, this whole thing is just a circle jerk. So, this is what I came up with.
A circle. Okay, let's see. Teachers. Hype men. I'm not in any of this. Streamers, the entertainers, jokers, podcasters, media analysts, reply guys, news. Huh. Wait, is Destiny in any of this actually? Wait, what? Where's the what? What's tumors? What? Tumors? Why tumors? Why tumors? Have these signifiers there twice?
Yeah, not the prettiest thing, but let me walk you through it.
Okay.
Each layer has multiple types of creators. These types are pretty simplistic, and most of these people fit multiple categories and even funnels. But I had to stop somewhere in the name of your and my own ever-deteriorating attention span. Many of the people on this list will
This
likely not
tanky doesn't love. Oh, this creator is a tanky, doesn't love Vouch. I see. I see. Tumor.
identify with the position
Well, I'm
I'm
not even here. That's because I'm under 1K subs, but that's about to change because we are on 989 subs and counting. We're gonna be 1K before we know it. Before we know it. Oop, that's okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Boom.
giving them, either because of humility by saying shit like, well, we just make entertainment, or that they're small-headed dum-dums that you shouldn't listen to while managing to deliver brilliant insight time and time again. And the most important category of people on this list who will not like being identified with their label are, well, I call them tumors, my man. And funny enough, this is the only category that permeates all the layers of the funnel. Well, you know what else permeates my existence as a proud second worlder? No access to most of the good shows and movies I want to consume with my every fiber, only because some corporate executive decided they should be available in my region 3 months after release. This is where Atlas VPN comes into play. Just one click and the likes of Netflix or Apple can help when it's trying to protect the one of Atlas parameters never even make it down the funnel. It's communist. And parameters can go very differently. For some it takes decades, while others get a matching turning Mao and Lenin into 10 minutes after they date their first communist. Hell, some never even make it down the funnel and remain liberals at best, or whatever ideology your uncle has at worst.
What?
Why this happens, both through the online and other political or sales funnels, is incalculably wide and diverse. We all come from different worlds, different realities, ideologies, call them whatever you want. And it's obvious that one method cannot work for everyone, no matter how much you've been taught to hate or love your boss in the first place. So, then, in the funnel, who exactly are the so-called tumors? I didn't name them that out of spite, but because they simply do operate like tumors. Swelling, and growing. No other reason to exist. The tumors refuse to participate in said funnel, and instead they become channels, writers, content creators, and so on, whose entire purpose is mostly growing their own image, brand, and audience. Well, there's nothing wrong in trying to grow your shit.
I mean, technically speaking,
reason you end up in this category is if you grow it at the expense of the funnel. You see, the problem with pushing people down the funnel for them is that their content stops being engaging for people who've actually moved further down, who managed to, for the lack of a better word, outgrow them. People moving down the funnel means less views, listens, or streams. Less views, listens, or streams means less money, popularity, and relevancy. So sometimes subconsciously, and other times with very real strategy and intent in mind, tumors shit talk and smear other creators from the funnels below them. They often camouflage that as being principled, fighting against problematic.
Can you give me any examples? Because that's starting to be very
schools of thought, or my favorite, purity checking. Instead, most of the time, it's simple drama and content baiting.
It's the nostalgia critic.
These are mostly debate bro channels and...
Oh, debate bros. I debate. I debate you. I debate you and I win. I will debate you.
Streamers, often liberal elements LARPing class consciousness in the beginning, but as time goes by, show no real signs of any even slightly radical political thought. The both-siders, the lib apologists, the ones who spend 5 hours...
Is he not doing the shit talking by calling others tumors? Well, you know.
Shit talking past socialist experiments and then tell you to vote because Biden is the best we've got. The constant conflict prone behavior and totally embarrassing lack of self-awareness. But also
I mean, people that say that usually lack that self-awareness themselves.
On the other spectrum, there are the elitist theory academics and campists who completely miss that little point of philosophers changing the world.
That's me. I'm the History Channel elite something, you know. Yes? Right? That's me, right? That's literally me.
Not just being the most right. And while disagreements are bound to happen wherever
but
there
I am the most right.
are two dudes and a cup half full, it's only when friendly fire becomes pretty much your most successful method of growing your online presence that you've become the tumor. It doesn't matter if they see themselves as such or if you like them or hate their guts. Hell, I'm even going to go so far as not to ascribe them as necessarily bad or intentionally malignant. Probably half of them are doing what in their ideological sense seems right. But when it comes to what we're talking about here, the online left-wing political funnel, they are unfortunately not one of those harmless tumors. They keep people from advancing ideologically. They provide fuel for even greater
Can you give any specific examples? Because this is just so vague and I don't like vagueness of this type. I'm used to people delivering very specific type of, you know. I got spoiled and now I'm used to people just bam, 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 this, and this, not this vague, oh, those tumors sort of are bad because they pull they add fuel to the fire and they are bad to others. It's just give me examples. Or
usual
get out of
infighting.
here.
They dilute the movement and, most importantly, dilute ideological growth into a simple childish game of I'm right, no, I'm right, no, I'm right. Criticism should, of course, be shared amongst people on the same team, but in one-to-one conversations, not through
Yeah.
loudspeakers. It's just impractical unless all you want to do is grow your YouTube presence. We don't all have to agree, and realistically can only guess what school of thought
We do have to. Why these specific creators? There are better creators. I guess leftist creators. That's not. Why better? What is he doing here? What is he doing here? And you put them. You put yourself. What is this? I don't even know what that is. Not just bikes. What? Amazing atheist, I assume. I'm not sure who this is. I'm not sure who this is. I have no clue who this is. I sort of know who this is. Hello, Maya Mayor.
might end up being the one who's right in the end. That's if we don't all die by then. And it's exactly in accepting this modesty of uncertainty that we should treat others in the funnel with all due respect. Who in the fuck says we are the ones who got it all figured out? All you can do is
Me, I say it. I say it every single day.
push your ideas and let others push theirs in this wide, beautiful, ideological family of ours. Don't operate like a dirty capitalist market. History will show what will work or won't. It's on us to push people to action and not just petty, stupid infighting. And the best part is that it's a total myth that by pushing people down the funnel, you will lose an audience. Look at plenty of creators ranging from Second Thought, Philosophy Tube, or Hassan who dedicate their time to informing, entertaining, and teaching at a
Oh, really? Oh, really? Hassan dedicates his time to teaching, informing. How old is this again? How old is this video? How old is this? 2 days ago. This video is just 2 days old. Like, come on, man. Come on. Hassan dedicates his time to teaching, informing. On what? On the Russia-Ukraine war?
relative entry level and yet manage to keep some of the biggest audiences on here without
Which baffles me, by the way, that with the amount that should not be. Oh, now I'm mad. Now I'm annoyed. That's such bullshit. That is such bullshit.
without living off of cannibalizing other left adjacent channels they might not fully
No, he just lives off of calling other creators psychopaths and perverts and saying that it's wrong to give people of an invaded country a voice. But apart from that, Hasanabi is clearly just spending his time educating and, being amazing. I'm sure. I am sure.
agree with. But okay, we've spent enough time on these tumors. Disagreements
Wait, hold on. Let me.
will exist. But okay, with adjacent channels on here without living off of cannibalizing other left adjacent channels they might not fully agree with.
Oh, is that so? How did that go again? Psychopathic perverts or something? I recall Hassan calling someone. Oh, let's just continue.
But okay, we've spent enough
Okay.
time on these tumors. Disagreements will exist, but the funnel takes precedence. Blah, 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 blah. We should all get along. Yugopnik should run for the Miss World pageant. Yeah,
I should run for a Miss World pageant.
you'll get it. Originally, I was going to actually show you the creators I would consider the tumor category, but
You already did. You did. Those icons are here.
I decided against it out of
Oh.
naivety or
Respect.
hope that
Oh.
they might eventually step out of this role. They might not even be realizing they're playing. We're still on the same side, I think. Anyways, now let's actually take a peek into the meat of this chunky ass funnel of ours.
Ah, yes, Bad Empanada, the reply guy. The reply guy.
We all start from somewhere. Our initial trigger to changing our mind can be anything from personal experience to watching a dude we follow get dunked on in a YouTube video. There's no right, no wrong approach, and that's exactly why this section of the funnel is so important, and not to forget, kind of fun. Let's start from the reply guys. Their lore takes us back to the anti-SJW era, a dark and sweaty time which gave birth to many variants of the
amazing
Ben Shapiro
atheist.
virus. This virus would seemingly attach itself to unsuspecting videos of progressive feminists or 18-year-old college kids saying something only to be completely obliterated by the superior minds of facts.
Thought
and
Slime is here as well. Thought Slime is here as well. Oh my gosh. Oh my lord.
Well, until people started actually questioning those facts and logics, giving birth to left-wing ownage corn, or what we call the reply guys. This can be done in many formats, through long-form essays like those of H. Bomber Guy,
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman!
or Big Joel, or direct analytical dunks like from the Cavernacle, edgy punches like with Bad Empanada streams, or just
Edgy what?
classic Cavernacle, edgy punches like with Bad Empanada streams.
Ah yes. Edgy punches, like when Bad Empanada calls me a nationalistic Nazi pedophile. I remember that. Do you remember that? Well, probably none of you remember that because probably none of you saw that response video that Bad Empanada did about me. But you know, it happened.
Streams, or just classic humorous annihilation like with Noah Samson or Hakim's famous response videos. These videos feel like cold water being splashed in your face. Just instead of waking up from your fever, you're being shown that, hey, that the really smart dude you've been basing your whole personality around, yeah.
No, I mean, speak for yourself. I've never. Oh boy.
They're kind of bloody stupid. Moving to the second type, probably what I spend most time watching personally, media analysis. It's the people you should blame for the saying that everything is political, which it is, no matter how much we try to forget. Media analysts take our favorite films, books, series, music, or art in general, and show us the underlying ideology of the whole thing. Why we relate so much or why we hated it. What message was it trying to put across, why some of it is propaganda, or why it's, just really bad. Or good. Media analysts get a lot of shit from people further down the funnel for not really doing anything, but how can you say that about some of the greatest propaganda works of our time, like Shrek, a Marxist analysis by Jonas Cheka, and I kid you not, Azure Scapegoat. Yes, there are two analyses of Shrek, or the greatest takedown of how
hold on. Who is this?
there are two analyses of Shrek, or the greatest takedown.
Wait, I have a bad feeling about
and
this.
there are two. analyses of Shrek, or the greatest takedown of how Enemy at the Gate lies to you by Kay and Skittles, shows like Renegade Cut, or the recent gem overanalyzing the Barbie movies with queer Marxist theory by Alexander Avila. All the creators on this list are pretty great, and not all of them only focus on media. And while you might call most of this either over-intellectualizing or, contrastingly, not much more than consumerist obsession over art, all I can tell you is, well...
Jesus, why is this so loud? Calm down. Oh my god. We really don't need things to be so loud. Seriously. Stop it. It's just... Oh my god.
Yeah. News is, well, the news. Arguably a section of the media landscape we lack the most in. The libs are out here performing group fellatio on the Bidens and Macrons of the world, only outpaced by the giant orange man statues erected hard, deep, and long by the conservative echo chamber. It's kind of hard to compete with billion-dollar industries, but some are still ready to take this on, pushing through the sludge, getting us informed, and somehow staying away from the big old Murdoch bucks. Some of my favorite are the excellent Democracy Now!, PLN or Positive Leftist News run by Mexi. Contrastingly, Good Morning Bad News, mostly over on TikTok, or the ever-entertaining Some More News. I even run a fledgling openly biased news channel with my boys from the Deprogram podcast called First Thought, where we post 3 times a week and are soon launching our first long-form content. Anyways, while the news section of the funnel won't always directly push someone down, it plays a critical role in fighting against right-wing advancement into the mainstream and hopefully introduces most viewers to critically viewing establishment, billionaire-owned media mouthpieces.
Their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
So, the introduction funnel is there to tickle the curiosity by killing your idols, connecting to you through media and art, or by giving you a new perspective on current events. Lighting the fire is half the work.
Oh my god, such...
The big boy, the fat of the funnel, the fat of our lives, entertainment. Get radicalized in the toilet seat, at work, during break, at school, while driving, while drinking, before sleep, or right when you wake up. The opiate of the masses is no longer religion, or even opiates themselves. It's 24/7 non-stop warfare for your screen time. How then, in the 9 hells, do you expect any self-respecting movement to not utilize that? Entertaining people and helping them forget about their worries, if only for a moment, are relatively noble goals by themselves. But add an extra ingredient to that concoction, and you get the goddamn powder puff girls of ideology. Political entertainers stem from the early days of late-night talk shows, combining comedy, news, and hot takes, which themselves stem from thousands of years of deeply politicized written... spoken and performed in the...
I'm not loving this so far. I'm not gonna lie. I am not loving this.
Entertainment. In our era, this field has transformed into a whole mega industry of podcasters, streamers, comedians, and just general people.
I am all of these things. I'm a podcaster, streamer, comedian, aren't I?
Looking to give you a good time. Well, maybe, hopefully, teaching you something along the way.
Right.
To start off with streamers. They give arguably the biggest bang for your buck of any video entertainment.
Oh boy, Hassan again. Hassan again.
Category I can think of. Some of these people spend between 5
Hassan should lose a lot of viewers, and those viewers should go and, I'm just gonna say, subscribe to their betters. I'm not even gonna name names.
10 hours a day, every day, pretty much living with their chat. They react to others' content,
live with my
world
chat.
events, shoot the shit, react to what chat sends them, or analyze this or that subject. Because so much time is invested by viewers.
Oh, it's the Paul's ego. Oh my god. It's been so long since I've seen Paul's ego. I cannot believe the poltergeist. Old Paul.
Who consume this sort of content, there is an inexplicable bond built between the host
Paul's ego.
and the
I
audience.
think it's Paul's ego. I'm pretty sure.
You hear that THC carts are killing people.
Yes, it's Paul's ego.
You hear that mattresses are killing people?
This bond leads to far deeper trust than with most other formats of entertainment or content in general. And this trust, which translates into quite real and literal power, can be used to direct, often unexperienced people towards a more factual and kinder way of looking at the world. In an era plagued by rampant antisocial tendencies, people, especially the young'uns, are looking for role models outside of their homes, but now also schools and friend groups. That's where streamers who treat...
Hold on, No, that's impossible. Oh no, that can be. That cannot be. Let me think. It cannot be.
treat their role responsibly come into play. From the likes of Hassan, who's basically a one-man Gen Z leftist CNN at this point, or the many different stripes of leftists from Mike from PA, The Serfs, Central Committee, No Justice MTG, Rob Ross at TRS.
That was Paul's ego, yes.
By often unwillingly playing the role of either role model or main source of the correct takes, streamers, when not embracing the tumor path, will continue to grow into some of the most influential people of our era. Like it or not. Next on, we have the jokers. They either tell us we live in a society or make us laugh. They make up the meat
That's
of
me,
the
I'm the joker. I'm the joke stress. I'm the joke stress.
meat, the largest chunk of the entertainment fund.
I make the meat.
Some of them you call comedians, others video essayists and commentators. I cut them into two subtypes. Edgelord internet humor, the likes of Wow Mao, who apparently
Who the hell is Wow Mao? What? How many subscribers? Who is that? I have no clue who that is. Does anybody know who this even is?
This is an actual leftist. Juche Co-op Gang, a very tall Bart, aim on animation which still haunts me in my dreams to this day.
But then pretty much things just become like
That's supposed to be Elon Musk. Elon Musk, the person that famously decided to screw over Ukraine. Or rather, Ukrainę.
And the OG who was here before it was even a thing, Batko, and many, many other edgelords. And the second subtype, the long-form jokers who make pretty much everything from essays to...
I am a joker. Joke stress.
Short documentaries, like one of my personal favorites, the two insane boyfriends over at Boy Boy, the brilliant...
Boy Boy.
Mia Mulder.
Okay, I have heard of Mia Mulder, I guess.
Spooky Scary Socialist with his whole 2 videos.
Never heard of Spooky Scary Socialist.
Sean the Talking Skull. Mooncat, who by the way almost drinks as much as me, which is very comforting to say the least. Anyways, a recent rising star, GDF, Philosophy Tube, Balkan Odyssey, and many, many others. By phrasing their content as more generally educational, historical, or as cultural analysis.
Oh, historical, that's me. Boy Hassan friend who also justified. Okay. Alright. What a disappointment.
or whatever not so scary term, they
I have zero respect for anyone who supports Russia or that says that Ukraine should not get aid anymore. Zero respect. And I also have zero respect for those who attack those who do support Ukraine.
managed to pique the interest
I
of
also went to North Korea.
people just browsing the web looking for a good laugh or to satisfy their curiosity on this topic or another. They're the shit YouTube will actually recommend. The shit that changes your
Wait, YouTube recommends me a bit sometimes. Right? Right?
worldview without you even noticing it. King content, baby. King content. Now,
What?
next. Podcasters. I mean, do I have to say anything here? It's podcasts. Radio killed the TV star. If you're gonna spend your time listening to something while you're driving, cooking, working out, pushing out those dark thoughts of cosmic insignificance as you fantasize of the warm embrace of non-existence wrapping you in its arms after
Speak for yourself.
the excruciating
This is filler.
experience of being given life without having ever asked for it, or cleaning, redecorating, or gaming. Podcasts
What humor. That bit was so funny.
are a constant. I have personally learned a lot from incredible shows like Chapo Trap House for the humor and interesting takes on theory.
You have not learned humor, that's for sure.
On to grow my hatred of pedocapitalism, revolutionary left radio, and guerrilla history pod for my praxis in history, or blowback for their incredible storytelling. Oh, also a little podcast called The Deprogram that yours truly runs with Hakeem and Second Thought, link below. But yeah,
Oh no, Second Thought. I'm giving up. I have lost. I screwed up. I screwed up because of this horrible Second Thought that says that the Soviet Union actually wasn't so bad and that the prison system in the US is basically like the gulags. Amazing.
Contrary to the newsphere, the left has managed to find its place in this medium, with some of the most grassroots financially backed pods out there being the very ones which are working towards the good old cause. The entertainer step of the funnel, in general, is pretty exclusive to the internet. Grassroots organization is too busy feeding and housing people to also give them a laugh. It's also the perfect stepping stone one can take because, let's be honest, it's mostly not that heavy. None of us can bear to sit through books and documentaries and heavy-handed videos all the time, especially when we're not really that involved with a thing in the first place, which people at this stage of the funnel really aren't. And that's exactly what our darling entertainers managed to do. Bridge that gap between a slight interest and real passion by totally normalizing a school of thought that should have been the standard in the first place. The right might have war movies, billionaire funding, and countless grifters, but they will always be, well, boring.
Oh, the hype girl. That's me. That's me. I'm the hype girl. That's me.
Opened up your mind to it. All those years of indoctrination have finally been flushed out along with your daily intake of cigarettes and vodka. You've had an ideological enema and are now finally ready to learn. So, just like in IRL, there's nothing you can't do without the right hype man. This section of the funnel, as I've just said...
Oh, Baran Penada is here as well? Why is Baran Penada here as well? Oh, yeah.
is there to actually show you why the current status quo really isn't doing it for you. Something happened in your life, or you spent enough time around leftist ideas, and it triggered your need to learn more. But it's not like you'll actually
I will learn more. I will teach you more.
sit through difficult to understand theory and ideas in your
I'm gonna go through the ideas. Oh, there's so much to do.
still skeptical of the concept that there might be actual alternatives to the current system. It's not that bad, you know? And that's exactly where these hype man channels come into play. They, while on the surface having been cut into different categories, really only have one role: touch on particular people's particular pain points and explain why, very truthfully, they're directly or indirectly systematic and therefore fixable. How capitalism hurts you is somewhat of my channel's specialty, focusing on how you're screwed over financially, emotionally, in spirit and soul. How your boss twists modesty on you as some sort of virtue while siphoning almost all the money you generate for him.
Usually bosses treat you working over after you're supposed to be done working for the day as virtue. That's the virtue that I have experienced.
Himself, how your inability to find true community or love is stifled by the ever-growing commodification of all relationships, including the family. How dreams which would have been considered modest in the middle of the last century are now borderline impossible for you to achieve, and so on and so on and so on. Channels like my dear friend JT over at Second Thought, who introduces his viewers to a more material understanding of how things really work in capitalism through the brilliantly written and produced videos. One Dime's crazy insight into the economy, ideology, and the future. Unlearning economics is unlearning of economics. Niche but incredibly important topics like the ones covered by the likes of Catherine or Andrewism. History deep dives by Freda, History Civilis, or the brilliantly passionate Lady Izdihar. How we're impacting our very own planet, explained by channels like Our Changing Climate, as well as fantastic anti-fascist cultural and social commentators like FD Signifier, Bess D. Marks, Luna Oy.
What? I'm sorry, what? Oh no!
Social commentator Are Changing Climate, as well as fantastic anti-fascist cultural and social commentators like FD Signifier, Bess D. Marks, Luna Oy.
Oh no! Oh! How did we get here? Oh! Ay, ay, ay. All right, I forgot. It's over. It's over.
Cock Philosophy, Non-Compete, or John the Duncan, and many, many, many.
Non-compete? Non-compete.
Many others. The hype men are the breaking point, the closest to an actual PR team of the online left pipeline. This
is my PR team. Badam Panada Luna Oi. Non-compete. Then I want out of the online left. I'm out. I'm going to a different sandbox. I don't need that kind of PR. This is ridiculous. This cannot be real. Tenet? Come on.
Supposed to be direct.
This is my PR team? That
honest,
explains
clear, and if
so
possible,
much.
just a little bit entertaining.
Oh,
This
no.
is where the marketing of ideas kind of stops. For the only people moving to the next step are those looking for solutions of the problems defined and explained in this section of the funnel. People who finally understand this shit makes no sense and ask the scariest question: what is to be done?
This whole class is gonna feel my wrath. Now, D nice.
Do you mean Denise?
Son of
Amazing. He's a Marxist-Leninist. That explains a lot, once again. Was one of those Historia Civilis, I think?
The teachers represent the free online universities of modern ideological education, just like professors in any college I can think of.
That's me. I'm a Professor S. I teach history on my, you know? I do it. I try to do it. Do my best.
Most of them often disagree among themselves in most key issues.
More nostalgia critic and angry video game nerd from 1 million years ago.
But with the students coming from all walks of life and incredibly eclectic material conditions, it's this very diversity of teachers the online left has that can be its strength.
Okay,
the teachers
give us the examples. Who are the teachers?
Outline the many schools of thought of our relatively young tradition.
Cannot believe I'm nowhere. I'm nowhere in the funnel.
From the Marxists to the Kropotkins and the Luxemburgs and Lenins. They go in depth about how the current system functions, how it informs history, what had predated it, what alternatives to it exist, how they may be brought about, what the relationship is between man and labor, man and the material world, man and purpose. By teaching, they are fulfilling the very ideals set out to them by the oldest minds of these philosophies, changing the world. Their job is to give the tools needed to generations of self-conscious individuals to build not only progressive minds who believe, but hands which act. Together with the obviously far more important knowledge one gains from actual IRL organizing, these teachers, just like a mama bird, help chew through the heavy, often boring, long, and insanely complicated history and philosophy.
History is not boring. If you think history is boring, you're doing it wrong.
And carefully drop it into all of our hungry, angry...
You're doing it wrong if you think it's boring.
...mouths. Spit that pure idea.
Oh, you. That is such a weird... I did not need this. Lucier or Mamadak, thank you.
Ideology into my mouth, mommy.
Oof. I did not need to hear this. Oof.
Right? Oh, Jesus, why did I keep this in the script? Where was it? Yeah.
That was not cute. That was very, very... That was something. We're just gonna move on.
The teachers.
That's...
Their job never really ends, even if they get someone to move on from the funnel, because as they say, the more you know you know nothing. So, who are they? Well, some of my favorite and most impactful
Okay, let's go. We're gonna get examples. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Of this finishing line of ours are people like my dear brother Hakim, who somehow...
of course.
Now takes the Alexandrian library he has in his head and gives us what we need to know. Theory channels like Marxism Today, the Marxist Project, Pro Cult, Epoch Philosophy, Zoe Baker for the Anarchist,
Zoe Baker,
or the Finnish Bolshevik for the ML.
I have no idea who that is.
Jonas Jacob from Kak Philosophy for those in between, and probably plenty others. Hell, I'll probably get into so much trouble for even putting them all on one list. But that's Papa you got.
One list? I was just suffering through a couple of those earlier. They hurt me deeply.
next burden to bear. I might like some of my kids more than the others, but I'll never, ever tell them. The teachers are here to help learn and wave as the new generations of terminally online humanoids slowly creep out to touch the grass.
Cringe.
No matter how much shit they get or we get, I've always loved this little nook of the internet. At the end of the day, cut to its most basic truth.
This video is weird. True.
It's a bunch of people who wanted to find a way to escape the daily grind of the very system they know and hate, while at the same time doing their part to push for an alternative to that very same system. They saved themselves from the proletarian grind, but didn't forget their roots. It's not just content for the sake of content, at least not most of the time. And if they trick the market into putting bread on their table while they shit talk it, then, and I might be subjective here, they might have just found one of the last cheat codes to this massively unfair game we've all been thrust into without our consent. If we put the infighting to the minimum, concentrate on the goal, and do our small but significant parts, both these creators and the incredible communities they're building could have a real impact. Or maybe this is just all a...
My community has real impact, doesn't it? Please tell me. Does my community have real impact or false impact?
big useless circle jerk. But then again, you did just finish the video.
I did. I regret. But if you've enjoyed this little possible segment in the making, then you know what to do. You know what to do. Press like, subscribe, hit the bell, and, you know, nice things might just happen. It's the 14th. I just cannot believe. Oh my god. It's the 14th. Well, that's it.
Thank you for watching. Now, be a good tavarish and smash that subscribe button if you liked what you saw.
What was that? Was that in the
video?
Is that part of a video?
Thank you for watching. Now, be a good tavarish and smash that subscribe button if you liked what you saw.
No, I didn't. I don't know. Should I smash the dislike button? The opposite? Is it 012 in Poland? Yes, it is. Why? Got a lot to cover. Gotta finish this game. Oh, Hassanabi reacts to this video now. I'm not gonna watch Hassan. I'm not giving Hassan any views. Lucy, late night streamer. I mean, that's always when I stream at night. So that my that my massive US audience can, you know, catch my streams, of course. So that my huge US audiences can catch my streams. Or is it? Black, brown, gray changing to white is common. Naruto at its best. President Sunday. What? More panels?
His bills like with policing. and
President
stuff
Sunday was on a panel. I think President Sunday is trying to grow a beard, which is always interesting. Look, do you like President Sunday's beard look, or do you think it's meh? President Sunday with a beard, yay or nay? Please tell me. So Russian, I forget you're also in Europe, and I thought it's daytime as at yours. No, and it's not. It's never. Always stream at night. Yay. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how it develops. Okay? No, he should shave. Clean shave now. Oh, how aggressive. How aggressive. We're getting out of here. Biden is repositioning on Israel. I left Russia 1.5 years ago. Why am I still scared? Uh-oh. Oh. It's been a while since I seen Anna Avoir. I've been once called Anna Avoir when I still used the avatar.
His chat so schizo and DGG so schizo, I might as well be the crazy Xena because they always meme, she's gonna stab him, she's gonna stab him. So I'd like
kind of have like a
Limit and as basic as so there you go.
I didn't know this person still
See that
streamed.
it isn't real, right? That it seems that we bond and we make
is shrooms, which I know is
and how much of that is, as you say, just a bit. Do you think that, have you felt that while doing have you ever done a bit by being angry at someone or going at someone and then realized at a certain point?
Well,
done,
that
and
person had a big thing with Destiny. That's the story. It's list. Oh boy. Putin's plot to attack NATO in 2028? Okay, we're watching this. We're watching this.
Hang on a minute, what kind of attack on NATO in the late 2020s are we talking about? Putin is stuck in East Ukraine, and it looks like staying stuck is the best thing he can achieve with help from North Korea. And the only movement of significance we've seen in recent months has been when Wagner marched on Moscow. Well, here is the deal. The two motivations with which Putin starts the war in Feb 2022 are now even more entrenched than they were back then. Now, Putin's first motivation for war is regime security. War brings Putin regime security, Putin thinks. And
it's like, I would say that for Israel as well, but...
You might say, well, Putin thinks that, but I don't. I think that his view that the war enhances his regime security is so silly, given how badly his war is going, that eventually he's going to have to change his mind. Now, for one, let's not get ahead of ourselves about...
Russia has a weird history of losing until it's not losing anymore. It's very, very weird. Like with Napoleon, when Russia just burned Moscow to not give Napoleon the ability to resupply. World War II, And basically, the USSR was losing until oh my gosh. I'm worried.
Tyrants changing their mind. Humans are bad at changing their mind, and the worst predicament for changing your mind is to be in a position of a tyrant. Isolation and grandiosity breed delusion. But much more significantly, here is what we have to understand.
I know a thing or two about being deluded, so I guess true. I do know a thing or two about these things.
Putin is not comparing today with war and today without war. He's comparing 2025 or 2027 with war versus 2025, 2027 without war. And in Feb 20...
Imagine, there are people in Ukraine that are basically growing up in this war. Depending on how long it'll be going on, there might be people that will literally start it as 14-year-olds and maybe finish as 18, 19, who knows how long this war will go on. I am a bit...
22. He wasn't comparing Russia with war versus Russia without war. He was looking to the future. He thought that Belarus 2020 could be Russia 2027. The biggest divide in Russia is generational, and Putin was, and felt he was, losing the younger generation. In other words, millions of younger Russians are civically equidistant between older Russians and us, Westerners. Now, we shouldn't exaggerate this, they're not like us, but they're somewhere in the middle. And that's a huge problem for Putin, because these are people who don't necessarily feel in love with liberal democracy, but they're people who feel that this is weird, that this bizarre monarch, who seems to be the only political institution in town, runs the show here. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't feel legitimate. It feels weird.
I mean, it still doesn't translate into anything, since that monarch basically still monarchs, does anything he wants, and sends those young people to die on the front as meat shields.
Now, the second justification for war is inevitable, existential civilizational conflict with the West. Putin thinks he must, capital M, propel Russia from the back row of nations right to the front in a single swoop.
I have to check something while you write it. Holy crap. Wow. I cannot believe this.
Challenging NATO's Article 5 at a moment when NATO is too weak to respond, perhaps in 2028. And here it's important to distinguish between Kremlin's lies and Kremlin's endless post-truth and fanatical sincerity. Because when they issued their ultimatum before the war, they were genuinely claiming proprietorial control over Eastern Europe and demanding effectively the dissolution of NATO.
I would have been a nightmare to find yourself again under the influence of, oh no.
Meant it.
Immediate guarantees
now,
from the US.
we've done the run through, and I want to hold you because I know that this question, but how still is he going to do this escalation against NATO in 2028, is still with us. And to take it on properly, we've got to ask and answer 6 basic questions that clarify much more deeply these two motivations that we've put on the table, how they translate into Putin's plans for escalation. Does Putin think that his war in Ukraine is defensive? What on earth are we talking about? What kind of defensive war when he lined up his army and then marched in? But you see, for Putin, that he invaded Ukraine, or that he even began his invasion in 2014, is only a kind of accountant's truth, as Werner Herzog might say. The real deeper truth is that he is simply fighting a defensive war. And now imagine that there is no war, and Putin in 2026 faces what Lukashenko faced in 2020. If at that time Ukraine is independent, which for Putin means is an outpost of US imperialism, that will be for Putin an existential threat to his regime.
That would be amazing, by the way.
He'll think an existential threat to his life too, because he's so haunted by images of Saddam's end and Gaddafi's end. And in his mystically contorted view of reality, it'll be an existential threat to Russian culture too. And you might think going...
Russian culture. Which Russian culture are we talking about here even?
Like that, when I talk about Putin, is disrespectful toward an evil but major global leader. And it's not. Because the bottom line we're emphasizing here is that you go potty.
Why would you respect Putin?
When you endlessly sit at the top of regimes like that. This nicely leads us to the second question. Does Putin think that anybody in Russia actually opposes him? Does he think he has any organic opposition in Russia?
I don't think there's any organic opposition in Russia, but might be wrong.
And the answer to that,
at least it's not big,
is no. Because all domestic opposition is for Putin merely an expression of malign foreign interference in Russia's affairs. And interestingly here, we begin to see a kind of coming together of the regime security motivation for war and the business of overturning the West on the largest global stage. They come together because any domestic opposition for Putin is effectively the West trying to get him. The third question is, does Putin think that East European countries' sovereignties are real? Now, he doesn't approach...
Oh, ay.
East European countries with the same genocidal rhetoric with which he approaches the supposed non-existence of Ukraine in Putin's delusional perception. Ukrainians, he does genuinely claim, aren't real because they are Russians suffering from false consciousness, and as soon as they awaken from it, normally that will happen by extricating them from the grasp of US imperialism. But once that happens, they'll realize there's no such thing as Ukrainians, really. They're just Russian. There is no such genocidal rhetoric about Eastern Europe. About Eastern Europe, Putin just thinks that the sovereignty of these countries is sort of toy sovereignty. When it's stress tested by history, it'll just vanish. And what this means is that the United States and West European powers aren't really committed to Eastern Europe deep down in Putin's eyes. As the political philosopher Greg...
It sort of does remind me when the close advisor to Putin said we should nuke Poznan and the US would be mad to retaliate for Poznan. Poznan being a city in Poland.
Yudin likes to say, Putin thinks that the Americans know deep down that Eastern Europe isn't theirs. So it's a kind of idea that the United States knows is sort of encroached into Putin's garden, and if Putin asks them to clear off, they won't.
It's really weird considering the history of Eastern Europe and its relation to Russia. But
as soon as he puts...
But Putin's never been really strong when it comes to history, so...
It's up a real fight, they'll remember that this stuff isn't really theirs, and they'll clear away. Now question 4. Is Putin resetting the Russian economy for a long-distance war, and is he reorienting the Russian education system for a large-scale civilizational tussle with the West? Yeah, he is. I think the details would take us into a second video inside a video. So the only point worth emphasizing here is that this requires
4 hours ago. Oh my god, this is a new video.
To keep balancing depoliticization of the population with politicization. And that's not just a precarious balance, it's also a balance he can't entirely control. And here we really, with deep gratitude, outsource ourselves to country experts who are going to tell us both what's going on with the Russian people month by month, and also going to tell us what Putin's capacity is to start politicizing to some greater extent Russia's depoliticized population. Now question 5. Does Putin believe that NATO's Article 5 can be successfully tested? Yep.
Everybody really freaked out about Article 5 when that missile landed in Poland. That was a moment. Does anybody remember that? Does anybody remember when that happened?
And that's not just because of what he perceives as our inauthentic commitment to Eastern Europe. It's also because he believes that we are in democratic decline. And he believes that with the kind of teleological faith that some of us in 1989 believed in the Fukuyamian idea of the globalization of democracy. For Putin, it's the same inexorable historical process. Yes, Western democracy is here today, but give or take a few years, it won't last. And so his view is, yeah, if I challenge Article 5 in 2024 by invading Estonia, that's not going to go well for me. But in 2027 and 2028, it might go well. These aren't fairy tales, because ever since Putin took his civilizational turn around 2010 to 2014, it became increasingly apparent that a foreign gambit might be in order. There's a video on this channel from a year or two before the war speculating about this.
It's not completely inconceivable that Putin gets involved in the Baltic states in the next 5 years.
So Putin is not thinking of a big war with NATO. He is thinking of a challenge to NATO from which NATO, wrecked by democratic weakness at home, runs away. That's really a large part of the answer. How can Putin fight a war against the West when he needs...
Well, I'm not sure if this is playing out as much right now. I mean...
help from North Korea to entrench himself in East Ukraine. Question 6. Has Putin's conviction weakened since the war, and is he rational? I don't think it has weakened.
No.
And that's because he feels that all that's happened has only further proven that the West is out to get him and out to get Russia. And if
of course, everything that's happening, Ukraine is just suffering. That's the worst part.
anything, there is an element of relief he might feel, which goes something like this. Well, yes, in the end, these baddie Westerners aren't really committed to Ukraine or really committed to Eastern Europe, but extricating them out of here is a bit harder than I expected, and it's good that I know that. Now, is this strengthening of conviction in Putin rational?
I don't know. That feels that the way it was described right now just feels like being in denial, like in the Gordon Ramsay show.
I think it is. It's possible to have a distorted picture of the world, but to go about the world rationally by rigorously asking questions about what you're doing, by reflecting on how best to take the next step. You see, Joe Biden might be more truthful in his picture of the world and less deluded than Putin. But is Joe Biden's strategy for Russia more thought through than Putin's strategy for America? I don't think so. I think Putin's strategy is more reflectively robust than our strategy against him. So all that helps us see Putin. But what about us seeing ourselves? Well, we do have an incomplete strategy, but it's a strategy toward Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And that is that Ukraine must remain independent, even if it loses territory. And
that second part I don't like. Because losing territory, it's just gonna be...
that the war must not escalate and must not nuclearly escalate, above all. But that position is more hopeful than hard-nosed. It's more appropriate to a world in which Putin starts a dreadful war in Eastern Europe. But it's less appropriate to a world in which Putin starts a war in Eastern Europe as an initial step of a wider and existential and mystically motivated escalation against the West. You see, we are operating as though Putin is a problem for our security, while we are actually in a world in which Putin is a direct attack on our security. Now, do you want to know how the war might end?
We're gonna see a prediction about the end of the war. Let's go. I'm listening. I am listening.
I think we might get away with it. But not because Putin doesn't have bigger plans of escalation beyond Ukraine, not because we have a good strategy to defeat him, but because history is unpredictable and regimes are fragile and Putin might mistime his gambit. So Putin might well trip up. But if he doesn't trip up, he isn't going to stop until we stop him. And here we reach uncomfortable waters, because it's coming to seem that, at least in one respect, Putin sees us better than we see him. He sees Western leaders better than they see him. He perceives, with exaggeration, their weakness, but they don't perceive entirely his pattern of escalation. And here we've got to talk about ourselves, but wisely. Our political leaders are not stupid, except the many who are and are completely inadequate for political office. But on the whole, our political leaders are not stupid. They are facing a paradox. Responding to Putin requires reimagining the international order into a more functional shape, of the kind it hasn't had for a long time. But doing so requires a degree of stability and a degree of solidarity in our domestic politics. And that's something that we are increasingly lacking. And a lot of politicians say, look, I'm going to entrepreneurially exploit our breakdown of solidarity by fueling it further to ride into office. But that doesn't mean that decent politicians who exist can pull us out of this predicament with a moral rallying cry. Joe Biden can't just say, come on, man, the thingy thing, Western powers, let's get it together. To think that that's possible is a misunderstanding of our democratic capacity. So what we need anyway, and to defeat Putin too, is to explore why we're losing democratic capacity and use that understanding to have a go at partly restoring it. Without that, the best we can hope for is that Putin trips over, which he might well do, while we sit here without a complete strategy to defeat him. And to grasp this vital connection between democratic decline on the one hand and a chronic lack of strategy, a failing global order, watch this video next. It's perhaps the most important one I've shared.
Okay, no, we're not gonna watch 2 videos of this person in a row. We're not that kind of people. This is not how we roll. Rock and roll. Okay, this is not how we do stuff. I knew it. Okay. Let me check something. Oh no, not this. Oh crap. Yep. So yes. How are we all feeling? I need to start dual streaming or something. The beard. What beard? Oh. President Sunday's beard? Silly. What beard? Okay, we must finish the game and then we're gonna go to a actual thing we're supposed to do. Did you see the recent Dylan video? Which one? Which Dylan video? What video? Yes, I'm waiting. Yeah, lol. Present Sundays. I'm waiting. I am waiting. What recent video? Tell me now or forever be. Don't actually be silent. Comment in the chat. Don't actually be silent. Please. Please, chat. But seriously, what recent video? No, but I have heard about the topic. I've certainly heard about the topic before. In fact, that was the topic that was talked about when I did my donation recently. Which, by the way, is something you should do. You should donate to me because nobody's been donating to me recently. I feel sad. I feel lonely. I feel like I've transgressed. I've not transgressed, have I? I mean, conscription officially isn't draft. You serve outside of Warzone, but who knows? Well, okay, it goes like this. Children are kidnapped, and once they start getting to the age of being able to become soldiers, Russia does what Russia does. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? We could watch that video later if there's demand, but like the illegal conscription in God, Crimea. We have numbers on that. You know? We have actual numbers on that. What was that? I think you should resign. That's very unlucky of those. I mean, I don't think luck has anything to do with it. I think it's just a deliberate operation, to be quite honest. I don't think luck has anything to do with anything here. I was thinking about being born 17 years before Russia does this in Ukraine as a man. Oh, yeah. Very, very wild stuff. But it's, it's not something that. I don't even know how to put it. You know what I mean, right? We know Russia will do something like that. If you're from Russia or from any country in the proximity of Russia, you know that that's a thing that Russia will do. So it's horrible, but it's not sort of unexpected, if that makes sense. All right, so now that we have finished with these two videos, we're gonna be talking about two big events of today. One being the incredible first meeting of the Polish Parliament, and the second being the border crisis that's still going on the Polish-Belarusian border. Those things that are still happening. Because a lot of people cover wars, right? A lot of people cover wars like Ukraine. A lot of people cover wars such as Israel and other places, but not a lot of people actually cover the aftermath of the war, which is the refugee crisis that it creates, right? Not many people are really diving into. I mean, Ukrainian refugees got some attention. That is sort of what happened, and Ukrainian refugees were sort of in a special position in a way that they were en masse accepted in countries like Poland and other countries in Europe. But there are many refugees that are not as fortunate. What's wrong with my hair? There are many refugees that are not as fortunate, and we're gonna be talking about such topic today. Starting with this. Because today was the first sort of meeting of the Polish Parliament. There were a lot of interesting things going on, like when the chosen candidate by the president, the current prime minister Morawiecki, said that he will definitely get the majority in the Sejm to get him chosen as the prime minister, and the entirety of the same room started laughing out loud. They all started laughing at him when he said that he'll definitely become prime minister. So that's a bit of a thing. But let's go to our topic because it's kind of important. Because just because we might get a new government, it does not sort of guarantee or follow that automatically the Polish-Belarusian border thing will become better. Does it? No, it absolutely does not. And in fact, uh, activists already have started sort of protesting during the first meeting of the Sejm against pushback, which is basically when refugees are brutally pushed back behind the Belarusian border. Protest under the Sejm against pushback to stop the non-humanitarian practices. We just need one signature from the new internal affairs minister. So, a large part of the opposition is basically celebrating victory. The activists bring back the topic of pushback. People keep dying in forests. There is an ongoing humanitarian crisis, says Danuta Kuroń, who took part in the sort of protest near the Sejm. We demand immediate action from the new Minister of Internal Affairs. So, some meters from the protesters during the first day of the new, it's parliament. It's basically parliament. It's part of the parliament. Oh, they're not fleeing Belarus, actually. They are fleeing Afghanistan, for example, after the war. They have refugees like from Afghanistan, for example. A group of some people has gathered demanding immediately action when it comes to the humanitarian crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border. The protest was organized by Beata Siemaszko and Michał Sutyniec. Yeah. Why are we here? It's very easy. Today is the first sort of gathering of the Sejm, the new Sejm. And thanks to this lineup of the Sejm, the opposition is supposed to win. We know we have a lot to fix, but we have to remind politicians about the situation on the border. Out there, in the forests, people are dying, said Danuta Kuroń, an activist, to Gazeta Wyborcza. This is a bit different. This is a bit different from that. The protesters demand immediate decisions in this matter and to cancel, or rather call back the order signed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs in 2021. This document allowed to sort of turn back people to the border in an inhumane way, and its text stands against the Constitution and also against the law which is part of the international law, writes the Human Rights Representatives Bureau. Stop pushback, and these are the, as you can see, these are the people that sort of died because of the crisis. See? Hourglasses, which commemorate the victims of the humanitarian crisis on the Polish-Belarusian border. Photo made by Dawid Żuchowicz. Yeah, that's a big part of it, unironically, yeah. That is a big part of it. There's been an interview when it comes to this, and that is actually unironically the case. You know? Okay. What the? Oh. So yeah. The new minister can and even must put sort of take back that sort of order law at the same day the same day he takes office, adds Eva Błaszczyk, an activist that was present at Wiejska Street during the protest. The protesters demand to stop building additional barriers at the border alongside the wall because Poland built the wall. What they are referring to are the barbed wires, which are at the height of a grown person, and they are they're a lethal danger to both humans as well as animals. And there's even a separate article about the fact that on the Polish-Belarusian border, in great suffering, many animals are dying because they get tangled up in the barbed wire on the border. So you have a humanitarian crisis as well as an ecological crisis to top it off. And we have postcards from the border. The protest was accompanied by an artistic installation of a performer, Aurora Lubos, titled Postcards from the Border. The artist documents in that installation stories from the border and tries to spread them far and wide so that as many people will know of the tragedies of the people there and of the horror that's happening at the border. So that the public does not become indifferent to this problem. The protest was done in silence. The organizers have written very shortly. One sign, that is all that is needed for pushbacks which are against Polish law and international law stopped being a thing. One signature chose by the new chosen minister, by the new democratic majority, is all that's needed. not long ago, the group, the border group, has informed about the 52nd um, victim on the Polish-Belarusian border. '52nd victim found on the border. Yesterday, 4th, 11th, so that was like 10 days ago. A body of a woman was found on the Polish-Belarusian, near the Polish-Belarusian border, as informed by the activists from the Podlaski volunteer humanitarian aid group. The victim was 23 years old, came from Syria, and was searched for a week now. So the man's body was found in a forest. 23-year-old Syrian that was just trying to flee to safety became the victim of the humanitarian crisis on the border. People involved in the protests were people from the border group, human rights activists from Warsaw, and a few people from the initiative Soup for the Border. Additional action is planned to pressure the parliament from the opposition side for the pushbacks to stop being a grim calling card of eastern border of the European Union, said the organizers of the protest. And it's not really just a problem here. The problem of it's basically a worldwide problem, the refugee crisis, and I believe it's just going to get worse. I don't think that especially since the European Union is becoming increasingly anti-immigrant, which means that I'm not entirely sure if the change in the government guarantees that the border crisis will necessarily end, if that makes sense. And I think we will be taking more direct action when it comes to these things in the near semi-near future. Does that make sense? We're gonna be going back to this topic for sure. We're gonna be coming back to this topic for sure. I'm going to probably contact the border organization to have a little bit of a more direct talk with them. I'm just not so sure if the change in the government is going to do anything about this. We already see it getting worse globally, especially against Muslim immigrants. Syrian refugees in the Middle East or Afghanistan and Pakistan, for example, is very. I mean, just from this article, look at this. 52nd victim found on the Polish-Belarusian border. Who was the victim? Who was the refugee? 23-year-old from Syria, right? A 23-year-old from Syria was the latest victim of the Polish-Belarusian border. Because that's basically who the victims of those are. People from Syria, from Afghanistan, and places like that. Places that can take refugees need to be more willing than ever. So now we will be seeing more and more refugees due to climate change, among other things. We'll be just seeing more and more of these refugee crises, and I'm just going to have to. I'm going to have to talk about this more because our focus is on wars, as I said, which is it's not a bad thing that our like the focus on coverage is on wars, right? It's a good thing. We need coverage of wars, but I feel like we sort of forget that wars also have their aftermaths, that wars also have create refugees, and once wars create those refugees, we sort of forget about those refugees. We forget to cover the atrocities that happen to those refugees. We sort of. Does that make sense? And as I said at the beginning of this whole thing, refugees from Ukraine were in a pretty unique position in the fact that they were accepted by the millions, and for example in Poland, given special status, that meant that Ukrainian people in Poland receive social services that Polish people do. So for example, one of the things that Ukrainian refugees in Poland receive is that the so-called 500 plus, that if a person has children, then for every child you receive like 500 zlotys monthly for each child. And Ukrainian refugees can sort of be part of this social program as well, which is interesting in reverse, because as a response to this, some time ago, Ukraine introduced a law that students that go to Ukraine and people that go to work in Ukraine from Poland basically receive rights that are very similar to citizens, and can also apply for all the social programs that are in Ukraine. So it became this mutual program thing. That was, of course, before I don't think that law was revoked, but that law was sort of put in place before the Law and Justice Party screwed up the relations between Poland and Ukraine, which I'm hoping the new government will normalize. But yes, most refugees are not as lucky. In most cases, in refugee crisis, this sort of thing happens. And let me check something, please. No, not here. Ah, I get it. Okay. There's this foundation that does a lot of work when it comes to the refugee crisis, and I'm going to be trying to contact them soon-ish. Let's take a look, okay? Let's take a look. The border, the Salvation Foundation. Very rarely has the border between good and evil been so visible. This is like a very clear sort of, this is sort of just describing the Polish-Belarusian border. Never before has the line between good and evil, the border between good and evil, so visible. On the border, on the Polish-Belarusian border, horrible things are happening, shameful things are happening. We are here from the beginning of the crisis because we believe that a safe border is a border where nobody dies. We constantly monitor the situation. We give humanitarian aid and legal aid to refugees of all genders. We try to speak loudly about the matter. We lobby. And on site, we have created a temporary base of our foundation. We utilize the knowledge we have gathered throughout the 20 years of our activity, and you can support us here. As you can see, this is like damn. So this is what you can, how much you can spend, and this is what that amount of money gives you. Oh. $25 złotys. A 4-pack of Nutri drinks. Nutri drinks are probably those nutritious drinks you can get at the pharmacy. 50 złotys will give you a food package. 100 złotys. Translation during a night intervention. A night intervention is when a group of activists basically goes out without using any light, without using any, as quietly as possible, while avoiding the border patrol, of course, to seek out refugees that are trying to make their way through a swamp, a forest, and to help them. $150 will give you a package with warm clothing and shoes, thermic blankets, and power bank. You can see all of these are pretty sort of important things that are being given to the refugees. 300. A canister of fuel for a help group. $500 złotys will give you legal help for a single refugee. 1,000 złotys, which is basically in dollars something along the ballpark of $250. Finding a place to stay, like a place to sleep for a help group near the border for a week. That's like 1,000. And you can sort of pay a one-time fee, or you can sort of subscribe in a way. You can donate items. You can talk about the situation, which is what we're doing. Take part in demonstration and happenings in your neighborhood, or organize them. See the list of upcoming events. For example, in Warsaw, we encourage you to write every day on the sidewalk a message for the border patrol. Talk with your friends and family. Explain the situation to them. And also debunk fake news. Use live meeting and social media, which is basically what we're using now. If you have a possibility to get media and international organizations interested in this, do so, which we will. Do you live in Warsaw? Through us, you can help refugees that are already in Poland. We are looking for translators of Arabic, Farsi, Kurmanji, Sorani, and Pashto. And so on and so forth. So yeah. Oh my gosh, has someone donated? Thank you, Maya Mayor, for $27. Oh my god. Thank you so much for this. Thank you. It's like almost at 1,000 subs. Woo, yes, that's right. We're getting close. We're getting pretty close. So if you've enjoyed this segment if you found it, maybe not enjoyed, if you found this segment about the refugee crisis interesting, then press like, subscribe, hit the bell. Yes. And get people interested in it, as it's like a very important topic. So right, let's go to the next thing for today, which I'm gonna find. Speaking of the refugees, there was a very important thing. The first meeting of the Polish Parliament. I'm gonna take a look at this article. This is very funny and very sad for one of the camps. So this is the context of the meeting, of the protest happening about the refugees. The context is this. Poland's Poland's parliament convenes as two opposing camps claim victory in its national elections. All right? Oh. The Polish parliament is holding its first meeting since the country's October elections, as two opposing camps are claiming victory and aspiring to form the government. And let's be honest, the Law and Justice Group has little to no chance of doing that. Poland's President Andrzej Duda has announced that his own right wing Law and Justice Party will form the country's government despite it not winning enough seats in the latest election, which is very interesting. Andrzej Duda has sort of proposed the current prime minister as the candidate for being again the prime minister. And when he said today during the parliament's meeting that he will build a majority in the Sejm, the whole Sejm just started laughing. The whole room just started laughing at him. Nobody takes this seriously. Nobody seriously believes that the Law and Justice Party is going to be able to build somehow miraculously a majority in the Sejm. It's just impossible. While three opposition factions, which together won the parliamentary majority, decided to sign a coalition agreement. So it's basically game over. They signed the coalition contract. It's over. Law and Justice has nobody to get the majority from. The Law and Justice Party has 194 seats out of 460 against a declared majority of 248. Deputies who are members of the allied pro-European groups, Donald Tusk's centrist electoral coalition, the Christian Democratic Third Way, and the left. The ultra-nationalist far right, which is distancing itself from the two main camps, has 18 MEPs. The coalition is seen as a declaration of stable shared governance and is intended as a policy statement of the future government as soon as the opposition comes to power. We really want Poles to be able to see that from now on, we are ready to take responsibility for our country, explained Donald Tusk. Which we'll see. There is some internal friction within the coalition. And one of the biggest sources of that friction is, of course, the Third Way, which is the most conservative sort of group within the coalition. It already is creating some friction when it comes to things like abortion, LGBT rights, and many other things. So that's a potential problem. The document sets out the Allies' position on burning issues such as the country's economic and environmental management, the rebuilding of its relationships with the European Union, and Ukraine for that matter, the reconstruction of the public media, the separation of church and state, and abortion, and we've already seen some hiccups when it comes to the abortion topic. We must start with the reconstruction of our relations with the European Union institutions, understood as reaching the moment when the funds are resumed. EU funds, which today are blocked for Poland, Michał Kobosko, a member of Third Way, said. I mean, that is a pretty pressing matter. Specifically, the funds from the European Union are blocked for Poland for reasons such as the Law and Justice Party, and ironically enough, with its name, meddling with the courts, and also because of the LGBT free zones. That's also a thing. We must start with the reconstruction, blah, blah, blah. Is of course connected to the principles of law, with the order of law in Poland, and the European Commission will want to see changes in the rule of law regarding the independence of Polish judges, Polish courts. If Morawiecki's mission to form a government fails, the opposition will not take the reins of power until mid-December. What a comment! Polish fascists need to step down and head to their ideological homeland, Russia. Hopefully they will be in jail someday soon. And yes, one of the stated goals of the new government is to bring the Law and Justice Party to Law and Justice, to make it sort of pay for all of the law breaking that it's been indulging in, if that makes sense. That's it. And so we will see. Like, the situation is not super easy. The Law and Justice is stalling for time, and within the coalition itself, we have a little bit of a problem of the Third Way, which will probably try to push more conservative ideas. So left-leaning ideas there might be compromise. I'm just gonna use these terms. The only mention of the LGBT in the coalition contract is that any discrimination based on gender and sexuality will be prosecuted by law, which is not saying anything basically. That's nothing. It's no mention of simplifying things for trans people, no mention of gay marriage, no mention of gay abortion. None of these things are just because the opposition has won, it does not mean that we are out of the woods, the proverbial woods, just yet. And again, if you're enjoying listening about Polish politics, then as always, I encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the bell. We are very close to 1K subs, so we might as well take advantage of that, right? We might as well. Sub. That's right, Maya Mayor. Isn't there like...
Demon Mama is just overly defensive about this criticism. No, you guys are fucking annoying.
What's this?
I streamed for you for 8 hours and you complained because I didn't go and start screaming and pounding.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh my god, so many people are streaming now. Demon, yeah, that was a Demon Mama clip. That's right. Jesus. We might as well... We could indulge in some Demon Mama. Trying to find us. Oh no. Oh my god. This is not good. Okay, I'm gonna do a wellness check on our favorite streamer. Oh, lol cow. Banned from Twitch. I'm banned. And it gets worse. Oh no. Oh, okay, let's go. Let's see. I'm banned. And it gets worse.
And I was like, oh hey, I'm here for the flight to Miami, as you do. And they will go, sir, there is no flight to Miami today. It's a 30-day ban. They banned me for 30 days. For what? 30 days.
Why would Chud Logic ever be banned? What could Chud Logic have done to be banned? Can you imagine a saint like Chud Logic getting banned for any reason whatsoever? How interesting. Take the L. Oh, take the L. Take the L.
Meanwhile, some is getting intentionally on stream and they catch a 7-day ban. And I just need to think now, well, Twitch are going to ban me at some point. I think that's the key. Okay, yeah, I'm live on Kick at least. Right, let me see if I can get to chat. Right, how do I do chat?
Chud Logic, come on. Where is he? Where are you?
Is that... Oh. Yes, I can see you. Hello? I can see you. I can see you guys. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, wow.
Okay. Right, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
I don't think the title...
You ran from our debate, Chud Logic. You remember that? We were supposed to debate and you ran away. What happened? You were so confident. You saw me as such a lol cow. And then what happened? It is such a disgrace that a person like Chud Logic has such huge viewership. I found it to be remarkable. That far better streamers sometimes bringing less people than Chud Logic of all people. You know, it just shows a few things.
I was right on kick, but I don't know how to change it.
I say, understand.
I need to put chat somewhere where it's, I can look at it normally.
Alright.
How do I make this bigger? Can I pop it out?
God, Chud Logic.
I know what to do.
Why did DK the amazing editor just leave this in, by the way? Why leave this in a segment? Probably to pad it out. How many views does this have? 94 points. K. Incredible. Screen? Have I been like this all this time? No, I have not. I've not. We've seen Chud Logic. Just want to save you from jump scare. Jump scares, Chud Logic.
If I copy this link, I launch it. Okay, it's a bit. Right, I can see you. Hello? Say something. Yes, I'm talking to you. Okay. I'm also using this app for the first time. No, well, I've tried to make it so you can't, unless you've got very specific knowledge, I don't think you're going to know where I am. Guys, I'm fucked. So, okay, here's what happened, okay? I got to the airport, and you know, I came and stayed overnight in London because my flight was at well, I can say now, I don't think it's going to make any difference. It was at 10 a.m. With an airline called Norse, which is a budget airline, and it's an airline that I'd never used budget airlines. Not that I'm like super rich, it's just that I always find you spend a bit more with like British Airways or whatever the American equivalent is for if you're an American. And
that's great and all, but why is this in the video? I mean, that's fascinating, your flight preferences, but what does that have to do with you being banned? Nothing.
No, I've got all the fucking evidence, okay? I knew people were going to, because I was saying yesterday I was feeling sick. People thinking I'm trying to dodge the debate, like I'm trying to, like the dog ate my homework. I'll show you the fucking evidence.
I mean, you did dodge the debate with me, so that ship has long sailed. Well, now you're going to say that you're not dodging debates after you've super dodged ours. Coward. What a pussy. What a pussy. Were you ill as well when you dodged our debate? Were you sick, Chud Logic? Do you have evidence? Do you have receipts from that? I'm watching you.
In a sec, okay? Right, I'll show you.
Where are your receipts from then?
The proof of what happened.
Amazing.
I'll try not to dox myself as well.
This reads like a comedy sketch almost.
So anyway, I got here for the flight at 10 a.m. You get here 3 hours before, 7 a.m. or I got here like 6:30ish. Walk up to the desk, and I was like, "Oh hey, I'm here for the flight to Miami," as you do, and they would go, "Sir, there is no flight to Miami today." And I was just like, oh my god, like literally my worst nightmare. This is like my worst nightmare doing a flight. Because I was supposed to go to Miami, and then from Miami I'm going to Dallas. And I was like, what do you mean there's no flight? I was, you know, you don't want to have a go at them, but you're a bit annoyed, aren't you? I was like, what do you mean there's no flight? They were like, oh, we've checked the system, sir. You were supposed to fly yesterday. And I'm like, okay, let me just check the details here because I want to make sure I'm not fucking retarded, okay?
Chad Logic's favorite word has... Chad Logic's favorite word came back to bit him in the ass.
You are going to see my location, but I don't think that's a problem. So I checked through all my emails. I did have a couple of emails that were like changing things, but it was like changing it by a minute. It was like you're going to land a minute later in Dallas or something like that. I was like, okay, that's fair enough. Anyway, this is what I've got from the people, okay? I don't think my details are on here, so you can look at
You're gonna... Chad Logic's about to dox himself.
this. Yeah, look. Can you see that?
No, I definitely cannot see that. Looks like a blur. I cannot see that, no. No, I still cannot see it.
Focus, focus.
You're very bad at this.
Okay, you can't...
It's still just a blur.
You can't see that. I can't see chat either. Wait, I've got another phone. Let me just log into it there. And then I can see you. Give me a sec. And I knew some people were going to be like, oh, he's dodging the debate because he didn't prepare for it.
I mean, that is what you do. That is what you generally speaking do. You dodge debates because you don't prepare for them. At least that is what happened in our case. You dodged our debate because you did not want to prepare for it.
Guys, I was up for going. I was looking forward to it. And now this has happened.
For sure.
Okay, hang on. I've nearly got you again. Right, chat.
For sure. You were just, oh, so ready to go. Oh, you were so ready.
Settings.
You're raging to go.
Embed in stream. Launch. Okay, so now I can see you on there. Right, say something.
Ouch.
Say something.
I'm
okay,
saying...
Right, I've got you.
I'm...
Okay.
Ow.
Okay, I need to show you this because it's important information.
Stop putting your hands in my face.
Look, can...
How desperate can you be?
Why is it not focusing?
This is amazing. This is best content from today's stream, hands down. I knew this would not be a disappointment. I knew this was not... I knew this would not be a mistake. That's what I want to say. I knew this would not be a mistake.
How do I... Wait, hang on, I've got an idea. Let's try this. Maybe this will work.
Let's try it.
No, don't move. Oh, okay. Look, that's going to work perfectly, look. There it is, clear as day.
Oh, wow. Oh, it actually worked. Okay, let's read it. London, United Kingdom, my army. Okay.
10 a.m. Saturday, 4th of November.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Gatwick Airport. I'm at Gatwick. Please don't come and murder me, okay?
Wick.
Right, North Atlantic. 9-hour flight, right?
10 years in the... 10 years? It's 10 days in the past.
Here. Okay?
Okay.
Local time. So anyway... So I'm like, I show it to them, and I'm like, well, look, it says it on here. That's the time. Like, how can it be yesterday? I'm here. Put me on the plane. I'm ready to go. And they said, oh, Kiwi. They said, oh, Kiwi. All right,
farm.
okay, yeah, that's your problem. They're rubbish. I was like, oh no. So I phoned up the Kiwi person. Kiwi are like one of those third-party agents, right? They're like a third-party travel agent.
I see.
So I phoned them up, and they're like, "Oh," and it's like, you know, put you through. It's like, "Oh, hello, sir." It's like an India person. I'm like, for fuck's sake. And nothing wrong with that, of course, but you know.
Yeah, sure. Add that little, yeah, after the fact. Of course, it's a fucking Indian person. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but sure, Chad.
No, I knew I was enraged immediately, and I was like, okay, what's going on? I've got it for the flight, and they said, oh, Mr. You know my name and that.
Almost said your name. Come on, Chud Logic, get a grip. You almost doxed yourself. You almost did it, didn't you? In your excitement.
We've just checked the records here, and we actually sent you a detail of a minor flight change on the 2nd of November. The minor flight change being the flight was a day earlier. That apparently was a minor flight change. But here's the thing. I thought, have I fucked up? Have I messed up here? Did I get this? But I thought that's not possible, because when I've spoken to James, it's premised on the idea that I fly out on the Saturday because I've got a hotel on Saturday night. If I was flying out on the Friday, I would have had to have had a hotel on Friday because there would have been a 24-hour holdover in Miami. So I was like, right. Okay.
I also still have no idea what this has to do with Chud Logic getting banned. The title of the video is "I'm banned," and it gets worse. It's been 8 minutes, and we have not heard the word banned once. So I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for the true topic of this little thing.
Okay. There's no way the flight has changed. James said this was what it was going to be. That's what was on the email. And I checked all of my information, and I was like, I've not got an email about this. There's nothing. It's literally nothing. This was the flight. This is what was agreed. That's what James agreed. That's the whole plan. And apparently, they're telling me that, I'm presuming they mean James, who arranged it all, confirmed the flight on the 2nd of November. Confirmed on the 2nd of November that the flight had changed from the 4th to the 3rd. So, the only thing I can think that's happened is
James?
James has got an email about the flight changing, and it just says like minor change, because they said it was classified as a minor change because it's been 24 hours, and he's just gone, oh yeah, because there were other changes as well, but it was like the landing time changed by a minute or something stupid like that. But they're saying that he accepted. They're saying that he accepted the change.
Who's James again?
And I don't know. I've tried to contact him, but he's probably asleep at the moment. So I'm just waiting for him to wake up to see what he says.
Oh my god.
But I've checked my email. There's nothing on the 2nd. There's an email on the 3rd, but that's about my flight back. So if James has got anything or changed anything,
What a messy
he's not sent it to me. I was totally clueless.
I mean, I do sort of have. I mean, that is a pretty messed up situation. I will admit that it's pretty bad. This sort of mix-up. Of course, it has nothing to do with him getting banned, but
the flight had changed, and obviously, if the flight did change, you know, and James was aware of it, I would have thought he'd have said, "Oh, by the way, Chud, big change. The flight's changed by an entire day, because we'd agreed Saturday, we'd booked Saturday, and that was what was discussed." So now I'm sat here at fucking Gatwick Airport. I need to be careful with my language. I'm sat here at Gatwick Airport, and I'm just like, I've got to wait for James to wake up to see what he wants to do. I've looked at flights. There's a flight for £500. But I'd have to go to Italy, and then Turkey.
Oh god.
And then from Turkey to Dallas, and I get.
You're kidding. That's a pretty convoluted flight plan.
half an hour. I'd land half an hour after the debate is supposed to start. And that's the cheapest option. Everything else is like £1,500, £2,000, and obviously you know, I don't want to like put it on James, but also I don't want to spend £2,000 to get to fucking Dallas when it's not even my fucking fuck up. By the way, there's no notifications on. There's no notifications on. There's no alerts. So if you're sending me money, I appreciate it, but I'm not seeing it. Hopefully you are. I'm hoping you are.
I mean, considering the situation, you would hope. You would hope receding hairline.
But yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, exactly. Minor inconvenience. You turn up at the airport. Oh, sorry. It was a minor change to your flight. It was yesterday. Well, I don't need travel insurance because I didn't pay for it. James paid for it all. So, James is on the hook for it. Not me. I mean, it's literally not even my fault. I've done nothing. I've done everything correct. But this company changed. So either the company is bullshitting, or James accepted a change of the flight changing by a day and didn't inform me. But I don't think that would have been an intentional thing. I'm pretty sure if James realised the flight was going to be a day earlier, he'd have made sure to go, oh, by the way, there's been a change, because he would have had to have arranged a hotel in Miami for the night. It's fine. James is the guy that does modern day debate. Crazy that you're blaming this on James now. Listen, Creeman, I know you're just trying to wind me up, okay? So I'm not going to bite.
You're gonna bite.
I've shown you the fucking thing. What else do you need to see?
Debate dodger. Debate coward.
I can show you the Oh, I can't show you the email because my name's probably on there.
Coward.
Can I show you? Okay, I can't show you the email list because my name's in there. But I've got nothing on the 2nd of November or the 3rd of November. Nothing. And also, right, even if there was an email, which there isn't, like, I would need to know quite urgently, like, the flight had changed by a day. And this happened on the 2nd, so I'm supposed to fly on the 4th. The flight changes on the 2nd for a flight on the 3rd. Like, that's just an insane thing to expect anyone to just be like, oh yeah. Because if you're traveling, normally you've booked everything ahead of time. A flight changing an entire day is going to be a massive inconvenience, and it's going to mean you have to change your hotel, change your travel, change your train, all that kind of thing. Because obviously I booked my train travel and stuff before, and a hotel room for the overnight stay here. So annoying. And now I've got little trolls trying to say it's me. Right, guys.
Oh,
we've
time
got a
skip.
bit of a disaster.
Time skip. Time skip. What happened, John
Oh,
Logic?
you got to laugh, haven't you? You got to laugh.
This is like a very bizarre vlog. What's going on with Chad? Well, he missed his flight, which I think, I mean, that's fair to say that that's a pretty unfortunate situation. That's a pretty unfortunate mix-up, and now he's getting banned. He got banned for 30 days from Twitch, I think. This has a vibe of a really weird vlog.
This is a tragedy, then it's a comedy. Okay, let me just read the email to you.
Okay, read it.
Let me read the email to you, okay?
Yes, please.
This is pretty bad. I mean, you know, this is pretty disastrous.
So if you're enjoying this amazing content, consider donating, subscribing, and doing all of the other things that people do when they, you know what to do, right?
Just. This is pretty fucking disastrous for me, I've got to say. It's not looking good. Well, look, you know, it's not the end of the world, but it's a fucking big problem for me. Let me read it to you. Where is it? Here we go. 1:22 today. Hello, Chud Logic. Usual spiel. Reason. Death or extreme injury media. So I'm guessing it's from that stream where we watch videos about, what is it? Some serial killers. But obviously there were some issues with some of the videos we watched. So, you know, I'm willing to take the L if there was like a moment where I flashed something up and I turned it off. I'm assuming it's that. I don't think it could be anything else.
I see.
Or maybe it's the hockey player thing, but I didn't show any of the blood.
Or maybe it's the entirety of your philosophy and content.
Or something like that. The thing is, right, here's the thing.
Chud has a habit of bullying the weak and pathetic. Hopefully this ban won't change this. He tried to bully me, but somehow he dodged our debate still.
I'll always take the L on what I think is a fair ban. If I'm like, okay, I skirted the rules. You know, I'll take a couple of days or a week or something for that, right?
Month.
It's a 30-day fucking ban. It's a 30-day ban. They banned me for 30 fucking days. For what? 30 days. That is fucking insane. A month. Yes. Like, that is a problem. Listen, I normally would take it in my stride and be like, yeah, whatever. But this 30 days, man. Oh, fuck. I need to try and appeal it and see if they'll overturn it a bit.
Do your best.
Yeah, I can appeal it and try and just be very apologetic.
Do your best.
I've never done anything like that before. The worst I've got is a 7-day ban 3 years ago for showing a Confederate flag on stream.
Oh, Chud Logic.
I'm just 30 days. Like, you've got women that are literally half naked, prancing about all the time, right? They get clapped for a couple of fucking days. I get 30 days. What did I even show that was that fucking bad? What did I even show that was that fucking bad?
The question.
I'm trying to think. There was like one thing that was like really bad, but
For once, boom. For once you're trying to think. That's a good habit. Keep at it. Keep trying to think. Let's just continue.
Turned it off and deleted everything. And even if it was that, or even if it was like the clip in the next video, it was like literally for like 2 seconds. It was literally at most 2 seconds of something bad, and I fucking switched it off. Whereas you got women that are there the whole stream with their fucking asses hanging out, right? And I get a fucking clap for 30 days. For what? What did I show that was that fucking bad?
Why are you so angry at women? Chud Logic. Why are you so... Oh my god. You're so angry at women. Focus on your own problem. Oh my god. Why are you comparing your band to some... Oh. What the hell? Ah.
For like an extended period of time to get a 30-day ban, man. It's fucking ridiculous. Woman gets fucked on stream. Catches a 7-day ban.
If I turn this into a segment, I'm gonna call it Chud Logic Rages Against Women. I don't know what to say. So angry, so mad at women for some reason. It's just one step away from saying that they caused his ban with their butts and stuff.
No, they don't give you any specifics.
Oh.
Where it occurred. On the stream or on a VOD.
Oh.
And I've got a fucking strike as well on my account too now.
Wait, whoa, 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 whoa! I'm sorry. What? I'm gonna have to listen to that one to that one again. Let's do a hair check. A strike on YouTube as well. What am I hearing here? Shadlogique. Ah.
$30 days. That is fucking ridiculous. God, I'm so fucking angry.
It's women
what
for
can I do?
some
I
reason.
can appeal it. That's about it. I'll try and appeal it.
Don't be
yeah,
angry
it
at
is. It is a
women.
fucking nightmare, to be honest.
I
It's
see.
a total disaster.
Right.
All the subs, all the auto subs are going to get knocked off, aren't they? Is that how it's going to work?
Yes.
Will they get restored afterwards?
I
Listen,
don't
it's
know.
all good, guys. Listen, I appreciate it. You gotta laugh. It is. I'm just honestly, like I say, I would take a 7-day, maybe even a 14-day if it was more. 30 days. I'm thinking, what have I shown on stream that's worth a 30-day ban?
You must have
right?
done something.
And it's like, even there was some stuff that was a bit dicey, but I immediately turned it off. And one.
It's interesting how Twitch seems to have a similar policy to YouTube, by the way, of not explaining what thing was breached exactly. On a more serious note.
Thing was so bad. We even.
I assume that since he's wrecking his brain as to what he's done, that Twitch does not really provide a specific reason, specific stream, time, you know, or anything. Which is, don't get me wrong, a problem when you have to turn into a detective and just figure out what exactly is it that you've done that has either banned you or, in other cases, demonetized you. To be fair, when you give too many details, people work on the weirdest solutions to work around it. Oh yeah, but I don't know. I think there are certain situations in which some level of information should be given, if that makes sense.
Fucking just yeeted the stream, but we showed it on stream for like 2 seconds. It's like two seconds. Like, obviously that's a fucking mistake, isn't it? Obviously I'm not meaning to broadcast that, right?
But you
Meanwhile,
did.
some fucking slut is getting fucked intentionally on stream.
I knew it. I mean, I don't know. I've made a video on this, I think, about the whole demonetization of word journalism. And no reason was given by YouTube, no real reason. You know? Chad Logic is so angry at women. It's so funny.
Stream, and they catch a 7-day ban. It's fucking just ridiculous, man. Look, I don't normally like to complain about this stuff. Normally I'll take the L, but it just seems so excessive.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Oh, for sure you'll take the L. As you do.
massive. Let me see if I can appeal it. Just, you know, support wherever you feel best. I'm racking my brain and thinking, what could it possibly be? Maybe the guy getting shot, the police officer where the guy got shot, but that was like you couldn't see anything. It seems like the policy is more for like dismemberment and blood spurting everywhere and stuff like that. So yeah, it is, you know, it's fucking shit for me because yeah, I mean, it's just annoying. It's one of those things. It is what it is, but it is fucking annoying.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna obviously just stream on Kick and YouTube for the next month. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show how important multi-streaming is, and you know, fucking hell, I was so fortunate that I came to the conclusion I did and decided to multi-stream. You know, otherwise, well, it would have been fine.
I think we're gonna be multi-streaming as well soon. Especially since Twitch has changed its rules around it. So we're gonna be multi-streaming everybody. Every single buddy one. Yes. I'm still full screen. Back to Chad Logic. Back to Chad Logic.
Anyway, I think, but it just shows how important it is to just have the multi-platform approach, right?
Yes.
Thank you for the $5 super chat. Put a wig on and practice having a woman's voice, and maybe they'll make it a 1 week back. Yeah, I can still do YouTube. I can still do Kick. Obviously, Kick are the goats when it comes to TOS stuff. But I didn't show the blood. I didn't even show the blood. I literally just showed the kick, and that was it. Like, if you can't even show someone getting kicked without any gore, I mean, that's just an absurd standard.
I bet he showed something worse.
I do have a Patreon that, yeah. Like, so what? You can't even report or talk about, or not report. That's a bit of a, but you know, you can't even say, oh, look at this thing that happened.
Report. Oh, Chad Logic, the reporter, the journalist. I can't even report on stuff anymore. Report. That's cute. You're reporting.
Here's a guy getting kicked, and it's
I'm reporting on a guy getting kicked.
disputed as to whether it was intentional or not. You know, I appreciate they don't want... You know, I get the rule. I get the rule. You don't want people sat there watching some dude get his fucking head torn off by a vehicle and his blood spurting everywhere and shit like that. Wait. I showed something. Oh, I showed something, but it was from a film. It's from a movie. What did I show? Maybe it was that. I'd accept that there's probably something I've shown that maybe warrants a 7-day or maybe even a 14-day ban, right? Yeah, I'll take the L on that. But 30 days, that's fucking ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
30 days? What? 30 days is like you've done some insane shit, and that's the step below getting permanently suspended from the platform.
30 days for some is
Thank
like
you for
a
the $20
lifetime.
super chat. £20 super chat. I would have never suspected the kick. Sorry about the bad luck. Thanks for the content. Yeah, it's annoying.
It's like a lot, half of our lifetime.
You know, and also, like, I'm pretty sure that Hassan, on one stream, he watched a video of like a guy. I think didn't he fall out of a car or something and get absolutely fucked. I don't know. It's, you know, I don't mind getting a punishment, but 30 days is ridiculous.
True.
I don't want to do any conspiracy theories, okay?
Don't you? Yes,
but,
yes you do. Don't lie, you do. Yes, you do. But
yeah, I don't know.
But it's a conspiracy.
That's the thing. I do have to... It's just so stupid. Like, I want to multi-stream and I want to do whatever content it is I want to do, but then I've got to think, oh, Got to watch out for Twitch though. I think the plan at this point is I just need to build Kick and YouTube to maximise that as best I can.
I say.
And I just need to think now, well, Twitch are going to ban me at some point. I think that's the key.
You think?
I think that's the key, really, because...
And you think YouTube's not gonna demonetize you at some point? Good luck.
It's so ridiculous to walk on eggshells with your content because you're like, oh, what are Twitch going to think?
Good luck, Chud Logic.
Maybe that. Maybe, yeah, maybe. But then the worst stuff I showed, I wasn't on Twitch because it was about a month ago. And I just showed some stuff, but it was on Kick and YouTube. I didn't do it on Twitch because I knew it would be too much. It was like Ben Shapiro video. It was like, look at all these terrorists. maybe the Harold Shipman documentary, but like that was like fake dead bodies. That's less gory than what you'd see in a fucking game of Mortal Kombat. Fuck, man, it isn't. Look, I'm gonna put a brave face on it, okay? But I hope you can understand. I'm not just like I'm not just trying to bitch. It is just a genuinely fucked thing to have to fucking contend with as a content creator. Obviously, I've not been raped. Okay, that happened at the.
What? Where did that come from? Oh my God, Chud Logic, where did that come from?
Airport store where they charged me a fucking fortune for a can of energy drink and a bottle of water. Yeah, also, hang on a minute. Hang on a fucking minute, okay? Hang on a minute. So, you have got streamers out there that are pumping out misinformation about the fucking Israel-Palestine conflict every single day, right? Just being fucking repeating Hamas fucking propaganda, right? And repeatedly they're doing that. And they don't get, nothing happens to them. Not even a fucking slap on the wrist. You can just say whatever the fuck you want. You can go live and go, yeah, they're all fucking bloodthirsty monsters, those Israelis, aren't they? Yeah, they just want to wipe out Palestinians and nuke them into the ground. Dude, you can just say all of that shit and you don't even get punished. But you show what? A shooting with no gore, or a hockey incident with no blood, or a screenshot from a fucking documentary about a serial killer that I've even turned off because I realised that Twitch probably wouldn't like it. And that's a 30-day fucking suspension. Are you fucking serious right now? Listen, I should be way fucking angry about this because this is fucking insane.
You are angry about this. Don't try to pretend now that you're not. You are.
Dude. It's fucking crazy to me.
Crazy.
There's so many things like that where you just think about someone else's content and you're like, surely that would be worse. Surely that's a worse thing for the world. Is someone just...
Oh, come on, Chud Logic, you're gonna give me that? You're gonna give me that? You're gonna appeal to how good your content is for the world? Come now. Surely that's worse for the world than my content that's far better for the world. No, you cannot make that appeal. Come on, you're the last person I know that can make that argument. Your content is good for the world. Okay.
Just broadcasting.
Whatever you say. Whatever you say, Boomer.
You know, insane fucking anti-Israeli propaganda. Not that you can't criticize Israel bad, sure, but just misinformation. Those bloody Zionists. Oh, they're bad, aren't they?
God, Chud Logic is such an idiot, but it's just adorable to watch.
Listen, look, all I'll say is this. Do as you will, okay? If you are unhappy with what's happened, then by all means cancel your Twitch sub and sub to me elsewhere. You know, my hope is that I can just move more so across to a platform that's less risky.
Too close. Your face is too close. Pull back.
I don't know, man.
Pull back, Chud Logic. Pull back.
No, I need to. I'm going to make myself angry.
You're
I think, in a bit,
uncomfortably
and
close.
I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to look up all the stupid bans people have had. Oh my god! Someone just sent me $100. Thank you so much. That is super generous of you. Jesus, fucking hell, that's crazy. Thank you. I can't see what the thing is from here, but thank you, whoever that was. Okay, people just joining in. 30-day suspension for...
For what? What is it, Chud Logic? For what?
The gory content policy, basically.
Oh, so they did say.
Right.
Right.
Here we go. Right, this is... Let me read you the TOS, okay? It's a bit dry, but let's just see if we can think what it might be exactly. Although we allow variety...
If Chad's social credit score gets any lower, they'll ban him from life completely.
of content to be shown on Twitch, content that features extreme violence or gore. When have I shown extreme violence or gore? The absolute worst thing I've shown is maybe like a couple of fucking frames from a serial killer documentary and going, oh shit, I can't put that on Twitch, and getting rid of it.
Well, you showed it!
Especially if there's death, mutilation, or blood. Content that exclusively focuses on extreme... Wait, content that exclusively focuses on that? It's not exclusively fucking focusing on it, is it? I've broadcast it in a documentary and gone, oh shit, I can't show that.
But you did, didn't
That focus on extreme or gratuitous gore or violence is prohibited. You may not show content with death and extreme injury, browse 4chan, the dark web, or porn on Twitch, use randomized video services. Well, there was probably like, there was one particular thing that was really egregious, and I was like, fuck, and I just turned it off immediately. And we deleted all the VODs and stuff.
But you showed it!
Like, that's still a breach of the rules. Fine. But surely you would take into account the context that it was, you know, it was an accident. It wasn't meant to be broadcast. I'm not gratuitously sat there watching it going, ooh, look at all these fucking, oh yeah. I love seeing blood spurting everywhere.
They don't know you. They don't know your mind.
Also, right, okay, here's another thing as well.
Okay.
Right? Okay?
Okay. Okay. I'm ready.
There's more gore in like a fucking Mortal Kombat fatality than what I've shown. I know that's like, you know, pretend or whatever. Do you see what I mean? Like, why is it that you can watch fucking Scorpion rip someone's testicles off and shove them in their mouth, but I show a fucking screenshot or something, or I show a shooting where you don't even see anything, you just see the guy.
You're digging your own grave, Chud Logic. You're digging your own grave because you're not very smart.
On the ground, you don't even hear a gunshot. I'm thinking it might be that video of that cop, that guy that fought back against the cop, maybe. Oh, okay, right. Here's another fucking point for us all, okay?
Okay.
You can cause a fucking riot in New York City, okay? As long as you got enough viewers, you can go ahead and cause a literal riot in New York City.
I know what
and apparently
this is
that's, you know, that's fine. No punishment there. No punishment needed. Fuck me, I feel very bitter at the moment about all these people that are doing way worse than me that don't get a single scrap of punishment, not even a fucking slap on the wrists. And I get absolutely gigafucked on some bullshit rule. Fuck me. Anyway, guys, let's move on to the other good news.
What's
shall we?
There's more?
So yeah, just to clarify, if you're just tuning in, I've been suspended from Twitch for 30 days.
Okay.
For their violent content and gore policy. 30-day suspension, apparently, for something I showed. Mm-hmm. No idea what it is. No idea what it is to not repeat it in the future. The worst that I've shown is maybe...
I mean, that is a problem. That is a problem that the platforms are not saying what it is that so that you cannot do it, and that is a problem. Let's not pretend that it's not.
Oh, President Sunday.
Yes. Oh, President Sunday is gonna be streaming soon.
That shooting of the police officer where there's no blood. Anyway, guys. I'll take the L on breaking a rule. That's fine. I'd even take the L on having some sort of suspension. But I've got to be honest with you. 30 days seems like insane punishment, especially when there's other people right now on the platform that are arguably doing way worse stuff, especially around Israel-Palestine. But yeah. Back in 30 days on Twitch, unless I manage to get...
Should not be speaking on Israel-Palestine at all, Chad Logic. It's so out of your depth that it's completely not funny.
Get it overturned on appeal. We'll see. We'll test their
We're
new
gonna watch a debate or something. We'll see.
ruling out and see. Anyway, guys, listen, the support that I've seen coming in is fantastic. I can't see it all on this screen. I've only literally just got, like, you guys like this.
Yes,
So
okay.
I'm doing my best. But, you know, I do appreciate it.
Amazing.
Okay, so let's move on to the good news, okay? You ready for the good news? The good news is, so you can see my location has changed. I've had to travel across London. I'm now in a different location, okay? Which I will not speak further on.
Oh no.
We'll keep that on the down low.
Oh.
And I need to be cautious in what I say.
Okay. Be careful.
In order to respect the wishes.
Be careful.
But let me tell you this. Okay? There is a mysterious benefactor. Okay? Let's just say I got a message on Discord and the person in question said some stuff and presented an opportunity for me. And this opportunity will get me to the debate on time. It's not another streamer, it's not a content creator. I got a message from someone. Never spoken to them before.
Who cares?
And they presented me with an
Okay.
alternative.
Yes.
And there's an 80% chance that I'm going to get there. I'm given an 80% chance.
Okay.
Judge got shooters. Oh. What's the catch? Basically, I'm going later on tonight at midnight. I'm going into some woodlands near London. They've given me a location on Google Maps. It's like in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
They've already taken, like, you know, all my details, passport number, card details, all that stuff. So that's fine. That's all done. They also needed to know when my kids went to school for some reason, but seemed legit. So I told them all of that. And yeah, they said, here we go. Woodlands out here, middle of nowhere, a bit weird. I think I'm going to have to hike a bit. 30-minute hike, because there's no roads there. And yeah, apparently he's going to meet me there at 1 a.m. with some tickets. So I thought it was a bit odd, but I think, I'm desperate, so.
Is this just getting
No,
dumb?
listen. I honestly
It's been dumb from the start.
I can't speak on it because
You already spoke on it, you idiot.
well, I need to be discreet.
You're not being very discreet. Oh my god.
Nothing weird. It's normal. It's fine. But I reckon the long story short is it's like an 80% chance I'll get there. No, I can't because the person asked me to keep the details discreet. It's nothing major. It's nothing weird. If I told you what it was, you would understand it. You'd be like, "Ah, okay, I get it." But obviously, I can't tell you for that reason. The further part to this, okay, is I need to rescind previous comments about Kiwi. I stand by my analysis of their Wikipedia article. However, in this particular case, after receiving more information, I don't know if they're actually at fault in this case. I'll tell you the story of what happened, and you can decide. Okay.
Okay. What a
No, I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. Okay. So when I spoke to the person earlier, this Indian person, they said, well, I thought they'd said to me, because when I went live earlier, I was talking about they sent an email on November 2nd.
Right.
For a flight on November 3rd that it changed to that was originally going to fly on November 4th. And that's obviously absurd. You can't just give, 48 hours notice of a flight day changing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So my analysis was based on incomplete information. And I've now found out more information, okay?
Okay.
So I went and spoke to the flight desk, and they said that they changed the flight on the 9th of October. I was like, okay, well, that's weird because they told me something different. They only sent me an email the other day, they say. Or James an email, I should say. So I phoned them back up. I got another Indian woman. And the Indian woman was like, yeah, I've got here actually. The email was sent on the 10th of October.
Oh.
So then I finally got through to James and I spoke to him about it. And I said, okay, well, what is this email on the 10th of October then? And it was like he was half asleep. And he was looking at his email and he went, it looks like it came through to a different email address here. So yeah, I think he did get the email. Now in his defense, okay, I don't want people to think badly of James. In his defense,
in his defense, he's not very smart.
In his defense, he this company sent a lot of emails through, and some of the emails they were sending were like a bit confusing, and there was a lot of them. So I can imagine there was just a lot, and obviously he's trying to plan this event. So it's just unfortunate that one of the most important emails, like, slipped through his fingers, slipped through his view, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. That's it, I guess.
And the other thing I'm wondering as well is if he got an email, because when I spoke to the person on the phone, they said it was considered a minor change because it's within 24 hours.
Okay.
Obviously, that's completely bogus because 24 hours is a pretty fucking significant change.
Now you say bogus.
So I'm wondering if maybe the email wasn't particularly clear about how significant the change was. Yeah, banned from Twitch, 30 days. We're breaking the gore policy. Real fucking stupid.
Wow.
Yes, exactly. I think most people...
Welcome back, Fake Alec Hal Parker. Have you been to, what's it called, martial arts? Because we're not for long. Oh, what a... Well, that's a thumbnail screenshot if there ever was one. That's a thumbnail. Not for long, just a few more.
We'll go away, you know, playing with fire with some of those serial killer things, and I watched that cop getting shot. But 30 days is mental. Well, yeah, exactly. I don't know, it's stupid. But anyway, yeah. So look.
Oh, eating in yard work.
Because I was thinking about this, and I was like, there was one point where I logged into the website to give my passport details for the flight between Miami and Dallas.
That's enough.
But
if you've enjoyed this, which I don't know why you would, then press like, subscribe, hit the bell. It's gonna be a segment. We're gonna call it Chud Logic Hates Women or something. It's gonna be amazing. And now, we've actually done quite a few of these segments today. So maybe we will just have to enter the fray. I'm gonna be the next new expert on Israel Palestine because everybody's an expert and everybody has to comment on this. So of course I'm going to have to do it as well. Apparently we have a debate of Cenk Uygur with a rabbi.
On camera.
I wonder if it's gonna get me in trouble for watching this on stream. I wonder if the stream's gonna get clapped, then that's it for tonight. And maybe we'll see. Is
On camera, we're
is
not
it
doing
forbidden to watch Piers Morgan on stream? Is it safe? Somebody in chat tell me if watching this is safe. For me. We're gonna see. In the meantime, I'm gonna become full screen. No answer? I'm just gonna play it then.
Why? We'll explain why.
How do you feel about that influence that you have?
What the hell is that? He looks like a zombie vampire Dracula. What a horrible look.
Better be careful. We're coming for
So pale. So ungodly pale.
your children there, buddy.
Buddy? That's...
Yes, I'm going to do.
You're going to resign?
Yeah, I'm going.
I've been answering your question. You answer mine.
That's really good.
It's actually not my job to answer your questions.
Thank God for Talk TV. It's not only the home of common sense, it's the only place where you get the truth.
It's not my job to answer your questions. I love it.
On TV, on radio.
Vosh made a few videos covering Piers Morgan, if that helps. Okay, then we should be in the clear.
And on your smartphone. This is Talk TV.
Tonight,
one day I'll have 2.7 million subscribers. Just you wait. So has Dylan Burns. The correct form is so has Dylan Burns. But it's true. I'm going to be taking a look at the debate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's the English teacher in me. You know that I'm an English teacher, right?
on Piers Morgan Uncensored, Palestinian doctor Izzeldin Abuleish has lost more than 22 members of his family to war with Israel. Somehow, he still believes passionately in peace. He joins me live.
Okay.
Calls for a ceasefire in Gaza.
So wait, so he's okay.
Gaza grow ever louder. Should Israel hold its fire? Would that be a gift for Hamas? Cenk Uygur and Rabbi
Is it Cenk or Cenk? I just don't know anymore.
Shmuley go head to head. Plus
debates.
Protesters across the world have been tearing down posters of Israelis captured and kidnapped by terrorists. This man was caught on camera doing it. I ask him why.
Okay.
Live from the
see how much insight you'll get from me.
News building in London.
Lucy Hazeh. I don't know. My main thing is history, so you might not get amazing, brilliant Amazing brilliance.
This is Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Well, good evening from London.
Is there a Piers Morgan censored?
Welcome to Piers Morgan Uncensored. The job of the Home Secretary is to keep our country safe. Suella Braverman is doing the exact opposite. Her
So fast.
reckless disregard for responsibility of the office she holds, a very high office, is now actively putting people in danger. Quite frankly, she's become a disgrace to her government and her country. Today, Braverman accused London's Met Police of playing favourites with pro-Palestine protesters, even going as far as to claim that senior officers are deliberately allowing them to break the law. She slurs the protesters as mobs. And no matter where you stand on the Palestine march planned for Armistice Day, the Home Secretary should be calling for calm and letting the police get on with their jobs. Instead, she's pouring fuel on the flames of a tense situation that's already in grave danger of blowing up. This was the reaction of former Met Chief Superintendent Dal Babu.
Right-wing groups who are going to turn up, who have been emboldened by what the Home Secretary says. Some of the things that Suella Braverman is saying
I don't know much about these protests in the UK. I know there were protests of very Orthodox Jewish people.
a brown woman would not be tolerated if it was said by a white man, a white woman. You know, some of the things she said about Pakistani men, some of the things she's saying about hate marches. You know, I'm just flabbergasted.
Well, he's right. As officers prepare to keep the peace at one of the most inflammatory public demonstrations in years, she's effectively told the public they can't trust the police. She compared the Palestine supporters to Protestants in Northern Ireland, equating her own unionist supporters with terrorist sympathisers. She called an anti-war protest a hate march to rile the public. Now she's given the green light to vigilantes. All this in the same week. She outrageously said that being homeless...
I would have to know more about this, to be honest, about this protest. Okay, let's go to the... because I just don't know. Oh?
Again, and this time for good. Well, my first guest tonight has lost an unbelievably...
Now we can start with this. I just know far too little about the whole protest in the UK.
Large number of relatives to war in Gaza. In 2009, tragedy struck Dr. Izzeldin Abuleish when an Israeli tank shelled his home, claiming the lives of his 3 daughters and a niece. But the current conflict has also taken the lives of many more of his relatives. And Dr. Abuleish, a trailblazing figure, made history as the first Palestinian doctor to serve in an Israeli hospital. He's a passionate advocate for peace and reconciliation between Israelis and Palestinians, a mission that he encapsulated in his memoir entitled I Shall Not Hate, A Gaza Doctor's Journey on the Path to Peace and Human Dignity. And I feel honoured, actually, to say that Dr. Izzeldin Abuleish joins me now.
Okay.
Doctor, thank you for coming here today.
Thank you so much.
I greatly appreciate it. I know we were just talking before we came on air. You were raised in the Jabali refugee camp.
I was born, raised, and lived in my home still in Jabalia camp.
And a lot of your relatives have already been killed since October the 7th there.
Yes.
In these airstrikes. But also you've told me that right now there are ongoing attacks.
Yes, they are there in Jabalia camp, living, staying there. They are alive now. I don't know after we finish if they will be alive to talk to them or not. But it's important because I want to tell you, let us talk, a man to a man. Do you have children?
Yes.
So, a father to a father, a human to human. You know, once the apple fell down, we discovered the gravity. So let us today discover the humanity and the truth. Because the truth is important based on evidence. Jesus said, seek the truth, and the truth sets you free. And I hope all to be free today from this meeting, and to be human, and to behave as a human, and to advocate only and just only for humanity.
How many members of your family?
So this person is just like an advocate for peace. It's 11, yes?
Been lost since October the 7th.
About the 25.
Oh, gosh.
October 7th, when I watched it, I found that my sister's house, where my brothers and nieces were there, and this is all the members of the family who were killed.
These are all your members of your family?
Of the family on the 7th. They became piles, their bodies. This is my niece who was killed. This is her body. This my niece who was engineering, graduated. She was found under the rubble. This is my niece. She is a medical doctor. She was supposed to start her specialty. This, my cousin. This is my nephew, who is a physiotherapist, and he was killed. This is my niece's daughter, and that's what we.
And so we're sort of seeing the trajectory that this war is taking, as Israel is basically committing genocidal action, in my opinion at least. I don't know, I just... Oh.
We want to see these people. They have names. They have faces. And that's what is needed. This is my daughter, Bisan.
It is a bit needed, considering that in many... And that is what I hate about discussions about this whole conflict, is that people are being flattened to numbers, to arguments to be used against the people they are debating against, to justify why the other side actually sort of deserves what it's getting. And as some people say, giving ground to any side necessitates the destruction of the other, so I will choose this side. It's... The way this topic is discussed is just ridiculous. I think I can count on one finger of my hand to people that I trust to discuss Israel-Palestine, from streamers. I don't know, maybe one, maybe two people I trust to discuss this topic without it becoming horrible and sickening.
Who was killed 16th of January 2009, who said, to meet violence with violence doesn't solve any problem. There is an alternative way. It's not by action and reaction. It's by being a human and behaving and thinking of others. This is Mayar and Aya. Even my niece, she named her daughter Aya after my daughter. Aya was killed also. These daughters, I raised them to be human. To be advocate for human, I sent them to peace camps. And she said to me...
With Israelis?
With the Israelis. And
Yeah.
she said to me, I found how similar are we. We are similar, but we need to be equal. We need to be free. We need to appreciate the dignity, the freedom of all.
That's the thing that basically, like, the ball is in Israel's court to stop this. Let's not even...
Does the life, I want to ask you, does the life of the Palestinians matter as equal to the Israelis or not?
Yes.
Does the freedom of the Palestinians matter as the freedom of the Israelis?
Yes.
And that's what always I advocated for. I worked at the hospital when I deliver a baby, the newborn baby. The cry of the newborn baby.
To me, it's always quite shocking how the... Like, the Shoah was a pretty horrible event, to say the least, and that a country that supposedly was founded on the never again promise would do something like this right now, would be doing. Because
it's a cry of hope, cry of life. But now we are crying blood. Our tears are blood. The children that I helped to deliver, they are free. All of them are free. Why not to run a normal, free life? Medicine for me is a human equalizer, stabilizer, socializer, and harmonizer. So we need to live free, with dignity, with equality in this world. And that's the peace. I fully advocate it. Because once we have these means, peace will be a consequence. Violence that we talk about, violence, what is violence? Violence when we violate someone's dignity, life, and the human rights. So it's time. And even October 7th proved.
it's sort of like a cycle at this point. But then again, keep in mind that when it comes to conflicts, Israel, and this is coming from a book that has a pro-Israeli perspective, sort of, that each time a conflict was stopped, it was treated by Israel as just a temporary ceasefire, not really a road to a permanent peace. Because, as I've said, I think at some other occasion, Israel is willing to waste an opportunity for peace rather than be unprepared for the next war. That's basically the sentence that was uttered.
Because we tried it many times, military means and wars. It's a futile. It's a waste of time and lives. It increases bloodshed, animosity, hatred, violence, pain, suffering, and most important is the extremism. The only way is to sit, and I am sure this can't be solved with the military means. It's only by political and diplomatic means, acknowledging the rights of all.
Well, there has to be, like, Israel is not going to do it. So there has to be like this. The US could do it. Let's also be honest about that. If the US wanted this to stop, it very well could make Israel, like, stop. But it won't.
To live side by side as equal. And that's the only way, without leaving anyone behind.
You talked earlier about growing
I'm not
up.
sure that's an option right now. I mean, it would take a lot for that to happen right now. Joe would need to get his act together for it to stop.
Up in the Jabali refugee camp, which was struck, of course, by airstrikes, devastatingly killing members of your family, as you've just recounted so powerfully. What was life like when you were there as a young person?
My life as a Palestinian refugee, because I was born as a refugee, my parents were refugees. My grandparents were refugees. They were expelled from their homeland.
Right.
To be thrown as a refugee. And being a refugee, what do we mean by a refugee? You are deprived of your dignity. You become moving in this world naked, exposed.
Yes.
But thanks to
We
our...
already discussed this in the dedicated refugee segment, but refugees are treated basically as not human in many cases, that they just very, like, as either as tools of other countries or as pests that need to be turned around. In Poland-Belarusian border crisis, like, people just die from being turned around to the barbed wires. The situation of refugees around the world is not being talked about quite enough.
Our parents, they lost everything, but they realized the hope is in their children. We have to be educated. And Palestinian people, they invest everything in the education of their children. They cut from their food that now in Gaza Strip with the collective punishment, they are deprived of bread.
And there is a collective punishment. If the entire population of Gaza is being bombed because of Hamas, it's by definition a collective punishment situation. Even if Israel is reluctant, to put it delicately, to admit it.
Of water, of health, of gas, of a fuel.
Right.
How the
And
world...
it also affects organizations that try to provide aid, like UNESCO was also caught in the bombing. The destroyed infrastructures made it difficult for them to provide aid to begin with, and then their their vehicles were bombed as well, and some of the UNESCO workers were killed as well. So providing aid itself becomes a very difficult task.
Can watch it and not to take action? How can you tolerate to see your son hungry? He needs milk. What are you going to do? When I see a bleeding patient, I rush to stop the bleeding. When I see a woman who is in labor pain, I rush to help her
That's a doctor's
without
job.
discrimination, or to say to her, why are you screaming? Why are you crying? And that's what we need. So as a child, I suffered of rheumatic fever, admitted to the hospital. I wanted to be a medical doctor in order to rescue my family from the misery of life. And that's we as Palestinians, we don't believe in the impossible thing. We have hope in our children. I succeeded to get a scholarship to study medicine in Cairo. Everything in life I planned, I succeeded. From Jabalia camp to Cairo University, to London, to Italy, to Belgium, to Harvard University. Even when I went to Harvard, the only thing which was standing with me was Palestine flag to be raised. I am Palestinian and the proud Palestinian. And that's what I want the world to hear from the Palestinians. Palestinians are people like others.
It's like, I've heard this argument so many times that that there is no Palestine, that Palestinians are not like a people or a nation, or like it usually comes from people that don't know what they're talking about, in the sense that they have no idea how nation forming happens. If that makes sense, they have no idea how a group of people becomes a nation. And even more crucially, they don't understand that at the end of the day, the question of nation identity is very much about identity, self-identity. Like there were many examples in between Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine, in which when those nation states, those nations were first still forming between the 19th and 20th century, people would basically just choose where they want to be. Like the first president of Poland was Polish, but his brother chose to be Lithuanian. There were people that sort of were technically speaking Polish, but they say that they sort of believed in the Ukrainian project and they went on to become Ukrainian, and they were part of the Ukrainian People's Republic government during its formation. So, like, what a national identity is a much more fluent, much more subjective, and much more based on identification concept than people give it credit. Too many people think that there has to be some tie to biology or even land, or it's a lot more complicated than that, especially when you discuss territories where mixed populations lived, and those territories became parts of different nation states, but that's a whole different discussion.
With hopes, with the plans, with the dreams. They love life. And they
So to conclude, that is why denying Palestinians their right to self-determination, to nationhood, is, I think, pretty silly. And that's I guess that's a delicate way to say it. Pretty silly. Right? I think so.
care about others. And that's what we want the world to hear from us, not to hear about us. The only impossible thing I believe in is to return my daughters back to life.
It was 2008, I think, when you lost your wife to cancer. And that was a crushing blow, and you were left to bring up your 8 children on your own.
Yes.
And then within a year, devastatingly, an Israeli tank during that war at the time that was raging at the time with Gaza, an Israeli tank fired on your house, and your 3 daughters and a niece were all killed in the most brutal manner imaginable, blown to pieces by this tank, and you were there.
I was with them.
And there was an extraordinary moment, and I have asked if you're comfortable with us to play a little bit of this, because I remember it at the time. I was at CNN, or just about to join CNN, and I remember hearing this, and it was just so moving, because you had a friend at an Israeli television station, and you had regular dialogue with him during this war, and you would call in and you'd update and so on. And you came on and you spoke to him just after you'd lost your daughters to this strike, and this is a little bit of that conversation.
יש לו 8 ילדים שבמשך כל המלחמה הוא הגן עליהם בבית שלו, בבית לאהיה. אולי הדבר היחיד שאנחנו יכולים לעשות זה לפנות למי שיכול כבר, אולי בצה"ל, בבית שלו. אבולש, תגיד לי את הבית שלך, איפה אתה נמצא? אולי ישלחו אמבולנסים אליך, אולי יאפשרו להגיע אליך באמבולנסים.
It's one of the most agonizing things I've ever watched on television. And eventually your friend, that presenter, he had to go because he wanted to keep talking to you, and he was so distressed himself he wanted to go off and do it privately, which he did. But an agonizing moment for you, for him, for everybody involved in that. And as a consequence of that, many people in your position may have chosen a path of wanting revenge or retribution in some way, to meet violence with violence. But
that is what happens. That is how radicalization happens. It becomes like a back and forth spiral of hate, doesn't it? It seems in the case of this doctor that does not.
You went completely a different way, and you ended up taking your family and you ended up in Canada. How did you find the strength to not go down the path of wanting revenge?
It's important what you mentioned, because my wife passed away 16th of September 2008, 4:45 p.m. And my daughters were killed 16th of January 2009, 4:45 p.m. 4 months exactly. 2 traumas, tragedies. And what you heard, what I said, Ya Allah, Ya Rab, you know the meaning. Oh God, oh Lord.
Yes.
At that moment, as what I see now, I lost faith in humanity, because the world was watching what is happening. As we are watching what is happening now, Palestinians are just numbers.
Yes.
They are not numbers.
Yes, that's exactly how people are being treated, as numbers and as arguments and disputes.
They are human.
Yes.
And that's what I would like each of us who are watching to zoom in, to put himself in the position of the Palestinians.
You know what you did so powerfully, Doctor, was when you showed the pictures of your family.
So, but it's important.
But you put a name to the face.
Yes.
And you made people at home watching this
But
understand
what
these are
helped
real
me,
people.
but it's important, what helped me, I am a person of faith. This is important. My life experience, my profession as a medical doctor. If a patient dies, I don't stay there. I have to move to the next patient to save, but I need to learn why the first patient died and what are the causes, the triggers of the death of that patient.
Let's just pause there. I've got to take a break. When we come back, I want to talk about the root cause of all this, and I want to talk about how you believe from this current nightmare, not least for you and your family, we can somehow maybe get to peace. I think you're one of the best people to talk to about that. So we'll be back after the break with Dr. Abu Leish.
Okay. Jesus. Okay. So I guess we're gonna skip the break. Aren't we? We're gonna listen to this some more. And then we're gonna see.
Well, I'm still with Dr. Izzeldin Abu Leish. I'm sure anyone who watched that first part of this interview will have been like me, I think, taken aback by the eloquence that you talk with, the courage that you speak with. It's really palpable. And I'm just so glad you came in to do this with me face to face so I can really feel it from you, because you're so right. Palestinian lives are as important as Israeli lives. And you know, here's the question I want to ask you. How do we? Your entire life has been ravaged by this conflict, from when you were a baby to now. And you've lost so many members of your family, and you're losing them as we speak, probably.
Yet, not saying that one side should be eradicated. So that's a step above certain people. Let me just say this.
Horrifically, in this camp that you grew up in. It's like this vicious circle that never ends. How do we end it?
Yeah, we need to understand the root causes of the problem. The Palestinian people and the Israeli people. And I described it. We are like conjoined twins. We have no other way than to live together. And when we speak about peace, and the people, they talk about peace, peace is not just a word. Peace is a way of life that we believe in it. And there are, between whom we want peace. Peace is a relationship between me and you. Even peace is a relationship between us and the earth, that we damage the earth with the climate change. And there are certain requirements for peace. We need justice, equality, freedom.
Human rights, right? Equal
yes,
rights.
Equal rights. Then peace will be a consequence of that.
Can peace ever be achieved now if Hamas are in charge in Gaza?
As I mentioned to you, it's about Palestinian people and then Israeli people. It's not about Palestinians and the settlers, Smotrich or Ben Gvir or those settlers. We want peace between the people, and that's what is needed. Palestinians and Israelis, we are created.
But that has to, in the end, that has to be a political solution.
It's the only way.
But do you think on either side there is the leadership there that can possibly...
I don't think there's the leadership on the Israeli side, and Hamas is just the worst. So, like Netanyahu, no way. I'm sorry.
Forge peace.
Believe me, even if there is no, we need the international community to bring them. And we have the platform. We have the international resolutions. We have the human rights resolutions. Because ending the conflict, all of the world will benefit from it. You see the consequences of what is happening now. The consequences are spreading.
The US has to stop it, or else it's just a lost cause. You know?
Everywhere in the world. You see it in UK, polarization, the marshes, everything. So when we solve the conflict there, all of the world will benefit from it.
Why do you think it's not been solved yet? I mean, I look at Northern Ireland, for example, which was 3 decades or more of violence, but eventually it got resolved. But it seems to be...
You know why?
Why?
I met with Martin McGuinness before, and he said to me, we were confronting each other. Once we started to move side by side as equal, we put an end to that. And that's what we need, the international community, the world, that we can, Palestinians and Israelis, to move side by side as equal with dignity and respect of human rights, not as fighters, because a small room can't accommodate 2 fighters, but it can accommodate hundreds of friends. And that's the only way. And we are so close to each other. The commonalities between Palestinians and Israelis more than anyone else. So we need to use it, but based, as I said, on equality, respect of the human rights, dignity of the Palestinians is equal to the dignity of the Israelis. The freedom of the Palestinians, even I go far beyond that. The Israelis' freedom, safety, security, a future, and independence is linked and dependent on the Palestinians. We are one, we are conjoined twins, we can't separate it. So it's time to understand also military means and power will never put an end to this.
Do you obviously you dream of this, but do you think it's...
I mean, it's impossible to expect Israel to end it, that's for sure. It's not gonna happen, and it's even more so unrealistic to expect Hamas to want to end this. So in this sense, for sure, the person is right that it has to be done by an international community. But the one party, once again, the US, that is able to sort of put an end to it, it's just not willing to do it. And that's the US. Exactly, the US. You know? So...
realistic dream that in your lifetime you can have a 2-state solution with Israel and Palestine, both identifying each other as states, and people living with equal human rights. Do you think that's possible?
As I said to you, nothing is impossible in life. If there is a will, there is a way. And that's what is needed. And that's
There is will, there's a way. Oh, no, that's a saying
is needed. Even if
that I have heard before.
The Palestinians and the Israelis, there is a challenge. We need the involvement of the international community based on fair intervention, based on the because we want to have order in this world. We want, this order because we live in a discordant world these days. So we want to resume trust in the international community. In order, the people in this world, they lost safety, security, trust. So we want to resume it. And that's the only way to start with the Palestinian-Israeli conflict based on the human rights conventions, the international resolutions, and to resume trust in the international institutions. Believe me, I see it.
Yes.
It can be quickly. If I ask you before, Yasser Arafat will meet with Rabin and to shake hands. 1 year before 94, are you crazy? They will not. And they met. They were calling Yasser Arafat as a terrorist, but then he became a hero. Nelson Mandela,
yes,
he was a terrorist.
Yeah.
But he was from his side, he was a freedom fighter. And that's what we need. We need wisdom, we need the rational people, we need the involvement of the international community.
Doctor, we've run out of time on this interview, and I know you want to go and find out what's happening to your family right now. I would love to stay in touch with you. I would love you to come back on the show regularly, and we talk about this, because you're such a powerful voice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my dear.
And my heart goes out to you for what's happened to your family.
Thank you so much.
It really does. For all the family members you've lost.
Thank you. For all of the Palestinians and the Israelis.
Yes. You are an amazing voice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we've done this. I've only managed to add a few things, of course, which are based on my historical knowledge. And there you go. If you found this interesting, I'm not gonna use the word, the other usually used word. If you found this interesting, press like, subscribe, hit the bell. Let's see the Chunk Yuger stuff maybe for a second there. That might be a bit interesting. How long is it? We'll watch a bit of it. If it's not gonna be, if it's gonna frustrate me, then we're just gonna move on.
Time for a ceasefire. Joining me now to discuss this, America's rabbi and best-selling author, Rabbi Shmuley Batayak, and welcome back to Young Turks creator and Democratic presidential challenger, Cenk Uygur. Well, welcome to both of you. Cenk, let me start with you. Many people are calling for a ceasefire. Queen Rania of Jordan, Angelina Jolie, Arab leaders, and so on. I presume you would agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they've murdered enough Palestinian civilians. And even Netanyahu, in an interview with ABC News, said, now that we're on the ground, we're finally pressuring Hamas on hostages. Oh, so the 7,000 bombs you dropped were totally useless and collective punishment, and your attempt to murder civilians on purpose.
I mean, Cenk has horrible takes on Ukraine, but it is true that this is just collective punishment, so...
as some sort of sick vengeance. So please stop the murders, ceasefire right now.
Rabbi Shmuley, your response?
Cenk is polling in the Democratic presidential primaries at 0%, nothing. He has a greater likelihood of being elected the new king of France. And don't...
That is also true. That is also a reality. Yes.
Interrupt me, please. And the reason is that the American people are decent. They understand that Cenk's anti-Semitism, which he has voiced on your show repeatedly, calling Jews genocidaires, and this is the eve of Kristallnacht, the 85th anniversary of the start of the Holocaust. He would deny the Jewish people the only dignity left to us, that we were victims of genocide, and he would say that we are the Nazis, we are the Gestapo, for simply wanting to defend ourselves against the brutality and the savagery.
It's a bit disingenuous to try to speak of the Shoah in this context and speak of just wanting to defend. You do not defend yourself through bombing of children. That's not a defensive maneuver. It is not a defensive maneuver to do an ethnic cleansing. It is not defensive maneuver to basically do a genocide on a population. I'm sorry. Like this, that's just not it. That's just not how that works. That because we have suffered in the Shoah, therefore we have carte blanche to defensively eradicate other people. That's not how that works.
of Hamas. Cenk, you'll have your turn. Just show some decency. If you're not going to show it to my people, show it to me and show it to the viewers of the show.
Stop.
But who is
lying.
surprised
Everything
that a
you said
man?
is a lie.
Who is surprised that a man the name of whose podcast is Young Turks, who perpetrated the Armenian genocide? The Young Turks is like
that is true. What a name choice.
Calling your podcast the Young Nazis, the Young Gestapo. They killed 1.5 to 2 million Armenians between 1915 and 1918.
I mean, that's indisputable. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to get through this whole thing, because it's pretty...
The Armenian community has begged Cenk to change the name of his show. For the first half of his life, he was a complete Armenian genocide denier. Then he changed. Now he is a Holocaust denier because he is saying that the Jews are engaged in
Holocaust denier. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get through this.
A genocide of the
Can you please
Palestinians.
stop
Now,
this liar?
which nation? How can there be 1.8 million Muslim Arab citizens?
Rabbi Shrumi,
okay,
I'm going to go. I'm going to go to Cenk. You said some very strong things about Cenk. You can now respond, Cenk.
Yeah, you should never have this guy on air. Everything he said is a lie. I don't deny the Holocaust. That's insanity. And in terms of the Armenian genocide, there is a powerful analogy there. Why was it a genocide? And yes, it was a genocide. Why? Because they moved and displaced so many people and killed civilians on the way. What is Israel doing? Moving and displacing.
It's more than that. It wasn't just displacing many people and killing them. It was... We could go into the whole thing, but the Armenian genocide involved a lot more.
Displacing millions of people and killing innocent civilians. It is the exact definition of a genocide. So I think the Jewish people are an amazing people, and their culture is beautiful, and I don't tolerate any anti-Semitism. But I think that the occupation...
So many empty platitudes. But he is correct in the sense that the occupation must end, and that the bombing and the killing must end. Like that is a thing that only Israel can basically do.
Is decaying the moral core of Israel. How long are you going...
I mean, the moral core of Israel has been decaying for a while now. It's like, it's a process. It's not a single event thing. Like, this event has not decayed. It's been decaying for... It's been an ongoing process for a long time now.
To oppress these people.
But Cenk,
and I know this guy, all he wants to do is an ad hominem attack. He's a liar. And you could tell exactly what kind of indecent human being he is. But the main reason he's doing it is to avoid the topic. When are you going to stop murdering Palestinians and cheerleading it?
Okay.
If you're talking about genocide, you're...
Wait, what are you... Is the rabbi murder? No, this is such a bad quote. I don't know what to debate.
You're the one right now doing the genocide.
May I respond?
This is a horrible debate. You are doing the
respond.
Yes.
Go ahead, more lies. Go ahead.
You know, I've spent my life debating people. Whenever someone starts using personal names and screaming like a lunatic, they're losing the debate. Let me remain factual.
You're the one who made up things.
The Palestinians were offered a state in 1936 in the Peel Commission. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 1947, the UN partition plan. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 1967 after Israel conquered Judea and Samaria and the West Bank. They rejected it. They were offered a state in 2000, Yasser Arafat, Ehud Barak, they rejected it. They were offered a state with Ehud Olmert, 2008, they rejected it. Israel unilaterally withdrew from Gaza in 2005, and they did not create a state. In fact, where were you, Cenk, when you say that you care about Palestinian children, when Hamas stole the highest rate of per capita international foreign aid, larger than the Marshall Plan, from Palestinian children, did not build schools for them, did not build hospitals, took all the money to buy bombs and to build a network of tunnels, which is larger than the New York subway system. Where were you then? Why did you only come up now? In fact, when Bashar al-Assad killed 600,000 children, Arab children, when he gassed them with mustard gas, my organization took out full-page New York Times ads to protect them from sarin gas. Where were you then? You don't care about Arab children. You are a Jew hater, defined as someone who only wants to lie and say that the Jews are genocidaires. And don't try to cancel.
Yeah, this is not a thing that I'll be able to
Cancel me and say that I shouldn't be on. You're not a producer of this show. Because you are ignorant of the facts and ignorant of the history does not mean that you can cancel my voice.
Cenk, your response.
Okay, so first of all, this guy is a full-blown bigot. He's one of the most racist people I have ever seen, does not value Palestinian lives at all. And everything he said about me is 100% untrue. I was vicious in my criticism of Bashar al-Assad. I have criticized Hamas over and over again, and I think what they did in the attack against Israel was reprehensible. But for God's sake, how long are you going to occupy these people? For me, the idea of Israelis and Palestinians or Muslims or Jews being different is absurd. Those are just stupid labels that we put on people. They're all human beings. I value the Israeli life just as much as I value the Palestinian life. We're all human. Stop using these nonsense labels
Cenk, let me ask you a
kill
question.
each other.
Cenk,
and all this guy wants to do is more murder of Palestinians.
Cenk, let me ask
when are you going to let them go?
Cenk, let me ask you a question. You mentioned genocide there. What Hamas is actually in its charter dedicated to doing is the purest personification.
Well, they had to remove it. Hamas had to remove it.
Of genocide. Well, it is. They want to see the eradication of Israel, and they proved on October the 7th they will kill as many Jews as they can possibly get their hands on. So that is pure genocide. What Israel is doing in return, I don't think meets the category of genocide. Right, because they don't want to get rid of every Palestinian. They don't want to kill every Palestinian.
No.
Genocide is not when you want to kill every single member of a group. That's a big misconception of what genocide is. Like the UN definition clearly states the destruction of a group in whole or in part. There is clearly an or in part in the definition. So you don't actually need to... You don't need to want to kill every single member of a group in order for it to be a genocide. So that's a pretty weak argument on Piers Morgan, is it? So...
They want to kill every Hamas terrorist. Now, there are legitimate question marks about how they're going about this and about the civilian casualties. But there is a moral distinction between what Hamas is dedicated to doing and what Israel is dedicated to doing, isn't there?
No. First of all, Hamas is a bunch of idiots. They should take that stuff out of their charter. All it does is hurt the Palestinian cause.
I agree.
There's no call for it. It's dumb and it's immoral. But Hamas claims that they would like to do these things, and from time to time they do these attacks that are horrible and they should never do. But Israel actually kills Palestinians, actually occupies Palestine, actually denies the Palestinians a state. So there's this absurd talk of like, oh, if Hamas was super powerful, they might deny Israel its existence. Except Israel does exist. And the Palestinian state does not exist because Israel is blocking their state. So stop using, and I'm not saying it to you, Piers, but this propaganda, hold on.
You know, Cenk, you and I.
This is a waste of time. I'm afraid. We're going to listen to a few more minutes and then we're just going to tune out of this because I'd rather just, I don't know, read a book or something. This is not really helpful in any way.
You and I are almost the same age, and I'm actually quite worried for how upset you get on TV. You got to protect your health. You're just kind of losing it. Now, calm down.
Because I'm upset that you keep advocating for the murder of civilians.
Cenk, you have to stop yelling. You have to stop screaming, and you need to know the facts. The Palestinians were offered a state 7 times, and they rejected it 7 times. Bill Clinton told Yasser Arafat in 2000, you have made me a failure as president because Israel was giving you 97% of Judea and Samaria and the old city of Jerusalem. And Ehud Barak even offered the Temple Mount, the holiest site in Judaism, and the Palestinians rejected it. You simply don't know the history. Read a book. In fact, read a Wikipedia article before you get on TV. Number 2. You know, you made a very good point.
That's a pretty harsh.
For Pierce, that Winston Churchill is the greatest British statesman and hero of the 20th century. Let's remember, when Churchill was faced with a genocidal threat of the Nazis,
one could make an argument that Churchill was a pretty awful person, but
you know what he did, which Israel would never consider doing? He laid waste to 70% of Dresden, Essen, Cologne, Berlin. He eviscerated Germany and turned it into a parking lot, murdering about 6 million German civilians. Israel has never even considered doing 1,000th of that. And FDR acquiesced to it, and he's considered our greatest president.
Churchill was not the greatest hero.
Of the 20th century. And
not
then
by a long shot.
Harry Truman dropped 2 atomic bombs on Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So and Israel has nuclear weapons, has never considered doing that. Israel opened up.
Well, they've actually. Okay, let me come at you, Rabbi.
I mean, there is that quote of Israel considering that. But
so I have one question.
I want to come back to you on 2 points.
Simple question, Cenk.
I want to ask you a question, Rabbi.
Call Winston Churchill a war criminal on this show today. Will you call Churchill a war criminal?
All right, Cenk, answer that question.
Okay, so Rabbi Shmuley, if you're actually a rabbi, what the standards of history have changed.
If you're actually a rabbi? What?
The Mongols went into Baghdad and killed every man, woman, and child, killed 800,000 people, the largest city in the world. Now, we don't live by those standards anymore. And right now, if a modern British prime minister or American president advocated for dropping a nuclear bomb in Japan or killing 70% of the people that live in Dresden, you're damn right I'd call him a war criminal. It's a different situation today than it was in the past. And so what you're saying is, hey, we only murdered 10,000 civilians. And wantonly and recklessly, and we only did a partial genocide, so we're not as guilty. I'm not buying it at all.
Rabbi Shmuley, I want to ask you a question. Okay, hang on, Rabbi, I want to ask you a question, which is the unique scenario in Gaza is that nearly half of the civilian population are children. They have nothing to do with this. They're not politicians. They're not in Hamas. They're not terrorists. They're not military. They're kids. And they are
700,000 beyond the age of 14.
Are in their thousands being killed here. And I ask you, really, is there any limit, you as a rabbi, of the number of children who need to be killed to get rid of Hamas here, or is there no limit?
Of course there's a limit. We mourn the death of every Arab, Muslim, Palestinian child as if a Jewish child died. They are absolutely equal before God. That's why Israel withdrew completely and utterly in 2005, something that Cenk will not even acknowledge. There isn't one Israeli soldier, there wasn't until this new invasion, because of the attack on Sderot. I went to those places. Pierce, I was there 2 weeks ago. I saw the blood caked on the walls, congealed to 3 or 4 inches. I saw the knives that were used to murder entire families. We saw the place where Thai, not Jewish, Thai farm workers who were growing pumpkins were beheaded. We saw the body of Shani Luke, and I spoke to her mother, Ricarda, who was taken naked. These are religious men in Hamas, taken naked in her underwear and
What does that have to do with the question of the children? The children are not Hamas.
Draw her dead body, these necrophilia savages. We saw all that.
That has nothing to do with the question.
How many Palestinian children need to die? God forbid, not one. All Hamas needs to do is let the civilian population go south. Stop using.
That's not. All Hamas needs to do is to let the population to be ethnically cleansed.
Them as human shields. Hamas wants these Palestinian children to die. Every Palestinian child to Hamas is a bulletproof vest.
Okay, but you said
they exist for no other reason than to humiliate Israel.
Okay.
Let them go south and be safe.
God,
okay.
Hamas
so
wants
bad.
them.
Rabbi Shmuley,
it's such bad argumentation. Oh no.
It's Hamas's fault. It's Hamas's fault. It's Hamas's fault.
Rabbi Shmuley, you did say there is a limit. What is that limit?
Pierce, It's hard to put a number on how many people Hamas is prepared to allow to die in order to destroy the state of Israel. Remember, Hamas's motto is from the sea, from the...
That is such a bad debate from both sides, in my opinion.
From sea to sea, Israel will be...
I mean, the only thing I can agree with Cenk Uygur that Israel has to stop, but this is where my agreement ends.
The annihilation of every Jew. Iran calls for it openly. A second Holocaust. This is the eve of Kristallnacht. I don't want to put a number on how many Palestinian children. I want a ceasefire right now. Hamas must surrender unconditionally, just like FDR and just like Churchill demanded of the Nazis, unconditional surrender, release the hostages. We get a ceasefire right now. Cenk, let me ask you to call for a ceasefire by having Hamas, who you think actually cares about the Palestinian population.
They don't. Does Cenk Uygur really think that Hamas cares for the Palestinian population? And if you, Rabbi, think that they don't, then why do you expect Hamas to surrender if it does not care? That makes no sense.
Announce their surrender. Call for their surrender right now. They launched this attack unprovoked against Israel. They slaughtered...
If they don't care for the population, why would they surrender? What would they gain?
1,400 people.
That's not great logic.
They are holding little babies whose diapers need to be changed as hostages. Call for them to surrender unconditionally.
All right, Cenk, final word to you.
Can we...
Okay. So, look, all this is nonsense. First of all, Israel did not withdraw. They control the borders of Gaza 100%. And as you can tell now, they cut off the water and power anytime they want. The Jewish people have been oppressed throughout history. My heart goes out to the Jewish people for all the pain and the suffering that they have endured through all of these years. But now Israel, unfortunately, is not the oppressed. It is the oppressor. Look at them dropping 7,000 bombs on grandmothers and children. There's an American nurse that explained on CNN yesterday about how she sees little kids with burns all across their bodies. So Hamas is terrible. Yes, I can call for their surrender. That's easy. I don't like Hamas. I think Hamas is Muslim fundamentalist. But it's an impossible standard, and you know they're not going to meet that standard. And because you want to keep killing those civilians to show them how mighty you are and what a great oppressor you are. I'm sick of it. And it's not only ruining the Palestinians and causing their deaths, but it is ruining, it is causing the moral decay of Israel.
Blood libel. This is a blood libel against the Jewish people. You may as well just say that we drink the blood of Christian children in our mouths. Cenk, you are guilty of a blood libel on the eve of Kristallnacht. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm going to call.
It is a blood libel. Change the name of your show away from young Turks who are genocidaires.
What a... Okay.
I'm going to try and wrestle things back to the host here and call us...
This is some highbrow content.
Ceasefire for now. It's been a fascinating
highbrow discussion, I should say.
Debate, very passionate on both sides. I get that. I appreciate you both agreeing to debate each other. I think that's important in this situation. And thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. This guy's ruining. There's tremendous anti-Semitism in the world. By crying wolf, he's actually hurting the Jewish cause tremendously.
From people like you.
Okay, you're a bigot. Stop killing Palestinians, you bigot.
Okay, we're going to leave it there.
This is silly.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, we've done this. Thank you. I'm not even sure if I had much to add. I hated it. Thank you. Discussion about Israel-Palestine in a nutshell. This is why I said I only trust a handful of people to discuss this responsibly. Only a handful of people. That's it. That's it. Oh my God, there's a panel. Wait, Middle East expert group discussion. Hold on. Is this an actual expert panel? No, I don't think so. Where are the experts? We're sniping President Sunday. Because I don't
Use
care.
the pre-existing charitable
I don't
channels,
care.
not just to deliver aid, but to deliver their governance message. And at first, it seemed to work fairly well. They seemed to be actually able to deliver services. That's what governance is about. That's what we thought anyway. That's what we say in the West. Governance ultimately is about delivering services to your constituents. Ultimately, it's about being responsive to your people. Sometimes that means going to war. So we are watching to see how responsive is Hamas to their people. And when I was there through 2012,
The answer is not at all.
you can look at, I'll pull it. There's polling data. I think I shared it before with you, Olive. Khalil Shakaki is a great pollster. And his data supported that, yeah, there was a lot of support for Hamas governance early on. People were very skeptical, but people were willing to give them a chance. They seemed to do moderately well delivering to their constituencies what they said they were going to deliver. What changed was our administration changed, our priorities changed. Israel saw that Hamas was, if we're being kind, if you're being really cynical, Hamas was pretending to govern so that they could, bolster their forces.
But it's also it's worth just when we talk about governing, I'm always really hesitant to use that term because the idea of any semblance of governance in terms of what we in the West consider government is not at all what happens in any capacity in West Bank by anyone in Palestinian control. It's not a thing.
Well, again, it depends how you define governance.
Governance being the people who are in charge.
No, I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying
governance is the ability to deliver goods and services to your people and to be responsive to their needs. That's how I define governance. You could have other definitions, but by my definition, the ability to deliver goods and services to your people. Hamas had a decent track record in Gaza for years before they won the elections. And I'd say 3, 4, 5 years after. This isn't me. This is Palestinian polling data that says, yes, they are emptying the trash cans. Yes, I can get married. Yeah, I can register my will and my land deed. They were performing the functions of government, but they were not a government they never were able to do it. We could argue why that is. Were they starved? Do they not have the ability? Did they not want to? But they did govern for a minute rather effectively in terms of delivering for their people.
Well, as if to illustrate that, like the death tolls are frequently doubts upon the death tolls are typically cast. Jesus Christ, I can't even speak right now. Doubts are often cast upon the death tolls on the grounds they come from Hamas instituted personnel.
Another red line.
Yeah,
that's been changed. We never questioned these numbers, right? From 2007 until October 6th, Hamas was in charge of Gaza, right? When anything popped off in Gaza and stats are reported by the Gazan Health Ministry, the U.S. never questioned those numbers. Now they are questioning. That's another change in the discourse that Hamas we tend to accept the numbers that come out of Palestine. We being in the West, we rarely question those numbers. We are.
I wanted to ask a quick question about the attitude of sort of the internals of Hamas in the wake of the extended bombing of Gaza. Historically, a lot of Palestinian organizations have had a reluctance towards non-armed struggle, and there's been an almost magical thinking about the idea that a cataclysm or something simply provokes attention and therefore like negotiating clout. In your opinion, is the attitude that gave rise to October 7th, is that something that's going to decline as a consequence of what's been going on, or is that something that's going to stay steady?
Whose attitude?
The attitude
towards armed resistance?
Not armed resistance per se, but the attitude towards the type of incursion that took place on October 7th.
Oh, will there be increased support for additional...
Increased support or decreased support, yeah.
For those types of incursions?
Yeah. Or incursions of that flavor, I guess.
Guess it depends on the outcome, right?
Are you saying is there more or less support for those types of incursions? Is that
Well,
what
I'm wondering if you think there's sort of like a doubling down on that sort of philosophy of approach, or if that's something that's coming under,
well,
skepticism,
yeah. This is where attitudinal surveys are important, and climate surveys
Okay,
over
we've
long
sniped
term are
President
important.
Sunday enough, I think. What is this? Unaoi Marxism and dialectical materialism. I see. And that's from 1 year ago. Incel science. I am intrigued. Let's go. I'm gonna watch this. I am intrigued and okay, I'm intrigued. We might not watch the full thing, but I am intrigued by incel science. We are becoming incel scientists right now. Incel scientists.
Okay, everybody.
Okay.
So, recently we've been covering this guy called Wheat Waffles. He's this up-and-coming incel content creator. He usually does these really
amazing. That sounds amazing. That sounds so cool.
Bizarre, nerdy-ass videos about how, like, he can scientifically break down the dating world and how women work. So now he's upgraded to doing the new, like, incel podcast type of content where, like, you send your guy out to, like, with a camera and a microphone to go up to random women in public and ask them random questions. And then, like, you clip out the videos or the clips or whatever that make them seem bad, like make them seem like they're saying something rude or bad or stupid, and from there you just kind of create a narrative off of the people you're able to get videos off of. So we're gonna be looking at a video of him doing that. Matter of fact, I actually saw a video not too far off from that today, and, like, I hate to admit it, but, like, the people criticizing the woman in the clip are themselves, like, you know, they're correct for criticizing her, but it's the incel crowd, you know? Oh my god, Tim Pool has already covered it. Tim Pool, 2 days ago, uploaded a video with 92,000 views covering it, because Tim Pool is himself also an incel. He's gone on rants about how women won't date him and how it must be their fault, and it's the problem of modern women. This video seems to show it. Okay, so this type of video, you know what I'm talking about? Like, this has gotten really popular in, like, the incel, right-wing, red pill podcast sphere. It's sort of like the final form of their content.
If I was your man, and I wanted you to dress more modestly, would you change for me?
Oh, no.
100%. 100%.
What gives you that idea?
If a man wants me to change and, like, be more modest and be, like, his own, I know, like, if you dress it
What content?
way, like, guys want you in
Amazing.
a certain way. If you
Amazing.
dress like this, guys always look at me like, oh, I'm single.
Great.
But, like, if I am with someone, I would rather be more modest, dress more modest, in order to, like, appreciate him as my boyfriend. 1,000%. I'd be dressed as covered.
So, in your mind, it's not me being an insecure man not wanting you to come out showing cleavage or, you know, wearing short shorts?
No, of course not. Of course not.
So why do you think so many women tend to label men insecure when they feel that way?
I honestly have no idea. I can't understand it. Like, if If your man doesn't want you to dress that way, don't dress that way. It's respect. It comes out of respect. If you respect your man, you won't dress a certain way.
I see.
Where are you from?
South Africa.
She got it figured out. You know what I mean? Like,
That wasn't even the video I was thinking of, but yeah, this is another incel channel. There's a lot of like red pill incel YouTubers that are specifically targeting like a young black demographic instead of like your average like nerdy like
This is
video
amazing.
game neat incel white boy.
Thank you, Xandra,
like
for this present.
Inceldom takes many shapes and forms.
True.
Anyway, so the guy that we're going to be covering today, Wheat Waffles, basically did his own version of that like video that we just watched.
Okay, show
Only
us.
he did it on his college campus. His college campus.
What?
Just walking up to random women and interviewing them.
What?
This ended up getting him expelled because
God.
I guess some of the women he approached felt uncomfortable, reported him, and he literally got expelled from his college for this.
No
He made a
kidding.
follow-up video talking about it, but this is the
Aw.
video that got him expelled from his
Okay.
college. We're going to watch a little bit of it first.
He looks really young, like he hasn't hit puberty yet.
I don't know, a bit simpy. I might just.
Yeah, he looks like he's on Tinder. That's an instant one.
He's very old. He looks, yeah, scary.
Yeah, I think I might have seen this one on Tinder.
Is anyone going to make it to above average or date?
He's a lot better looking, yeah.
Oh, he's hot. He's really hot. I'm saying he's perfect.
What is going on, guys? We've got a super special video for you today. So a couple weeks ago,
The thing that I've noticed, by the way, is you can tell how much these women have a type. Even from his experiment. You can tell how much these women have a type. Like, there are dudes on the list that are, like, objectively better looking. At least, like, I'm not a girl, and I'm not attracted to guys, so I can't really evaluate it in that way.
So-
But, like, if I were to see a dude and be like...
So why are you trying, Sandra? If you're not a girl and not attracted to guys, then why are you even trying?
That's a good-looking dude. And if I were to see a dude and be like, ooh, I'm glad I'm not him, then, like, I think I can make that scale, right? I'd say this guy would probably be higher up on the scale than this guy on most women's lists.
How do you know
And yet
that?
this guy's pretty high up on the scale. This guy's pretty high up on the scale for what I think a lot of women would put on their list. As is this guy and this.
I'm not a girl, but I'm pretty sure I know what the girls would choose. Thank you, Xandra, for this. Thank you for this insight, Xandra. That's a little bit of a weird type of analysis.
I think this guy would be like higher up on a lot of people's lists, a lot of girls' lists, right?
Maybe there's something you're trying to tell us through this content, Xandra.
So it's clear here that the stereotypical looking guy isn't getting as rated as highly as you would expect, like the stereotypical what a girl would go after looking guy. A lot of women, especially nowadays, maybe not especially nowadays, but it seems more obvious nowadays due to the internet, women are a lot more open about the fact that they have types that are unconventional now. There are tons of really hot girls you would think that you would have to be like a strapping, muscle-laden like Chad to have a chance with that are just into you because you're their type, even if you're not traditionally attractive. Guys?
Why the dramatic pause? Why the dramatic pause, Sandra? Why? Why?
A gentleman does not kiss and tell, but what I will say is I have managed to end up with some girls that on the like dating tree or on the like
dating tree,
the hotness tree not have a chance with, simply because of random factors that made me their type. It really is like one of those things you have to consider. Appearance
hotness tree
does matter to an extent when dating. I don't think most people want to date someone who's unattractive to them. But what is and isn't attractive to somebody is really subjective. There's obviously good middle grounds, but God, I mean, there's just cases that are surprising, you know? Like, you can go online and look up unlikely couples and see images of, like, guys that are very clearly not being gold dug by any means. Like, you just gotta tell by what they're wearing and, you know, the way they carry themselves and where they're at. Like, it's like a photo in a Walmart parking lot of a guy in, like, you know, basketball shorts and, like, flip-flops and a t-shirt that hasn't been changed in 2 days with a smoke show of a girlfriend. You know, like, that's not uncommon. It's really not uncommon. I see, oh my God, have I seen so many guys in real life walking around with their girlfriends who are way better looking than them. The average girl...
Jesus. Sanderhal. Sanderhal. Wait, Sanderhal, you're right about the criticism, but you dismiss it because they are incels? Wait, what criticism? What's their criticism?
I see that is attractive.
Wait, what criticism is Sanderhal dismissing, and what's the criticism that's valid?
Dates a guy who is less attractive than her. So many times, so often. Most girls I know that are really attractive and in relationships are in relationships with less attractive looking guys. Like guys that you would think looking at them are like, she's way out of his league, right? And yet, look at them.
And yet.
That's how it tends to go.
I see.
It's more common now than ever, I feel like. I feel like nowadays, especially, when it comes to women getting more into nerd culture stuff, now more than ever, it's easier to be, like, super passionately into nerd and for that to be an attractive quality to women. Like, people say, like, oh, be passionate about something and have hobbies and that'll be attractive to women, but not like video games or movies or, like, you know, like, be into hiking or going outside, but then you're like, but I'm not into that, right? Like, what if you're not into those suggested hobbies that people tell you women will be into you if you're passionate about? What if you're not passionate about those things? You can't make yourself be passionate about something you're just not. So find women that are attracted to the things that you're passionate about.
I see.
Announced a new service which was only available to those who had previously purchased a rating from me before. And that new service is getting your face rated out of 10
I see.
by 10 university girls. We've already had a bunch of people pay and sign up, so we're going to be getting those people's results.
That is a very weird service. He criticized a rude girl. Xander Hall acknowledged that she was rude, but it doesn't matter because the chat complaining is incels.
Oh my God, this is so sad.
I see.
We've
not gotten there yet.
So sad, dude. God, you know, rest in peace, Yahoo Answers, dude. Way back in the day when I was like 12, maybe 13 at the oldest, I made a Yahoo Answers account when I was in like the midst of my like down on myself in my like teenage like incel phase where I felt like I was ugly.
God.
And I
Thunder Hall had a teenage incel phase. All right.
Looked awful. I made a post on Yahoo Answers where I posted a picture of myself and asked if I was ugly. And of course all the comments were nice, but like that was the kind of shit that like you do when you're like a young teenager idiot who's like self-conscious and thinks that they're like must be ugly looking because they haven't had their first relationship yet by 13 or whatever, right? Like that's the kind of thing you grow
13.
out of, I feel. But holy shit, the fact that these adult dudes...
Stop with that annoying sound. Just don't swear. Xander Hall, if you're gonna do this sound, don't swear. I'm taking your swearing privileges if you're just gonna do this every time you swear.
It's paid?
I'm taking away your privileges. You're not gonna be able to swear anymore.
To have that done?
I will forbid it.
As a service by real women is insane. Fresh and Fit made like $10,000 a day from YouTube Super Chats alone. It's such a good grift to be an incel/MRA entertainer. It really is, yeah, especially for the proportional audience. These guys don't have money to spend. Like, they're not spending money on dates. So they might as well, like, and they're not going out on dates on Friday nights, so they're spending it at
What's wrong with the sound? It's annoying. It's annoying. It annoys me.
home watching this content, lonely and sad, with money burning a hole in their pocket because they're single dudes who maybe make a decent bit of money. They probably live with their parents, so they have a lot of expendable income. Nothing wrong with it, but, you know, the age demographic would make sense, and that's kind of the state that we're in right now. a lot of Zoomers are going to have to live with their parents well into their 20s, maybe longer. And with that in mind, like, these guys aren't going on dates. They're not talking to girls, so they're paying money to have random girls who are strangers anonymously rate their faces because they want to see the video and, like, either have their either have like a glimmer of hope that some women out there actually find them attractive. Like, there's that hope they have that they end up getting a high rating, but even if they do, they're gonna deny it. Like, this guy, and this guy are gonna deny their high rating. They're gonna see this and they're going to find some way to rationalize this.
What a friendly smile.
This is a fluke. And then the guys who got rated lower are going to see this.
Some of them are just giving the death stare. Like, this person here is just giving the death stare. What is this? Like, this is look like the person on this photo is just showing pity. Like a pity look. This person's look is just, I don't know what. I don't know what to say to that, quite honestly. Yeah. The problem of incels since the sexual revolution of the 60s and 70s, women hypergamy came into effect, and a lot of women don't like average men at all, and they can't figure it out. I'm not so sure about that, actually. I'm not so sure I buy it.
This is a validation of their awful beliefs. They literally want self-torture, self-pity porn. They want to see a girl say they're not attractive and rate them lower anonymously with a photo so they can watch that and feel bad for themselves for it. That is what they are looking for. I promise you. It is genuinely some of the saddest shit you can possibly imagine.
Today.
This is the only person with a genuinely confident smile. Although this one's friendly. This person looks like they're trying to get the role of Bruce Wayne in a Batman movie.
And lastly, if you've missed this time, don't worry, because we're going to be launching it again. So make sure you keep watching till the very end to see.
This guy is aggressively ginger. I tried not to comment on it because I don't want to be racist. But this guy is aggressively ginger, and I am racist against gingers. I do ascribe to the South Park theory of they have no souls. Yep, no souls. Yep.
Imagine watching South Park.
Except for when women are gingers. It is pretty hot.
Would not be me.
Women are gingers, but when guys are gingers, no soul. Yep, I'm racist against gingers, guys. I'm sorry. Anti-white racist. Have you seen gingers? They're not white. They're like pink. I've never seen a white...
Stop digging your grave, Xander Hall. Stop digging your own grave.
White ginger. They turn pink like the second they go outside. Look at this man.
See how you can be in the next one. But now let's get on with the video.
3, 2, 1, yeah.
First up we have Adam.
No, I don't like his hair. I don't like his beard. Facial hair
British alert. That person's British. A lot is do I now?
1.
Yeah, a 1.
Nice.
I don't know, a bit simpy. I might just...
A bit simpy?
Yeah, I don't think he's lying. I'm not sure about his eyes, maybe, and his hair. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
I'm not really a fan of the hair, to be honest, so I'm gonna put friend zone him.
Oh, God.
1.
Adam.
2.
You can tell which of these women are like mean and like typically very vain and like out up
Adam.
front with like, no, I'm not, like, you're hideous, I'm not going to date you. And which these women would be like, if you like asked them out and they weren't into you, would be like really nice about letting you down, right? Like this girl's like really trying not to be mean. Like she's humoring this guy and probably doesn't want to be here. And she's like, doesn't want to be mean to the dude in the photo. And she doesn't want to seem mean. And she's probably not a very mean person. And so she's like trying to be as nice as possible. Like you can see like how, like, believe it or not, this incel content actually showcases how diverse the amount of personality women tend to have are.
Oh,
because they're
wow.
people. And different people have different personalities, different
Wow.
standards. They're going to rate people different.
I never knew that before. Different people have different personalities. Color me shocked. Color me intrigued.
Their standards are going to be different. Like they're just, women are not this amorphous blob that you can make an entire channel about like analyzing the psychology of for the benefit of men in the dating world. It's just it's just not a thing you can do.
He's very old. He looks, yeah, scary.
Old? I don't know. He's old. He's blonde. He has long hair. No. Yeah.
He has like a kind face, but I wouldn't say I find him personally very attractive. Oh, it's magnetic.
He's got nice hair. I'd probably say I'm probably gonna have to go friend zone though.
Friend zone.
So the interesting thing about this content that you have to remember
Friend
is
zone.
that this isn't content meant to shame women for not being attracted to these men. You have to remember that. The incels, while they do hate women for not being attracted to them, they hate themselves for not meeting the standard that women are attracted to more. If incels could snap their fingers and have a world where they meet the standards that would make them a Giga Chad or whatever, or they could completely destroy the standards and make it so that women's standards apply to them, they would change themselves. Because deep down, they are insecure with themselves, they aren't happy with themselves, and they wish that they applied, or that that the definition of Chad applied to them, because they put so much stock in it. It's similar to men and dick size, I think. Like, I think of a lot of dudes, like if you're a dude with a big dick, you've got a big dick mostly for other dudes, kinda, you know? Like, come on. Like, mostly when you talk about it, it's with the boys. And, like, obviously when a girl finds out, it's great. And it's like, you know, oh, yay, let's go. But, like, it's mostly a thing for the boys, you know? You're like, all right, time for the cock inspection, the weekly cock inspection.
Jesus.
And, you know, you all whip it out and everything.
Excuse me? Wait, what? The what?
But, like, in all seriousness, though, when dudes talk about having a big dick or whatever, it's mostly for other guys, right? Like, dudes want to have a big dick because of other guys. Most women are not size queens.
Sounds pretty...
They like it if you can pack, like, some heat. You know, they tend to like it, but they're not size queens the vast majority of the time. Like, if you are well endowed, so to say, and you leave that, like, a mystery, like, you don't let that be known until the time comes for her to see it in person, and she's surprised, all the better, right? All the better if she's pleasantly surprised. It's always nice. However, you don't need to, like, you don't need to worry about it, right? Like, most women aren't going to have that be the make or break. It's generally something that guys want because of other guys. With that in mind, the Chad and incel thing is much the same. Most guys want to be a Chad. They want to have muscles and
men?
like work out and be tall or be just attractive to women. Not because being attractive to lots of women is all that much of a benefit they strive for, but because they want that as a way of getting respect from other men. most of these incel dudes feel like they don't meet the standard of what a man should be, and that other men, other real men, would look down on them. But if they could meet that standard, then real men would respect them. So they are both seeking the validation of society, but particularly the validation of other men that they look up to and see as being chads. Frankly, many of these guys do not like the idea of having lots of women actually be with them. Like, they actually don't like the idea of having lots of women go after them. Like, what they actually fantasize about is having lots of women go after them and having the, what they would say, the luxury of rejecting them. Haven't you seen how much additional incel content is actually about, like, how epic Chad dudes reject women that come onto them? And, like, championing the guy as a Chad for rejecting a woman for coming onto him? Because they fantasize about being so...
I'm giggling about this far too much, but it's just... It's just funny. I don't know. It's a funny segment.
Attractive to women that they get to reject women. Something pretty uncommon for guys to be able to do unless they are very attractive and very appealing to women. Yeah, big dicks only impress other men. Most women just want you to either know how to eat pussy or not be afraid to use something that vibrates. That is honestly true. I think most women would probably take a guy with, like, a medium or even under average sized dick
as long as
who
it
would be
doesn't
willing
hurt.
to eat pussy and use a vibrator as, like, a sidearm, as I like to call it, because it's funny.
Sidearm.
Than, like, a guy who just has
Oh,
a
God.
big dick but refuses to do anything creative. You know?
Creative.
That's probably true.
Do something
Yeah,
creative.
that's probably true. Anyway, Wheat Waffles also put out a video called It's Over. I got expelled for approaching girls on campus. This was a sidearm. Yeah, I like calling it a sidearm. It's funny. Anyway, so basically, the
expelled.
He put out a video about how he got expelled for making that video we just watched. Zan, is switching to your sidearm always faster than reloading? Yeah, because after you nut, like, you have to wait for your balls to recharge. So yeah, using your sidearm is faster than reloading. And then, like, your tongue is like knifing.
They come over to me, and I'm encircled by these 5 security guards now. And the first one speaks up, and he says, "Excuse me, mate, so what do you think you're doing?" And I say,
Oi,
I'm
mate.
recording a video.
Mate.
And he says, well,
mate.
We've been getting complaints that you've been going around harassing the girls on the campus.
True.
And then I am...
This means that the women that he was approaching were complaining to security.
True.
He, like, obviously they would,
True.
because the dudes who do these videos are basically harassing most of the women they encounter. Only, like, a fraction of the women they approach aren't freaked out enough to run away and actually agree to it. Eating pussy is like knifing? Well, no, using your tongue is like switching to your knife in, like, an FPS game. Like, you've used your rifle, you've used your sidearm, and now you've had to switch to your knife.
And now...
I'm thinking what I said.
And now you're becoming creepy, Xanderhall. And now you've sort of... I don't know.
Okay, who's made these complaints? And
Now now the analogies became creepy.
what have they said? And then he says, well...
What? What?
Okay, guys. Today I have a...
What?
The sad news.
Preview? What was that? Okay, so I guess that was his preview he played? What? What was that editing? I'm gonna speed this up. This guy talks slow.
What?
Very important video, because in the last week, as I was recording the next Unigirls face rating video, a very serious accusation had been made against me.
Yes.
To put it simply, I had been accused of harassment, and that resulted in my expulsion from the campus. Just to clear up one potential misunderstanding, I didn't get expelled from the university.
We're actually 10 subscribers away from 1,000, by the way.
a better word maybe to use is banished or removed. Essentially, I'm not allowed to come back, but I'm 100%
Holy
certain that if
it's a shame this guy's such a shithead incel, because I'd like to compliment him on this because it's a cool feature. This guy has that thing where you have 2 different colored eyes, like Graha Tia in FF14. That's a different thing, but he has different colored eyes. Heterochromia, yeah, he's got 2 different colored eyes. His left eye is blue, and his right eye is like a greenish thing. Yeah, he's got 2 different eye colors.
If I was enrolled in a course at the university, there would have been a very, very serious
something women do and
implications to follow. I almost definitely would
Oh
have
yeah, he's going to be
expelled
important
from
later,
whatever
clearly,
course I was
Maddie
doing. They
Kitten.
took my details, the security guards, and there's...
Should women not be able to reject men?
Assume that every plot point set up in, like, A Realm Reborn, like, even the slightest hint is going to come around again, real importantly, particularly in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. I've been told Shadowbringers is just f***ing insanely good. Like, Shadowbringers is when the game, like, started to become famous and popular and blew up because the...
Not exactly. That's not exactly true. The game became popular before Shadowbringers. It's not true that the game blew up only in Shadow. No, that's not true.
fan base was, like, mind blown by how good Shadowbringers was, and then, like, told everybody...
But it was very good.
And started, like, talking it up, and then people started joining, realizing how good Shadowbringers was. And, like, Shadowbringers is what made the game, like, what it is now in its popularity. And then Endwalker came once it was already popular, and was also really award-winning. So Shadowbringers is, like, the expansion where things start to get real. It's like the Season 4 of Breaking Bad, like, equivalent in where things start to get real. Endwalker's just as good in my opinion, I heard. I'm also, so for those that don't know, obviously I'll be playing Dark Knight through Shadowbringers, so I'm doing it right. Doing it right. Anyway.
Still potentially charges to come. We'll see what happens. Hopefully this is the end of it as I explained the story, but it seems that whatever's happened has been very, very serious, and it's been taken very, very seriously. And just before I get into explaining the story, to give a little bit of background, as you guys know, I record...
So much whining on this guy. So much whining. Stop whining. Stop it. Get help.
Interview videos. I'll just bring a couple on the screen here now. These have been quite
Get
popular,
help.
as you can see. 70k views, 200k views, the last few that I've uploaded. And as you can imagine, the way that I make these videos is I go to the campus and...
So, unfortunately for this guy, and the guys who make these videos, approaching random women in public that don't know you and asking them to rate the attractiveness of, like, random men is not, like, appropriate behavior.
It's creepy.
Like, a school is absolutely in its rights to remove you from campus and, like...
For being a creep.
Penalize you for that type of behavior.
Yes.
Without a doubt, yeah.
Yes, don't be a creep. That's my advice.
Lots and lots of girls.
Don't
the
be
conversion
a
rate
creep.
usually settles in at around 40%. I'm reasonably efficient getting girls to agree to be on it.
Reasonably efficient.
Most of them are creeped out and are like, no, you f***ing weirdo, and then go and, like, report you to the security because you're a weirdo
True.
approaching random women with a sign.
And I have a reasonably decent system. If you want to see how it works, then I actually have
Decent
another video on the second
system.
channel where I show a longer interaction. I'd highly recommend
Oh my
checking out
god,
video
that
after you
looks
watch this
so creepy. I cannot believe how creepy that looks. He looks like he looks like a stalker, I swear. He looks like an angry stalker on that thumbnail. Am I the only person seeing this? This is... Why would you put this out and think that it's good? Why? Look at him. Come on. Come on. That's not... Oh boy. It's not what you want.
one. It's a 2.5 minute interaction with 2 girls, and you can see I just break down all of the techniques and strategies I use to increase the chance that some girls will be happy to help out.
All the techniques. I break down all the techniques. I break it down. I'll break it down for you.
Participate in the video. But just to keep things nice and short, for this video, I've got a short interaction of me going...
That is the creepiest way he could have said that.
Up to yes! And this one's only about 10-15 seconds long, and this was actually the worst interaction of the day. So I'll just show you what happened. Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt. I know you're probably in the middle of a... Have you got your headphones on or something? Okay, sorry to interrupt you. I know you're probably in the middle of a really important message or something like that. But me and my friend, we're recording a video today. And...
thanks.
Okay, you definitely sure?
Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
How suave. How suave. I'm sure you're busy with your important thing, but me and my buddy... No thanks. No thanks, buddy boy.
So, as you can see, that...
Yeah, that's how it mostly goes, I imagine, because they are doing their own thing, and you're a weirdo approaching them on the street. You're a stranger, and they don't know you, and you're a weirdo.
True.
You're a weirdo incel with a YouTube channel, and there's a guy standing 10 feet away with a camera trained on her.
That just gives you a basic idea of how the approaches go down. And as I've said, this was the
Hiding in the
worst
bushes.
interaction. I was quite caught off guard that she just immediately said, "No thanks, I'm out." But that's as bad as it gets, really.
She probably thought he was trying to film a porno. Oh, that's actually...
That's funny. Okay? That's funny.
A good point. That is how a lot of those pornos start. Those are all fake, though. But the thing is, yeah, she probably saw one of those and was like, nope, I'm not getting roped into one of these.
Are very sincere, and they at least, you know, give you the...
Holy she is taller than him. Dude, okay, guys. Not often do I encounter women who are taller than me, but when I do, it's because they are tall. Like tall. I encountered a woman who was taller than me by
Oh my god. Is this supposed to be some self-brag by Xander Hall about how tall he is? That if Xander Hall finds someone taller, then they have to be like 10 meters long. I don't know. 10 meters tall. Like a building. Like a skyscraper towering over me. Calm down, Xander Hall. Don't be insecure about your height.
a lot the other day, and she works at the dispensary I go to. Like, and she's taller than me by, like, more than 6 inches. Like, my eyes are at her chin, okay? Like, she's taller than me, dude. And it is wild. It is a...
Is Xander Hall even all that tall? Is that even such an achievement to be taller than Xander Hall? I ask.
Feeling I have not felt since I was a kid. To be able to, like, see a woman who is taller than me. I kind of like it.
Time of day, they want to find out a bit more.
I see. If you like it, then it's nice.
And I show that in the video on the second channel. I 10,000% recommend watching that video after this one, by the way. It's probably the best video I've uploaded to the second channel. But anyway, that just gives you a basic idea of, even at the worst case scenario, this is how respectful it still is. And I don't think for 1 second it constitutes harassment. So I'm honestly baffled that I've even been accused of this. But anyway, now let me get into the actual story of how I was accused. So at this particular part of the day, we had already recorded 8 recordings so far. So we'd had 8 girls who had already agreed to be in the video, and we only needed 2 more. And we were sitting on this grass area, and then I see in the corner of my eye some security guards walking over to us. And then there was a couple behind us as well, and one more that was all walking into our direction.
Imagine making a video about how you got kicked off of your school campus by security for accosting women, and, like, posting that online as if you like, are the victim of something.
So at this part, I was like, this is interesting. This is a bit funny. I wonder what these guys are looking for. Maybe they're just trying to see what I'm doing. Maybe they just want to see what it's about. Anyway, they come over to us, and I see them talking in their little walkie-talkies, and I overhear one of them. He's like, yeah, this is the guy. We're just about to engage with him now. So they come over to me, and I'm encircled by these 5 security guards now. And the first one speaks up, and he says, excuse me, mate, so what do you think you're doing? And I say, I'm recording a video. And he says, well, we've been getting complaints that you've been going around harassing the girls on the campus. And then I am taken aback, and I'm thinking, well, I say, okay, who's made these complaints, and what?
What? Whoa. Huh? Huh?
they said. And then he says, well, we've received an emergency alert on our app, which alerts all of the security guards that there's been a report of harassment. And at this point, I'm starting to get a little bit more of an understanding of what's happened. So basically, there's...
You know what's funny? Is that these YouTuber types feel like they're immune to public standards of, like, real-life social expectations, you know? Like, when I am gonna film a video in public on my phone, I find, like, a quiet, secluded spot where my talking somewhat loudly into a camera isn't gonna annoy or bother people.
Oh.
And like, upset them. I don't, like, approach random strangers in public and, like,
Upset
accost
them?
them with shit. The most I do is say, hi, hope you have a good one, if we, like hello, or good morning, if I pass them on the street.
Hello,
'Cause I like
good
to say hi
morning.
to strangers, but that's it.
Awkward.
Like
Awkward.
besides that, like...
That is not something that ever happens in Poland, saying hello to strangers.
Generally speaking, I see so many YouTubers who feel as though they're immune to social standards of real life. Like, if they have their camera with them and their audience is there in their mind, then they've got so many people cheering them on, it, like, nullifies the social embarrassment of the things they're doing in real life.
What?
Does that make sense? Like,
no,
only
I
so
don't
many
know.
people can see you in real life and make fun of you, but if the entire internet is cheering you on, then that's so many more people who think you're not embarrassing yourself. It, like, cancels out the embarrassment of doing something embarrassing in real life. It's like the Filthy Frank effect. Like, yeah, Filthy Frank was doing really embarrassing shit in public, and if you saw someone doing what he was doing in public, you would, like, think very little of them, but you were seeing him on the internet, and everyone else was clapping for it, and so behavior that would be, you know, completely unacceptable in real life is seen as funny because it's online. And I love Filthy Frank, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not shitting on Filthy Frank by any means, but I think it's a good example of how the internet can put a lot of content creators into the mind space that they have transcended real-life people's opinions mattering. People's opinions online start to matter more than people's real-life opinions of you. When the online people are more real to you than the people real in front of you are officially, you officially have brainworms, yeah. That's basically what's happened. The internet people are more real to him than real people.
An app which is provided by the university and allows people to report misconduct or any inappropriate behaviour, and I also think it's used for
You
snuggle
look scary,
stuff, if you guys know what I
dude.
mean when I say that.
You look
So
very scary.
that's what has been happening.
Dude, all these grifters are so desperate to make money, they won't say the word rape in their videos because they really want to get the green dollar sign for the money.
True.
Yeah, he's finding an
money.
ad-friendly word to use in the place of rape.
Oh.
Because he's just such a grifter. And I guess too lazy to edit out the word. Like, he could have said it and then edited it out if he wanted to get monetized. Or essay. You could say essay.
We're
Next thing that the
so
security
close
guard
to getting
said,
monetized.
I remember this quote exactly. I remember exactly what he said. I actually have it written down. So, what you been doing? Have you been going around asking the girls if they want to go out with you? And I say, no, I've just been making a video. And then I say after, and even if I was approaching the girls, trying to date them, what would be the issue? And this is the important part. And then he said back to me, and this is the part that I exactly remember. We don't want any girls being harassed on campus, and it's our job to make sure this is a safe space where the girls feel comfortable.
Is he gonna get mad at the term safe space being used in the context of women being comfortable if they're not gonna get harassed by random men? Like, you made these women uncomfortable. What can I say? Like, I'm sorry that, like, you're a weirdo and this kind of stuff doesn't fly in, like, in public.
And as soon as he
in
said
real
that,
life.
that exposed exactly what I predicted. And
Exposed.
it shows that approaching women, well, at least in the eyes of the security and
True.
in the woman that's reported
Equals rape.
You're not allowed to approach women anymore.
Sorry.
It is...
Okay, this was never okay, alright? I'm sorry, but women don't like being approached and asked out. They don't like being approached by strangers at all. And honestly, guys don't either. If I was walking down the street doing my, like, random chores with my headphones in, my, like, earbuds in, like, walking to go, like, pick up vapes and get groceries and stuff,
Vapes.
and some random guy stopped
That's a
to, like,
chore.
put a camera in my face
Hold
and a
on, no,
microphone
wait,
to-
hold on. Picking up vapes? Those are your chores? Xander Hall. Give us a better Give us a better example of a chore than getting vapes, okay? Please, for the love of God. There are better chores to showcase than this. I assure you. Goodness gracious.
To like ask me questions,
Oh,
I'd be
yeah,
pretty
yeah.
goddamn annoyed. I'd be pretty fucking annoyed, and just on that aspect alone, I'd want to tell that guy to fuck off and go on with my day.
I wouldn't be annoyed. I just politely, I don't know. Do whatever. Calm down.
Not to mention, there's certainly rules around this on campus because having it be allowed that random guys can approach every girl on the campus and ask them out is not okay. He may not be repeating like that type of behavior wouldn't be getting repeated to the same person in that scenario necessarily, but they still account for in their rules the same person just harassing multiple women trying to ask them out. Like, it's just not allowed. It's not socially acceptable behavior. That he just doesn't realize why it's creepy and why the security was right to kick him out. It's pretty funny though. It is pretty funny that he doesn't see why he's such a creep.
Some new static is in there. Some new static was in here. Let me see some new static.
Women trying to ask them out. Why the security was right to kick him out. It's
static.
pretty funny though. It is pretty funny that he
Campus,
doesn't see why he's such a creep.
LOL. 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 Hassan lashes out at the Delamburs. Pick me a woman that got cartering gets a dunk on anti-thing. We're not watching any of these videos. We're not watching any of this. Robotics. I bet none of this audience know robotics. I bet none of you know what the robotics are. 1,000,000,000,000,000%. I bet none of you know robotics. I bet none of you know. Let's snipe Prison Sunday and see if this is still going on. Riverboat. Wild some new static, yes. Oh.
That would happen post Oslo. He saw it for what it was, which was a way to, it's very Foucault, a way to make Palestinians jail and control themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a big Oslo guy. I was a big two-state guy. I was a big Oslo guy. And it's been heartbreaking to see the discontents of Oslo.
True.
But that's a great book from Oslo.
Could you elaborate that on a bit more? What
True. Always elaborate whatever you can.
was it about the Oslo Court that sort of established this described it as a self-policing mechanism?
It didn't actually create a state. It created a process to get to a state, right? It was aspirational on the Palestinian side and very concrete on the Israeli side. And so Palestinians were given the trappings of a state: uniforms, a flag, currency, health ministry, police ministry, right? They had the bits and pieces of a state, but they were a nation. So they don't have a state. Oslo, my reading of Oslo is it created a pattern of dependency and de-development whereby Palestinian institutions would never be able to grow.
Second thought exposed by Keffels. Huh? Hassan. I refuse to watch anything from Hassan. I will never watch Hassan. Oh wow. Oh wow. What? Cooking Mama. Who knew misogyny could be an ingredient? We're gonna watch a bit of this. I am intrigued by this title. I am intrigued. Let's see. Misogyny, an ingredient? Wah, wah.
My lovely, lovely imps, welcome to Cooking Mama, the part of the show where I watch cooking videos and talk about them. I love food, I think cooking is amazing, and I've been doing this kind of stuff on my show for a really long time. If you want to check out other episodes, which are awesome, you should search my channel, Demon Mama, Cooking Mama. It's that simple. Cooking Mama, Demon Mama. Wow.
It's super
we have
easy.
a couple of people that we like to revisit and see how their progress on cooking is coming.
You should revisit me.
And we also sometimes do watch good cooking, but unfortunately, a lot of what we watch is bad cooking. And today, we're definitely
Unfortunate,
almost
but you know,
assuredly
what are you
going
gonna...
to see.
What the hell was that?
Wow, that was loud. We're definitely almost assuredly going to see some bad cooking. So we're going to stop in with an old friend.
Who
seems to be up to his usual
Who?
nonsense. Well, we got the
What the hell is this
slut
channel?
pancakes. Excellent. Love it.
What the hell?
Dave made what? Question mark?
What is this thumbnail?
With a lady in a bikini and an assuredly stolen photo of a lady in a bikini.
Why?
The dueling dinners of the Sopranos. We got the drunk slut. We got the Freya Allen mac and cheese. Oh, man. Listen, okay, something you should know. Whenever we watch Dave's cooking, he's super misogynistic. Some people don't know this, but Dave has an alter ego. And in fact, Dave's alter ego is the most famous part of his ego. See, Dave used to run a channel, an anti-SJW channel called War Corpse 666. Which then rebranded to the Lord of Patriarchy.
What?
He was kind of infamous in the anti-SJW era for screaming at little children on the internet that he felt were too woke. And in a lot of his videos, he makes things like drunk slut spaghetti, and then throughout his cooking video, he says really horrible things about
What
women.
is that even?
So it's going to be certainly very interesting. All right, let's see. Let's check out the drunk slut spaghetti. Let's do it. Let's do it, everybody.
No, I don't.
Welcome to Dave's Cooking Show, and for you today, we have what's known as drunk slut spaghetti.
What?
So, an interesting start. One of the recurring issues with Dave's cooking is that he never fucking cleans anything, ever.
What is this?
His shit is always dirty as fuck.
What is
as
this?
As you can see, there's already gunk all over the blown out counter over here, and this thing looks putrid.
What is
This
this?
is the spaghetti you make, you know, when you come home with some drunk slut. All right, I didn't get...
When was the last time that happened, Dave? Dave, when was the fucking last time that happened to you? I want to know. Be honest. When was the last fucking time?
Chance to film it, but I recently cooked a about a pound of Italian sausage, and we're gonna deglaze the pan with some red wine. And give the drunk slut the rest. All right, let this reduce for a little bit. Should be a minute, maybe 2 minutes. And then you'll want to add some garlic to it.
I've got a really good spaghetti recipe, by the way. I can make a pretty good spaghetti. I'm proud of my spaghetti skill. You know, I'm pretty confident in myself when it comes to my spaghetti-o. Whoever,
As you can see,
it takes 3 hours, but whomever I'll make that spaghetti will be a lucky person.
it's boiling away, and now we're gonna add 1 green pepper chopped and 1 onion that's been diced.
There's no way that that is 1 onion and 1 green pepper. That must have been the world's smallest green pepper and the world's second smallest onion.
And
but again, also he always gets the instructions incorrect for his own cooking videos that he's making. Maybe he meant, wait, maybe he means he's the drunk slut.
And basically then you're going to want to lower the heat to about medium low, and you're going to want the veggies and the wine to kind of mingle together and kind of almost create a broth. Don't worry, this will come out great.
Broth?
I can already hear Jake's fanboys going, oh my god.
Okay, everybody, this is a moment. Okay, hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Listen. Shh. This is why we don't imps. We only ever raid with love, and we do not engage with the zoo animals. Okay? This is why we do this. We never want this to happen. That no. We don't do that. We are like we're this guy, okay? All right? All right, this is us.
Don't
Hold on a
engage
second,
with the
okay?
zoo
Hold on a minute.
animals.
This is us. Hold on, where's this? Here we go. Oh, that's a bad quality image. Here we go. Perfect. This'll do. I want you to know this is us at all times. Okay? Right there. We watch. We watch from a distance. We do not engage. Okay? This is why. Unless I tell you to, and when I tell you to, I mean we do it positively. Okay?
You do not engage with the zoo animals.
Not doing it that way.
Hey.
All right, so
Ooh, yeah, okay.
give this about 5 minutes on a medium-low heat. Let them all incorporate with one another.
Who's Jake? Jake is
good question.
A streamer by the name of Actual Jake. We watched a debate that he had with President Sunday recently.
Oh no!
Jake also has a long-standing beef with Dave's cooking.
Oh my god! This is so incredible.
Yep.
Yep.
They have a long-time beef, and I will say it's quite funny.
Sounds funny to me.
And we'll be back to the next step. Okay, and as you can see, it's coming.
That's where this meme came from.
What do you mean? Right along.
Wait, that sounded like me. That sounded so like me. Was that me? Wait. That's impossible, but it sounded like me. I used to say like, what do you mean? I used to say it like that.
Here. Now it's time
Wait.
to add right along
Sounded like
here.
me so much.
It's coming. And we'll be back to the next step. Okay. And as
I feel called out by this. I say, what do you mean like this?
you can see, it's coming.
That's where this meme came from.
What do you mean?
I say it like
Right
that.
along here.
I feel called out now.
Now it's time to add a
Whoa.
6-ounce can of tomato paste, or 6 ounces of tomato paste, whichever. If you got that.
I say it like that. Don't be mean to me.
Squeeze to gimmick. And then you want to break that up. All right, after you.
That so does not look like a spaghetti, by the way.
This looks like a chili.
It does not look like a spaghetti at all.
You've broken it up,
Chili.
spread it around. You should be confronted with something looking like this.
Okay, listen. I don't mean to be a nitpicker here. I don't mean to, but I never want to be confronted with a dish that I'm trying to cook. It's not the vocabulary that I want to have happen. When I'm learning how to cook something, you will be confronted with this.
With something like this.
Oh.
Then you want to add a 14.5-ounce can of crushed tomatoes and 2 15-ounce cans of tomato sauce.
Yeah, Recon.
And once you have that in, the only other things you want to do is add a little bit of seasoning, little salt, little pepper, maybe some dried oregano, dried basil,
Just
or
add whatever. Just add whatever. Add whatever. You'll be fine. Add whatever. It'll be okay.
about a teaspoon of Italian seasoning, or
Just adding random stuff.
This is a really weird shift in soundtrack. We went from like generic medieval battle music, and now it's like a cat walking across a piano.
a teaspoon to a tablespoon. All depends on you. Just keep tasting it till the seasonings are right. Because remember, always...
Where's the fucking spaghetti? How hungry is this drunk slut? True, Sockton left.
taste, because you can add it, but once it's in...
Oh, he spilled so much. What the fuck? He splashed like a whole spoonful out. Oh my god, dude.
It's in.
I want to see this again.
Like a whole so much.
Taste, because you can add it, but once it's in...
True, Sockton. Where's left?
taste, because you can add it, but once it's in...
Oh, he spilled so much. What the fuck? He splashed like a whole spoonful out. Oh my god, dude.
Listen, spillage happens.
All right, next step. Okay, so our sauce has been roughly kind of sitting on the simmer for, the slow simmer, medium low to low heat.
Oh!
For about
slimy beef. Oof.
15, 20 minutes. Now add the sausage back. And again, you're going to want to let this incorporate for roughly about 50.
That's not what incorporate means. Stirring is not the same thing as what incorporate means. Okay? He uses that word so often, and he truly does not know what it means. Mixing meat into sauce is not incorporating. I mean, it is, but only in the loosest version of the term.
Well.
15, 20 minutes. Let everything, kind of meld together and get happy with each other. This would be a great time right now to start the water for your spaghetti. And again, general rule with spaghetti, whatever it says on the packet or the box.
Ignore it.
Whatever it says for the minimum amount of time for al dente, take a minute off. If it says 9 minutes, cook it for 8 minutes. Because again,
why?
Oh, this guy likes it al dente. I see.
Drained it and put it back in the colander or back in the pot. It's had the extra minute to come up to temp. Because again, unless you blast it with cold water, and do not do that. There's one exception. It's gonna cook for another minute. It's still cooking. Again, there's one exception to the blasting it with cold water, and that's if you're making...
Uncle Gumbald says Al Bundy dente, more like Ted Bundy.
Oh my god.
The reason you don't rinse it off with cold water is all that good, wonderful starch that's on the pasta would get rinsed off. So, don't do that. Okay, as you can see here, we've got our spaghetti. It's been drained. It's ready to go. Ready to go. Ready? There we go. Dump all that wonderful...
It does not look good.
I love how he's making fun of himself when he could have just edited a little bit more Like, you could have just edited that clip a little shorter and it's whatever.
Good sauce on the spaghetti.
That's not actually how you're
Make sure you
supposed
get
to do
everything
it
out.
anyway. You're
Likewise.
supposed to keep the spaghetti separate and put the spaghetti on your plate and then cover it with sauce. Not this. How are you going to serve this? People are supposed to mix it
And
on
then
their
you just
plate.
want to,
Okay. Oh, you guys can't see it because of the...
People are supposed
See,
to
this
mix
is
it on their
unironically
plate.
kind of a cute oven mitt. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I can't believe Dave has a cute oven mitt. It's actually adorable.
Well, you know.
Credit to Dave for that.
stir this around.
Why would you
until all the noodles and everything is
Ah.
the noodles are evenly coated and everything's mixed together, and then we'll be ready for serving.
Yeah, you need to incorporate the noodles.
Again, right now the drunk slut should be slipping into something more comfortable or nothing at all. All right, I've got.
Don't. Oh, it does not look very good.
Yeah, totally.
The spaghetti in the serving bowl. Time for a little bit of embellishment, and that's Parmesan cheese.
The Parmesan cheese is some embellishment. Oh, man.
Being snowed over the tippy top of the pasta. And then, of course, I added some freshly ground black pepper. And that's really it. So again, the next time you pick up a girl at a bar, she says she's hungry, and you need to throw something together, here you go. This is something that every man should have the ingredients to make in his fucking pantry. Okay? It's not hard. And if you don't have Italian sausage, get some ground beef. It's fine. Anyway, that's drunk slut spaghetti. Done.
Done.
Obviously.
This more?
Not a super impressive recipe. Sloppy as fuck. Spilled everything everywhere. An incredibly large amount of
I like
tomato
my
paste
recipe that I
and
use.
an incredibly large amount of wine. I don't think that I would enjoy a sauce with that much tomato paste in it. In fact, I feel like it is like guaranteed to give you indigestion with how much acidity would end up being in that. But all
The
right.
spaghetti
Not
that
the
I
worst
make
thing
is
he's ever
usually
done.
very
Not
delicious.
the worst, I will say. Why does it do that? Why does it do that every goddamn time? All right, we got some other options. Let's check out another
I'll have to make spaghetti soon.
because we got a couple.
I miss
do we
my
want to
spaghetti.
do a mystery one? Ooh,
Miss-
a pizza burrito. That sounds repulsive.
What is?
We've also got the Arthur Morgan meatloaf, and we've got Dave cooked what too? People want to do the Sopranos, but I kind of want to know what Dave cooked what too is. And the pizza burrito sounds all right. Okay, mystery. We do it. Dave cooked what? Let's do it.
It's 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes.
Welcome to another edition.
I hate the hard cut. Let me finish the fucking theme. It's the most exciting part.
And Dave made what? Today we have a chorizo ciabatta pizza. What I have
Chorizo ciabatta pizza.
here is about a pound of chorizo sausage that we're just gonna cook up. Okay, now we have to make the pizza sauce. What is being added to the blender now is a 28-ounce can of San Marzano tomatoes. Again, once you have San Marzanos, you are not going to be able to buy the cheap brand of tomatoes ever fucking again. It's the way it is. You can't get pre-made sauce anymore. You can't get the
Dude, you used pre-made sauce in the last episode. Literally, like 2 episodes ago, we watched you pour pre-made sauce into your drunk slut spaghetti.
It was an accident. It was an accident.
That was for the drunk sluts. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Oh, I forgot.
It was an accident.
I'm sure. Oh, yeah, guys. I'm sure Dave didn't eat any of that spaghetti. I bet he didn't eat any of it. Dave
threw
seems
it
like
out.
a man with an incredible amount of self-control, and I'm sure he fed all of that spaghetti directly to the many drunk sluts that he was bringing home lately.
Cheaper can of tomatoes. Nope, it's the can of San Marzanos because they're the only ones with real fucking flavor. Then you want to add about a tablespoon of olive oil. We're going to do about 3 cloves of minced garlic. And despite what some jackass in a corn suit says, jarred garlic in oil is fine. And then you want to...
I wonder who he's talking about there.
Add a little bit of salt and a little bit of pepper.
Sucked on Left says, I would kill to see this guy do a dating advice channel. I bet that somewhere on his streaming channel, he's done dating advice. But good luck finding it. Dave has a tendency on his main channel to fall asleep while streaming.
What? Are you serious? Oh, that's so adorable. Fall asleep while streaming?
Like, no joke, he actually does. So there's multiple times where he's had, like, stream VODs or his stream going live, and he's just in the chair. So good luck ever fucking finding any of it.
What? I should do this. Maybe I'd get viewers if I slept on stream.
Killjoy 40K says, damn, he's so bitter about Jake. Yup. But also he literally never uses fresh ingredients. We've covered Dave for a very long time, okay? We've gone and checked out Dave's cooking. We've given him chance after chance. The man is allergic to fresh ingredients, okay?
Oh,
he
no.
avoids them like the plague. In fact,
God.
it's been a moment of praise every time we've seen one of his videos using fresh ingredients. We've literally
God.
gone out of our way to go, good job, Dave. So he really doesn't have anything to stand on here.
Okay, and then you want to add 2 teaspoons of balsamic vinegar. You should always have balsamic vinegar in your pantry. You really should have 5 vinegars. Regular white.
Now, no matter what some dumb bitch with demon's horn says, rat shit is fine in your skillet.
Excuse me? What is that supposed to mean? What is happening here?
AC, balsamic, red wine vinegar, and white wine vinegar. Remember, vinegar lasts forever, so. And then you just want to add a teaspoon of Italian seasoning and a 1/4 teaspoon of red pepper flakes. If you want the sauce spicier, then obviously add more red pepper flakes. Then you just want to blend it. And that's what we're looking for. Okay, sauce is done. I know there's a debate on pizza sauce over whether or not you cook it. I'm on the kick right now of I like the sauce virgin, which means it's never been cooked. Okay, now we're ready to...
Oh, no. Oh, dude. I thought he was going to make his own ciabatta. He bought a fucking Walmart ciabatta bread. Oh, this is pathetic.
Start assembly.
Doe says, of course he'd call it virgin. Yeah, right, Doe?
Basically, what you want to do is spread some of that sauce on some lightly toasted ciabatta bread. Again, you don't want it super toasted because, again, this is going to go back into the oven. Unfortunately, I forgot to film something, but everybody was ready to rip this shit apart when it came out of the oven. And then...
You're going to have to pardon me. I pulled a moment here, and I spilled my drink on myself. It just made me very sad. Now I need to... Let's do it. Let's continue.
I changed.
Let's continue.
I would not change. I would just power through.
You want to add that chorizo sausage.
Looks like a Polish zapiekanka almost.
And
This looks so bad. This looks so goddamn bad.
It looks a bit like a Polish zapiekanka.
Some pepperonis. I didn't bother to count them. Just cover them. Cover it with pepperoni.
Cover 'em up.
And then you want to add on top of it whole milk mozzarella. The old shit, the good old shit. Whole milk, not that part skim stuff. And unfortunately, I forgot to film when they came out of the oven. And literally about 5 seconds after I sliced them, everything got devoured.
Huh?
So unfortunately, there's no real closing shot, but you can imagine about 15.
Dude, come on!
Oh my god.
This video got 213 views over the last 2 weeks. 2 comments. You don't even get to see what the food looks like at the end. You don't even... Why post it? Why bother posting it at all?
I don't know. Don't ask
Minutes in the oven at about 425 degrees. What they'll look like.
I'm sorry, it's just the most Dave moment I can possibly imagine. To get so hungry and drunk that you forgot
to shut your video.
That you were making this for a cooking video, even though you just filmed yourself cooking the entire thing and just eating it straight out of the oven. Being like,
Oh my god.
oh no, I forgot. Oh my fucking god.
Oh. Ay, 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 ay. Oh.
Oh my god. All right, we're doing one more Dave and then we're going to try something else. Cuz I don't know how much more I can do.
Okay.
Of this bastard.
Okay.
Let's see. Ooh, the dueling dinners of the Sopranos or the Doritos chorizo casserole. Oh man. Oh, we got to do this one.
I love this intro. I love it.
Doritos chorizo casserole by Dave.
Welcome to Dave's Cooking Show, and for you today, we're going to make a Doritos casserole. And once again, I feel the need to apologize because I was really bad about making sure to hit the little record button, so this one's going to be shot kind of weird.
My man, oh no. Have we entered the cognitive decline arc? Has it finally happened? He's actually struggling to even remember to film the videos. Why upload it? Just reshoot it. Finally.
Cognitive decline arc.
Doritos chorizo casserole by Dave.
What?
Welcome to Dave's Cooking Show, and for you today, we're going to make a Doritos casserole. And once again, I feel the need to apologize because I was really bad about making sure to hit the little record button, so this one's going to be...
What the... Cognitive decline arc. The cognitive decline arc. Amazing.
Be shot kind of weird.
My man, oh no. Have we entered the cognitive decline arc? Has it finally happened? He's actually struggling to even remember to film the videos. Why upload it? Just reshoot it. You shoot 100 of these videos, just reshoot the video. Why?
I don't know.
But you want to start off with 1 pound of ground beef, 1 pound of chorizo. You basically want to cook them till they're done. And then
What music? What soundtrack in the background?
well, and then drain them, but you want to reserve just a little
Drain them.
bit of
I'm
the
gonna
dripping.
drain them.
All right, now that we got our meat drained and we got just a little bit of those drippings in the
Drain the
pan
meat.
left, add 1 cup of chopped onion, and you just want to.
Credit to Dave. It looks like he might have actually cleaned his stove. Maybe the spill of the sauce forced him to clean his stove. It's not like pristine, but it looks way cleaner than last time. Credit.
Brown that up. Add a little bit of olive oil, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and then give this a couple of minutes to cook up. Don't worry if they take kind of a yellowish appearance on. That's just from the chorizo dripping, so nothing to be worried about. And then when the onions are sufficiently translucent,
Sockdon Left says, "You're completely wrong. The drunk slut turned Dave's life around. That's why he's a cleaner man." Well, hold on a second. We've only seen one video in which he's sufficiently clean. I don't think we can jump to that. Maybe. What if she just cleaned it for him because she couldn't handle it, huh?
Oh.
add the meat mix back in and give this a couple more minutes so everything can get incorporated and happy.
That's not what incorporated means. Why? Why do you? Oh.
The triggering.
Be happy together.
Again,
Okie
happy
dokie.
together.
Now we're gonna add.
I'm sorry. That's baked beans. That's baked beans and nacho cheese.
Yeah.
And those, I'm sorry, but those don't look like San Marzano tomatoes. Where's the fucking San Marzano tomatoes, my man? Weren't you just fucking lecturing everyone about how you're a stupid hipster loser if you don't buy San Marzano tomatoes, and now you're mixing fucking generic tomatoes with fucking baked beans and nacho cheese?
Now we're gonna add the rest of this. You're gonna want
a
15-ounce can of red kidney beans that you will drain. 2.
Those don't look like canned red kidney beans. They look like baked beans, bro.
Maybe he thinks they're the same.
And apparently this isn't nacho cheese. This is apparently cream of something. It's Campbell's.
Campbell's.
He just was showing a Campbell's can, so this must be some kind of a soup.
Amazing.
Maybe like cream of broccoli or something.
Amazing.
2 cans of the Rotel diced tomatoes with green chilies. 1 I drained.
Ah, Rotel, huh? Those San Marzano Rotel?
1 I did not. A 10.5-ounce can of cream of chicken soup.
Cream of chicken? What the fuck is going on here? Cream of fucking chicken?
How am
what
I
is he
supposed
making?
I don't ask me.
And a 15-ounce can of chili beans that I did not drain, just dumped them right in. You're also going to want a tablespoon of paprika,
Why?
3 tablespoons of chili powder. You also want to add the meat in, obviously.
Oh man, he barely filmed any of this. Oh, this looks heinous.
And then you're going to
Maybe
want
it's about the taste, not about how it looks.
a teaspoon of cumin.
What? Cumin?
So, then you just want to basically stir all this and then simmer over a very, very, very low heat for at
3
least an
hours.
hour.
Oh.
I simmered mine for 60 minutes. At least an hour.
This looks
I simmered mine for
disgusting.
60 minutes.
That looks disgusting. That looks awful.
Well, if we all recall the Dave clock video, we know he struggles with time. We know he struggles specifically with, you know, how time is divided out.
Just, again, low heat. Oh, and also, of course, salt, pepper. But,
the Dave clock video, oh, man. I'm amazed. The Dave clock video, okay, so there's a really infamous video of Dave live on stream getting insanely angry because actual Jake said that his clocks weren't actually set to anything. And the reason for that is, of course, he has a bunch of clocks on his walls, or he used to have a bunch of clocks on his walls, and they would say, like, locations on them. But the problem is that the times were drastically different, and including the minutes. So it would say, like, New York, and it would be, like, 8:30, and then it would say Moscow, and it would be, like, 12:27 or something like that.
Right.
Like, or, you know what I mean? Like, just completely different times. All of the clocks had the minute hands in different spots. And so people pointed out that, like, oh, your clocks aren't actually set to those time zones. They're just, like, random clocks. And he was like, you don't fucking know that! And he got really mad about it. And then there's a video. We should just watch it. Somebody give me the video. One of you, give me the video. We'll just watch it. It's fucking great.
Yeah, then just simmer this for 1 hour, and we should be ready for the next step. This will be your meat mix.
Baby, one more time.
Should look something like that while we're simmering. Oh, yeah, you'll either want to shred or put in the food processor, or you can buy the bags if you like.
Hello. Also, they might be God or has developed immunity to salmonella, and you know.
You'll need 4 cups of cheddar cheese, by the way. So, good time to do that. Okay, so I sprayed this pan with Pam. And now you're going to add the first layer of Doritos. By the way, you'll need about 12 ounces of nacho cheese Doritos that you've basically beaten into crumbs. Basically, just grab a party-size bag.
You'll never, once you have San Marzano tomatoes, you'll never be able to go back to generic crap ever again. That's why I'm using Pam and Doritos in this recipe, and canned Rotel, and beans that haven't been separated from their fucking shitty liquid. Anyway, shut the fuck up.
So you want a nice, good layer on the bottom here. Add a nice little layer of cheese. Oh, by the way, you should be preheating the oven to 350 degrees.
Celsius.
So a nice little layer of that shredded cheese. And now it's time to add a layer of the meat.
Retcon, he's absolutely eating all of it by himself. No joke. There's no possible way he's sharing this with anybody.
Oh my god.
Sauce. And then you want to add another layer of the crushed nacho.
It's a lot.
Cheese Dorito chips.
Oh my god.
And then you want to add another layer of cheese. The other half of that meat mix we made. And finally, the last of the cheese to go on top. And then you want to put this in the oven.
What is this supposed to be again?
Till the cheese is melted. I forgot how long.
This looks terrible. Just terrible.
Long it took, about 15 minutes. Just keep an eye on it.
What is this supposed to be?
Okay, I did add a little bit of Monterey Jack to the top layer when I popped it in the oven. Now, you want to let this rest for at least 20 minutes after you pull it out of the oven. Otherwise, it's just going to explode. You're not going to get like that casserole-y type of thing. What? So anyway, let it rest for 20 minutes. Let it come down in temperature.
Holy shit.
Alrighty, we've let it rest.
Oh!
And there you go.
Does not look good.
Oh, dude. Oh.
So that's a Doritos casserole. Done.
Yeah, okay.
Done.
Man. Okay, dude. All right, bro.
We are done. Okay. We are done here.
So, the setup for this. Actual Jake made fun of him about the clocks and pointed out the the fact that all of the times the minute hands are all wrong, so they can't possibly be set to the correct time zones, okay? And he got very mad. And instead of just admitting that he never set any of these clocks, he decided to prove Jake wrong. And he didn't just research it on his own, he did it live on his stream. And we're gonna watch this.
Okay.
Time.
God damn it.
Tim zone. Tim.
In London.
Time in London. All right, let's see it.
9:22.
Well, that's what this
PM.
person looks like.
London. Now, let's do another one.
All right, remember that. It's 9:22 in London, okay?
Okay.
I'm in.
Time in Germany.
Oh.
10:22.
10:22. What the? Why would it be? What?
Okay.
I'm dead. I'm fucking dead, bro. No. 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 No.
Now let's go.
Now let's go. Now let's go. Time. Tokyo. Fuck. What's he do? Fuck.
5:22. Okay, I'm getting annoyed.
I'm getting annoyed.
Time in Moscow, 11:22. Almost like time zones don't change the minutes, my man, just like everyone told you.
Come on, dude. Come on, bro. Stop it. Stop. Come on. No. 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 Oh.
Calm down. Yourself.
Oh, come
Are you
on,
okay?
dude. Oh. Oh.
Are you
I can't
climaxing
feel the air
right
out.
now?
I'm dying. Oh. Oh,
Feels
Dave.
Yeah, one of the most legendary moments when you're so confident in your lie, when you know, and just keep in mind, Dave knows he's never set those clocks. Dave knows that he's never set those clocks, but he's convinced himself of his own lie that time zones can have different minutes when obviously they don't. And so he's so confident in that he decides to go on a live stream and look it up and get owned. And then he gets mad. He's like, no, this is pissing me off now. Moscow, Tokyo, why are they all variants of 22? Incredible. And yes, for those who said that isn't this guy like a Giga Chud? Yes, he is. He's also known as Lord of Patriarchy. Legendary moment from actual Jake. Okay, but we have more cooking to do, everybody. We haven't checked in on Jack's cooking in a long time. So let's find out what Cooking with Jack has been up to. Jesus Christ, he does it too. Church meat, the Vision 2023. Uh-oh. A Chick-fil-A spicy chicken sandwich ripoff recipe. Betty White's wings, football finger food.
Oh, why?
Pizza pot pies.
Viral burger tacos.
Roulette. An AI recipe? Dude, don't do that.
What? AI
Birthday ice cream bread and apple dump cake.
It all sounds so awful. Why? Why does it all have to be so awful?
Cinnamon roll hack?
Hack?
What do we want to do?
I don't know. I want the cat
This
one.
is the guy who made the poison brisket.
I want the cat one.
Out of the nursing home ribs.
I need the cat one, please. Please do the cat one.
Cheeseburger
Please, please.
casserole.
Please
Monster
do it.
wings in mushroom gravy. Oh man.
Oh,
All right,
boy.
gotta see it. Holy shit, bro.
Oh boy. What the hell?
Hey guys, welcome back to the show. Hope you're
I recognize this dude.
A powerful start. Hope you're meeting all your goals that you planned for this year. If not, go, go, go.
I recognize
but for
this
right now,
person.
my goal is to make an incredible dish. So I haven't tried this recipe yet, but I want to talk to you for a moment about recipes. All right. So recipes are interesting. So a recipe can be like a secret, but if you print a recipe, most of you don't know this. If you print a recipe or you publish it to where the public can see it, it becomes immediately public domain. Look it up. You can't copyright a recipe. You just can't do it. So if you show a recipe to the public, that recipe becomes usable by anybody. So when you guys go, oh, that's not your recipe, none of them are my recipes.
Dude, just because a recipe becomes in the public domain doesn't mean you can claim that it's yours.
True.
What a fucking dumb piece of shit.
What a dumbass.
Okay, guys, by the way, if it seems like I'm extra mean to Jack, I want you guys to understand this. Jack Scalfani is a massive piece of shit, okay? Not only is this guy a terrible cook, not only is this guy
a terrible human to boot
on his show to other people, there's also videos of him admitting to beating his son.
Oh, God.
And he also decided to publish a video of him arguing about why gay people are bad on his channel.
Of
so you
course.
never have to feel bad about making fun of Jack Scalfani, okay?
I mean, sometimes I create things myself, but I try different recipes, and if they're good, I put it down below. If it's bad, I don't bother. I don't even print it down below. But most of them are pretty good. I pick recipes that sound good. They got good ingredients. The pictures look good.
The
I hope
pictures
to
look
recreate
good.
that recipe and share it with you and tell you that it's a success. Whoever invented the recipe, I have no idea. Probably the person I'm reading it from didn't invent that recipe. They're recreating it. So I just wanted you to understand the laws regarding recipes.
What?
My barbecue sauce recipe.
Oh yeah, remember the time he called his mom on a video and recorded her saying that she really did not want to be in the video, and then he just put her in anyway? Yeah,
yes,
I
remember that.
Incredible.
Actually.
All right.
I do remember
I
that.
could give it to you guys. I'm not going to, but I could. Give
I don't
it to
want
you.
it from
Then
you.
It's public knowledge. It's public domain. Everybody can use it and make it and sell it and do whatever they want. You can't protect your recipe if they're not protectable. I've tried. I went to a lawyer and I tried to protect
my God.
sauces, and you can't do it. You just don't tell anybody.
Dude, what?
So if you like your recipe, don't share it. All right? But
if you like your recipe, don't share it, or else some dumb asshole like me will come around and pretend that I invented it, because technically the law says you can't copyright it. Newsflash. The law says you can't copyright a recipe. That doesn't mean that you can claim that it's yours. That doesn't mean that it's right to do so, and it doesn't mean that it's the truth to do so.
Ones I get are public, and they're shared, and there's thousands and thousands of recipes out there on the internet. So I try to bring the ones that I think sound good, and this is one of them. So one of the new things we're trying this year, and we started at the end of last year, we're not going to bring you in close and show you all the ingredients because they're listed down below. I thought, you know what? Some people don't want to watch really long videos. So I'm going to shut up right now and start the video and start.
This is a 12-minute video, by the way, in which the beginning he spent the entire first fucking 3 minutes of this video talking about why it's okay for him to pretend that he invented recipes that he didn't.
Start cooking and show you what I'm going to do. And then as the ingredients get put in, I will then name the ingredients, but if you need a list, it'll be down below in the recipe. If not, let me know. All right? Let's get started. Here we got our wing.
If not, let me know. So if you don't want the ingredients, you're supposed to go in the comments and tell them, no, I don't want the ingredients.
I don't want them. I don't want them.
4 in this package, 4 in this package. All right, and the first thing you're going to do is don't do anything with this yet. Go over to the oven, preheat to 400 degrees, okay? Come back here. You're going to open up the wings.
The first thing you're going to do is not do anything with the turkey that I'm showing.
Let me show you.
Oh, man.
Hold on.
Oh.
Right.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, something else you should know about Jack. Jack is always absolutely horrible about food safety, okay? I'm talking, he doesn't wash his hands, he leaves meat, he cross-contaminates constantly. There's a video, one of the videos of his is his chicken sous vide, where he says that it's perfectly done, and when he opens the chicken, it's literally pink in the center, and he's eating it, and you can see that it's pink and dripping with uncooked chicken juice. It's fucking putrid. Okay? Putrid.
Putrid.
And he's like, oh, it's perfectly done. That's what you want with the flavor. Nice fucking chicken tartare.
Now, a turkey wing has 3 sections. All right, so I'm going to show you guys right now.
Yes.
It has that section right there,
Nice.
which is kind of like the wing.
Ah, yes, I love that section. Thanks for telling us about that section in your informative cooking video.
Part. Then it's got a drumette, and then it's got kind of like a double bone midsection. So there's 1, 2, 3. You separate all 3 of these parts. Get them all separated and meet me right back here. You're going to cut right here in this joint. You're going to cut in this joint, and you're going to separate 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Okay, get them all separated, and then we're going to season them. So I put them in a big like metal bowl or something. Cut these wings into 3 parts. You got 1 part right there. You got another part right there. And you got another part right there. Now that I touched the turkeys, I've got to go wash my hands.
He's washing his hands? He washed his fucking hands. Oh my god. Oh my god.
A brave new world.
Start seasoning, so I'm literally throwing it on top of all this. Little pepper. There we go. A little salt. A little more salt. Some garlic. Can't have too much garlic. You don't have to worry about
You actually can have too much garlic.
garlic. You can over garlic and it'll still taste good. Probably tastes better than when you originally planned on it. Alright. Little basil.
He did wash his hands. Basil.
Alright. Onion powder.
Oh my god, bro. Holy shit. Garlic powder and onion powder to that level. These are going to be the saltiest. This is going to be the driest bottom of the Salt Lake wings you could possibly imagine. That is so much salt.
Let's open this up. This is brand new.
The Salt Lake.
Some poultry seasoning. The seal's still on it.
That's gonna have salt in it too. If it's pre-mixed poultry seasoning, it's gonna have tons of salt in it too. Oh my god.
Okay. Little poultry seasoning. There we go. Can't go wrong with poultry seasoning. Usually, poultry seasoning, I think it's almost always made with sage. So we're going to put this off on the side, but first I'm going to toss it really quick with my hand. Just to get the seasoning all on everything. First thing we do is spray this pan with some olive oil. Next thing we're going to do.
That's convenient, actually, spraying.
Is do the, now, okay, so I screwed up and I forgot to buy bell peppers, so we're not putting bell peppers in my recipe, but normally you guys can, or if you like other vegetables, you can. I'm doing mushrooms, and I'm doing, hold on, and I'm doing celery. It's supposed to be bell peppers in here too, but I mean, I eat bell peppers all the time, so I'm okay if I skip the bell peppers.
You are now Cosmo's Infinity.
Ow, ow, ow.
All right, so let's show you what we're gonna do now. All right, there's your vegetables.
My neck.
You're gonna take your chicken. I keep wanting to say chicken. Take your turkey and put it Skin side
That was
down.
weird.
They both have skin, but put the heavier skin down. Okay? And if you're doing just
That was not pleasant.
drumsticks, then
Hmm?
it doesn't matter. There you go. Coat as much as you can. Now, go get your foil. Cover this tightly with foil. And then we're going to cook it for 1 hour. Okay? Okay, guys, this is what it looks like covered in foil.
Amazing.
Get it in the oven for 1 hour.
Oven.
1 hour.
Pull that out. Carefully. Carefully. Don't get a steam burn. Let the steam out slowly. You're just going to open one corner. Okay? Really quick. You're going to pour this in. This is your chicken broth. Pour it right in the corner here.
Why use? Okay, I know this is kind of funky, but why use chicken broth? They make turkey broth. You can get turkey broth.
Whatever.
Why?
Whatever. Don't be a nitpicker.
Whatever.
True.
I'm
Whatever.
doing- it asks for half a cup. I'm doing 3/4 of a cup. 'Cause I
Whatever.
got a lot going on here. All right?
Yeah.
Tuck that carefully back. Don't burn yourself like I am. Be careful. Use your mitts if you have to.
Why?
Put it back in the oven for 45 minutes.
Okay,
With that
I was
chicken.
gonna say an hour for this type of thing seemed very low for the turkey.
Bruh. All right, so the goal is to keep this. If you have to rewrap it, that's fine. But if you can use the one that's already on here, just be careful. Let the steam escape if steam's coming out. Okay.
Steam.
There you go.
Steamy thing.
Don't get a steam burn, okay?
Like you
Take
did?
a look and see how this looks.
Steam
To be
burn can
fair,
be
this is called monster wings in mushroom gravy. This is not technically a casserole.
Put it in this
Good night, Stargazing
right
Star.
here. Okay. Then we're going to put it back in a minute. But first, we're going to... It's a little slippery there. Let me take this over to the stove. I'm going to dump this in my stock pot. Make sure my stock pot's ready.
What?
We're going to dump this in the stock pot and bring it back. And take your time. Because you want it all exposed to, like, the flame.
The
Take the
sun
skin
rays.
side up. Okay, got it all? 20 minutes we're going to pop this in so it gets a little crispy. Then I'll show you the next step. But let's get this in the oven for 20 minutes uncovered. Just put it in just like this. Okay, so we're going to simmer this. So let's get that started right now. There we go. Okay, we're going to put some cream of mushroom in. There we go.
Okay.
Put a little bit of cream of chicken in.
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Why even use turkey wings if you're just gonna do cream of chicken and chicken broth? Why not just do chicken wings? And of course, literally everything that he's used here has been either canned or powdered, with the exception of the mushrooms and the celery.
Put our onion and mushroom Lipton packet.
A packet of dip? Lipton dip? Why?
Put
Why
that in.
why is this a cooking video? This is the thing that I don't understand. Why make a cooking video if you're not, like, making anything yourself? Like, none of it. You're just sort of mixing ingredients. It's more like a mixing video. But it's not ASMR. It's not, like, oddly satisfying. It's just mixing shit.
All right, that's all we need in there. We got all the drippings. Cream of mushroom, cream of chicken, the mushroom onion. Oh my goodness, this is gonna blow up. This is gonna be so good. Let's get that all mixed in there. So we're gonna simmer this for only about 10 minutes to get everything incorporated. Now this goes on this. We pop it back in the oven to finish cooking. Like it's not done already, right? It's been in there 14,000 times, but ironically, let's get this a little closer. Okay. So I'm just doing it with a ladle. Get it over here and just pour this on top. Once I get most of the gravy out, I'll just pour it by hand. The last bit of...
That is not gravy. I'm sorry. I don't believe that that counts as a fucking gravy.
Well, you know.
That is soup. It is soup. You mixed Lipton soup mix with a little bit of chicken drippings.
I do like soups.
With a little bit of
so it's okay. I'm okay. I
drippings mixed with
like
chicken
soups.
broth mixed with two other types
I'm
of canned
hungry
soup.
now.
It's soup.
I
That's
want
not a gravy. There's not even any
good.
flour in it. It's just soup. It's just soup. It's just fucking soup. Also, okay. I'm sorry.
bunny.
Remember how I noted at the beginning that the rub that he was putting on there was 3 heavy salt ingredients? He added salt to his chicken or to his turkey. Then he added onion powder and garlic powder, both of which are mixed with salt. Then he added pre-mixed poultry seasoning with salt. Now we have salted chicken broth and cream of mushroom and cream of chicken and powdered Lipton soup mix. The salt levels in this, I don't know how you will taste anything but salt. This is a salt lick. This is a salt lick. Why not just go to...
This is an assault. Get it? This is an assault. We're being assaulted. Get it? Assault. Never mind. I thought of all people you'd get it. But you didn't.
Go to your local like farm supply and buy yourself like one of those horse salt licks.
Horse salt licks.
There we go.
Horse
Back in the oven for 20 minutes. Still at 400. Finish cooking, and we're done. We're sitting down and eating. Throw that back in. There we go. Looks delicious. Smells so good.
I'm sorry, that does not look delicious to me. This is not what I would categorize as looking delicious. It looks like somebody spilled Lipton soup.
Someone threw up
into a tray of poultry. These are the mushrooms that have been like 12 times cooked.
Good, guys. Wow. Oh, this smells amazing. I might make this next Thanksgiving. There's such a smell in the air right now. So
amazing. One of my favorite things is when people are trying to describe things and they're like, you wouldn't believe the smell. The smell, it's such a smell. It smells like such an incredible smell. Dude, what? Describe it. Use your descriptive words. You know who else does this a lot? DSP. DSP did food reviews, and a lot of times when he would describe the food, he's like, it's very, it's got this flavor to it. It's very salty. It's very oily. It's got salt and oily.
I might make this
Oily
next
salt.
Thanksgiving. There's such a smell in the air right now.
Thanksgiving.
So let's
That's
get to
coming
try. The
right
gravy
now,
looks
isn't it?
Beautiful.
That's coming
The
up.
mushrooms look beautiful, huh?
Thanksgiving.
So creamy. The gravy is beyond creamy. That is amazing. So much
salt.
Like almost like it's a soup and not a gravy. Because you use a can of cream of mushroom, a can of cream of chicken,
Yes.
a entire packet of Lipton cream of chicken or onion soup mix.
Yep.
much mushroom flavor.
Yep,
I kind of wish I
yep.
had the bell pepper in here, but I don't see bell pepper working in here. I see big chunks.
So then why would you say you kind of wished? Why did you say you kind of wish you had the bell pepper in there, but you don't see it working in there? Why would you even say that?
Chunks of onions or big slices or something else. But anyway, this is a definite. Recipes down below. I'll have the bell peppers there. You can choose to use them or not use them, all right? But I definitely approve this recipe. Great recipe. Totally honest, I love this. This is our dinner.
He says that after everything. He always says he loves it, except for the one time that he made quote-unquote Korean barbecue that had no Korean ingredients whatsoever in it.
I remember when a Korean girl coach served in our house and she made us Korean food. And she also gave me that textbook that I have somewhere. Korean textbook from Seoul University. Where is it? Where's the... Oh, it's here. I don't wanna... You've already seen it. I've already showed it. That was funny. That was a good time. That was Did we like this? How did we like this? Anybody wrote in the YouTube chat? Nobody. Everybody's in the proper chat. That was nice. Well, what now? What do we do now for more content? And it's scary about how wrong everybody is on King 13 days ago. Boom, boom, boom. It is President Sunday still streaming? Still streaming. Oh my god. And it's still the same panel. It's still the same panel. That's gonna be so awesome. Zepla HQ. The job FF14 has been missing. I agree. Zepla HQ. Interestingly enough, Zepla lived in Ukraine and had to flee it when the war began.
Hey Buns, so I finally have a moment to sit down and talk about Viper. Yes! So I have been so excited about this and I wanted to talk about it ever since I've seen the keynote at FanFest. But we had FanFest and then I got sick and then I had BlizzCon and now I'm sick again. But nothing's going to stop me. I am tired of waiting. I want to finally talk about how excited I am for Viper because so many reasons. We're going to get into it. First, a disclaimer though. Obviously, we don't know a lot about this job, okay? Yeah. We know next to nothing about this job in reality. Like, we don't know anything about the spells. We don't know how the flow of the job is going to be. We don't know if it's going to be underpowered, overpowered. We don't know any of that shit, okay? It could turn out to be that the gameplay is a complete mess. We don't know. It could be amazing. So, you know, jot that down. Keep that in mind, but... With that said, that is not going to stop me from being extremely excited about everything I've heard about Viper so far. Viper is the rogue dream that I have always wanted in Final Fantasy XIV. If you don't know, before I played Final Fantasy XIV, I was a WoW player for many years, and I was a rogue. That was my job. I raided in vanilla. I did, you know, Blackwing Lair. I did Molten Core. I did ZG. I did AQ, and I did a bit of Nax.
I did nothing ever.
Many, like 3,000 years ago. That's my baby. That's the job I loved. And so whenever I came to Final Fantasy XIV, I joined in Heavensward. And then I was like, okay, so first I do the rogue quest at level 10. So I leveled up to get to level 10. And I did rogue quests. but then the rogue quests lead on into ninja. And personally, the vibe shift from rogue guild class quests into the ninja job class quests is so jarring, and it feels like totally disjointed, and like this should not lead into this at all. Like, it doesn't make any sense that you go into through this like rogue school and it's so chaotic, it is so disorderly, it is so undisciplined. You're literally pirates like shooting the shit in your hideaway. There's like people hanging out and drinking rum, throwing daggers at the wall, and it's like we're just, you know, eating sandwiches, chilling, doing whatever we want to do. You pirates life, right? And it's awesome. And then you go and you're like, okay, well, now what's next for me? I've done all that really well. I've been a really good criminal. What's next for me?
You're gonna be a ninja.
Well, then you become a ninja for some reason, and the ninja quest is like super strict, super disciplined. Like,
I mean,
okay, that's the Hail Mary.
You embodied the both
I don't
ways.
know what y'all are doing, but
you embodied
doing
the both
something.
ways.
And it's like very orderly. It's completely different. Yes, you're both sneaky, but I feel like the similarities kind of end there. And just thematically, I couldn't vibe with ninja as much as I had always loved that like classic role-playing fantasy that Rogue really, really brought to the table. And I feel like with that sort of, to me, Viper feels like a more natural evolution of the Rogue Guild, but because it's like, well, you were a pirate before, and then when we see Viper in the trailer for Dawn Trail, you know, you're on the boat and you're adventuring, and maybe you're like, you're more than just a common pirate, like common swashbuckler. You're out here, though you are doing quite a lot of buckling, of course, with all the belts that you got all over yourself, but you are a blade dancer, you know, and maybe, fingers crossed, Viper implies that
poison.
Poisons.
Yeah.
It's kind of a big copium for me. Like, I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I really hope that some of the spells do have poisons involved with them, because that just seems like it makes sense for Viper. And yeah, anyway, so it just feels like it still has this free-spirited, adventuring vibe to it, while feeling like a grown-up version of Rogue. So for me, I could not be happier about that. But it seems like they made the deliberate decision to not have it require you to do Rogue first, and that tells me that they just don't want to interact with that system at all anymore. They don't want to make people do the class quests, guild class quests anymore to get to a new job that they're releasing. Maybe at some point they're going to do away with that system entirely. But I've never seen a progression from an existing class that would fit better than this, from Rogue into Viper. They're not doing it, so that tells me that they're probably
I guess
not going to.
I mean, the gameplay is going to be totally different,
which is probably for the best. Back in my day, okay, it was even more wonky than it is today. If you wanted to be a paladin, you needed to get levels in Conjurer first. You needed like level 15 Conjurer first, plus Gladiator. Anyway. I've actually been playing a fair bit of WoW Classic again lately because of hardcore.
Aww.
And it reminded me how much I missed and how much I love my old combat Rogue. And this is that. I've met a lot of, we've been talking to a lot of my WoW friends, and people have come to FF14 from WoW. Just went to BlizzCon, and we were all talking about it, all very excited about Viper because, you know, it's reminiscent of Combat Rogue from WoW, and it's reminiscent of Fury Warrior even. Like, we haven't really had anything like that in the game yet. These two giant swords. Actually, if you watch the trailer, there's a moment where I'm gonna have to act this out. Alright, so in the trailer, there's a moment where he does a jumping attack, like in Elden Ring, and he's like...
Lightsaber.
Okay, let me try again, but not break the ceiling. Like that. It's really cool. Man, I feel really cool holding these. And but you can put it together. Yes. Oh man. And you know Yoshi P had so much fun in that cosplay too, because he was doing the cosplay, And he's like, well, you know, I'm a little old for this. I'm in my 50s. I'm a little old to be doing cosplay. And then 5 minutes later, he's like,
Yeah, they did a really great job with the cosplay.
あんまりやると飾りが取れそう。
Yeah, you should hold off. It's gonna break. Don't break it. Be careful. Calm down.
okay, anyway. 2 swords. And can you imagine from Palace of the Dead, you can get the glowing weapon. So you're going to have 2 glowing swords like with lightsabers. It's going to be really cool. And you know what? All the people that I've been talking to who were really wanting Corsair, and I was fighting with them because I didn't want a gun. Everybody's happy. All the people that really wanted, well, maybe not everybody, but most people that wanted Corsair seem to be pretty happy with Viper. Like, oh gosh, it's so exciting. Again, we don't know anything about the gameplay, right? We only know vibes. This is only a vibe check. So because of that, there's not a whole lot else that I can actually say. Besides, it's going to be really sick. It's going to be like a blade dancer, rogue, duelist, bappin'. I'm so hyped. I wonder if the LB3 is going to be like a giant viper, just eating everything. Some people do think that if it's going to have poisons, well, maybe that would mean it would be a dot job, but based on the way they've been dealing with dots lately, which is removing them at every opportunity, I kind of don't think that they're going to add in dots. But again, this is all speculation right now, and I could be wrong. I think maybe my number one concern about Viper is that they said you're going to enter this like powered up mode where you have the twin blade and you're doing different attacks. And it's going to be a different mode. And this is probably going to be a mode you do every 2 minutes, right? And I know that Reaper has this avatar mode where you hit very fast and very hard. And I just hope that whatever the mode is that Viper gets into, they can make it distinct and feel like something different than the way Reaper feels whenever you play it. So that's it. That's really, I just wanted to, gush about how excited I am about this job. That's really all. And I would love to hear from you. Are you excited about Viper or not?
Yes.
Would you have preferred Corsair? Would you have preferred something
No,
else
Viper's
altogether?
better. No,
What do you think
it's okay.
the second job is going to be? We already know the other new job is going to be a caster, and they're going to reveal it in January at JP FanFest. But for now, I'm on the Green Mage train. I still think it's going to be Green Mage, because wouldn't that be crazy? Imagine if it's Green Mage. It would mean that Yoshi managed to find a t-shirt that hinted at 3 different jobs all at the same time. Because, well, 2, but what if 3? Because we're getting a new limited job, which they didn't say what it is yet.
That would be
so.
Pretty
what
cool.
if it's Pictomancer limited job? It's Green Mage caster, and it's Viper obviously for the melee. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shirt. Well, you have the swords, right? So that's Viper covered. Turtles are green. That's Green Mage covered. And they, Michelangelo, Da Vinci, that's Pictomancer covered. Wouldn't that be insane?
Maybe.
If you covered all I don't think so. But wouldn't that be crazy?
Yes.
Sometimes, speculating is kind of pointless, but it can be fun. Anyway, again, let me know what you think about Viper. Are you as excited as I am? Are you coming from WoW like I did and seeing some similarities or seeing some things come to FF14 that you've wanted for a long time? And let me know in the comment section down below. I'd love to hear from you. And some of y'all who actually met me at FanFest, you saw, some of you was like, oh my god, I can't wait to get home and make the video about Viper. So those of you who saw me actually say that in person, here I am. I'm doing it. But thank you so much for watching. If you like this video, please consider supporting the channel either on Patreon or on Twitch. You can also support the channel for free just by clicking that subscribe button or by sharing this video with your fellow Viper enjoyers and bun buns. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
Yes. Very well. Okay, I guess we are done. We are done for today. I think we are done. So see you next time. I see you. I see who you are. I see what needs to be done. Very well. I'm gonna take this. My goodness. We're just 9 subscribers away from 1,000. Segments. Siblings. I'm gonna copy paste it. Oh yeah, I have to press end stream.